past 4 years, I've gone from being $25,000 in debt to a corporate 9-to-5 job to being an influencer, and now I'm a multi-million-dollar course creator because I use this one simple Instagram growth funnel to help me become a $1 million creator. During those years, I documented the journey, all the lessons I've learned along the way, and this video contains my best and most profitable advice on how you can start, grow, and monetize your personal brand the same way that I've been able to. And it was videos like this that actually helped me get to where I am today. So I want to give back to you and create this video. I have nothing hard to pitch you on. I just want this video to be insanely valuable to you, the fellow content creator and business owner. Let's dive in. June 1st, 2021. I was stuck in the matrix. I was checking all the boxes of my life. The dream job on Wall Street in New York City. Graduated college with a 3.8 GPA. Even finished a semester early. And I was doing everything that everyone told me to do. But it was on this day that I was presented with a choice. The red pill or the blue pill. The red pill would give me freedom. It would allow me to break out of the matrix. And the blue pill would keep me stuck, the way the rest of the 99% of the world lives. Fast forward to today, 2 years later, I've built a near $1 million business in my 20s because I broke out of the matrix. I even moved to Bali for 6 months to travel the world with my partner because now I can work from anywhere and I'm living my dream life. I literally made 3 times my yearly corporate salary in just 1 month working for myself. So you clicked on this video because you want to learn how you can break out of the matrix too. And in this video, I'm going to show you the exact 3 steps I took to enter the 1%. I'm also going to share all of the lessons that I learned along the way and show you by the end of this video how you can escape the matrix too. And before we dive all the way in, I just want to make it abundantly clear that step number 3 is the most important because it's one that you're going to be able to take action on today. You see, it's guys like Iman Gadzhi and Andrew Tate that are always talking about breaking out of the matrix. And even though it may sound cliche, once you take the red pill, you can't see it any other way. You're literally living in it. The news, the rat race, corporate America, get a job, student debt, buy a house and accumulate more debt. It's a vicious cycle. Most people in their 20s are looking forward to the weekend because they get a taste of what it's like to be outside of the matrix. And every day just feels like Groundhog's Day once you start the week over again on Monday. And it's kind of scary. If you take a look around you, most people are living this way. So the first thing I had to do to break out of the matrix was brainwash myself. That person that I described earlier was literally me. I hated my life. I was wearing this suit every day. I was afraid to paint my nails because I didn't want people to think less of me if I had colored nail polish on. And I was the person who was looking forward to Friday to wake up on Sunday mornings hungover with the Sunday scaries. So what I did was I became a personal development junkie. YouTube, podcasts, self-help books, anything that I could get my hands on. But keep in mind, I was $25,000 in debt, so I didn't have thousands of dollars to invest into online courses or coaches. So I did the best with what I had. The first book I ever read was The Secret, and that was what really showed me how most of society is living and how I never wanted to be that way ever again. I was the person who joined every single free training or freebie or opt-in. And because I couldn't afford the courses, I did everything I could to treat those freebies as if I just paid $10,000. And it took me a couple months to realize that most of the stuff wasn't resonating for me. The only thing that really worked was reading the book The Secret. That book changed the way that I think and allowed me to rewire my subconscious mind using positive affirmations. So every time I heard myself saying, I can't, I changed that to I am, and I am capable. And just to save you some time, you don't have to go through and read the entire book yourself. If you can just take away that one nugget of changing your verbiage in your thoughts, that will get you one step closer to breaking free from the matrix. Step number 2 was I had to change my environment. And in order to change my environment, I understood that everything I say was a magnet for what was being reflected back to me. So the friendships, the romantic relationships, relationships. All of the relationships in my life were a reflection of my thoughts. So, like some of you watching right now, you may think affirmations are woo-woo. And I hear you. That's also what I thought in the beginning as well too. But affirmations, visualization, and meditation were the 3 core changes I made to my routine every single day to break out of the matrix and live the abundant life I knew I was destined for. You see, you are a magnet. The thoughts that you think, the words that you say, the circles you hang out in, that is telling the universe you want more of that. And the way that I like to think of it is super simple. The universe is like your genie. The universe is saying to you, your wish is my command. So think about it. What are the wishes that you're putting out into the universe? Because that's exactly what you're getting reflected back to you. And once I realized this, the hardest part was the simplest tip. I cut off the people that were no longer supporting me cold turkey. And that doesn't mean I went and sent them a text and said, I'm no longer being friends with you. I just stopped putting myself in those rooms. I stopped going out and drinking and partying and looking forward to the weekend. And I replaced my Friday nights with personal development books. You see, your actions speak louder than words. So what I want you to do right now is I want you to take out your pen and your notepad, your phone, your notes app on your phone, whatever it is. And I want you to write down all of the actions you're taking in your life that are keeping you stuck. Are you drinking? Are you partying? Are you eating junk food? You see, most of the time we have the awareness, we're just not taking action. Once you see the things that you're doing that you don't resonate with any longer, you can actually flip those things and find new actions to take. And this is how you brainwash yourself and change your environment. But the first step is the awareness. You see, doing these things helped me find my true self and who I am at my core. It's not that I needed to add more, it's that I actually needed to cut out the fluff in my life to make space for the actions that would breed results. And after seeing all of this positivity in my life, I kept going down this self-improvement rabbit hole, and I started reading more books and listening to more podcasts. I became addicted to personal development. I even changed the songs that I listened to, so I would pull up a playlist on Spotify called High Vibrations or Self-Love. I had fully rewired my subconscious mind, and I tricked my brain and programmed it for success. So at this point in the video, you're probably wondering, how can I do this too? So I'm gonna recap everything that we went over so far in a 3-step breakdown. Step 1 is to start saying positive affirmations. What I did was I kept a list handy of my top 10 favorite affirmations, and you can check those out right here. And I had this note with me wherever I went. So anytime I felt a negative thought come in, I would pull out the list and I would start saying the positive affirmations and start brainwashing myself. And step 2 is you have to realize that your inputs equal your outputs. So what are the shows that you're watching? What is the music that you're listening to? Can you take a conscious action to change the TV shows, the music, and replace that with motivational YouTube videos, inspirational podcasts, high vibrational music? Start going for a walk in the morning, even 10, 15 minutes a day, just to move the stuck energy. And anytime you get a negative thought or a limiting belief, you have to pattern interrupt. There's so many little shifts you can make on the day-to-day, and what I recommend is writing a list of them. And step number 3 is changing your mindset from I want to I am. And the way you shift that is every time you feel a desire come through, I want you to believe that it's already yours. You have to trick your brain, and this is how you rewire your subconscious mind. When you have a mindset of I want, you're telling the universe that it's not actually yours and it's out of reach. So what you want to do is you want to step into your future self now by claiming the things that you hope to have in the future and putting your order in with the universe. So I like to think I'm someone who keeps my promises, and like I said, number 3 is the most important tip for you to break out of the matrix and start taking action today. And that number 3 is acquiring skills. Now that we got your mind right in step 1 and step 2, in order to become a part of the 1%, you must bring value to this world. The universe, God, source, whatever you choose to believe in, will reward you for giving to this world. You will be rewarded for making the world a better and more abundant place. So think about how can I add value to this world? And the way you can add value is by acquiring skills. I know the cliche saying has become learn a high income skill, but how can you actually bring value through your skills? And the number one question I ask myself to find that answer is, what problem are you solving? Are you able to teach something better than anyone else? Are you charismatic? Do you make people laugh? What are your skills and how can you hone in on the things that you're already good at? So for me, I had always been a charismatic person. I've always been good at sales no matter what job that I had. So what I did is I doubled down on that energy and I began creating content just like this. But the most important thing to remember, and listen up closely, is that you just pick one thing and you focus on it for the next 90 days. When I focused on picking my skill, which was leveraging with media, I focused on three things. One, something that's already proven to work. Two, something that I enjoyed. And three, something that is proven to have a high ROI, return on investment. And you see, the answer wasn't clear, but what was clear was the instructions to do whatever it takes to acquire skills. So it first started with starting an e-commerce dropshipping store. Then I was a social media manager. Then I was an influencer. And I started stacking my skills until I found my one thing, which was becoming a content creator. But you see, what I did different than everybody else and how my brand started to stand out was that I was a content creator on the front end and a business owner on the back end. So I began creating content, but then also selling my own products and services like online courses and coaching and digital products. You see, but it wasn't always like that. It was that I started with one skill, which was content creation, and then people literally started asking me to coach them, and coaching fell into my lap. And that's why it's so important to just put one foot in front of the other, because you will be rewarded for your actions to break out of the matrix and set you free. So if you like the idea of becoming a content creator and a business owner, you're going to want to click the first link in the description of this video, and I'm going to teach you exactly how you can do this too in the next 90 days. The creator economy is only growing, and there's so much room for you and your voice. And the reason why this is one of my favorite spaces is because no one can do it like you. It's your face, it's your brand, and it's your why. So to get back to my story and how I really broke out of the matrix and built a near $1 million business in my 20s is because I discovered the power of making money online by leveraging media. When I first started, I had $10,000 in my savings account, and the minute I quit my job, I invested $5,000, 50% of all the money that I had to my name, to a business coach. I learned about how to build a business, I learned about how to become a content creator, and then I launched my first course. I had to figure out how to make income online because I no longer had a job. And within 60 days of doing that, I had my first 20K month between brand collabs, online courses, and one-on-one coaching. And in the 2 years that I've been doing this, I've made over $700K in revenue, and we're on track for $1 million. I have to interrupt this video quickly because I want to give a shout out to Skool, which is where I host my online courses. As you may know, I create these videos to help you escape the matrix and achieve a life of freedom. And the way I've been able to do that is through my online education company. The reason why I love online education like courses and coaching is because in my 2 years of selling online courses, I've come to realize that people don't buy for the information, they buy for the community. And that's what Skool does really well. They give you the platform to actually bridge the gap between having someone buy your course and actually be a part of your movement and your community. Skool is an all-in-one platform where you can host your course, your community, and your calendar all in one place. I currently host my membership and my signature online course with Skool and have over 300 active clients among the two communities. If you're also looking to monetize as a content creator, click the link in the description for a 14-day free trial to Skool now. Here's how I reset my brain to be wealthy in my 20s. Have you ever looked in the mirror and thought to yourself, how does everyone seem to have it figured out except for me? I used to do the same thing, scroll all day on Instagram, YouTube, and see everyone talking about 10K a month, 100K a month, college dropout to millionaire. But I didn't understand how anybody was doing this. And I felt like I was stuck in this vicious consumption cycle, that I was actually programming my brain to feel like a failure because I didn't have those things. I realized that I needed to have this look in the mirror moment with myself where I was radically honest. I realized that the relationship problems, the health problems, the wealth problems were all because of me. I was a magnet for these negative things in my life. To share with you are the top 3 tools I use to brainwash myself to become successful in my 20s. The first thing I did was I stopped moving towards pleasure and instead I started moving away from pain. If you had the chance to go to Hawaii, but you had to pay and raise $50,000 to go on this trip, would you do it? If I asked you to generate $50,000 in the next 30 days to save your loved one from dying, well, now you'd start thinking differently. Do I need to sell my car? Do I need to create a GoFundMe? Do I need to go get a second job? And even though that's a little bit of a harsh way to think about it, this is actually how I've reprogrammed my brain for success. So when I was $25,000 in debt, instead of thinking, how can I move into my dream apartment in New York City? I realized that the more that I had this debt that I had weighing over my shoulders, the more I would have had to sleep in my childhood bedroom, get ready in the morning, the same place I'd been living for so many years, not feel confident when I go into work. And I was a financial advisor, so I was meant to be giving people financial advice, but I couldn't even get my finances under control myself. And this is the sad reality that most people are living in the matrix and living with this imposter syndrome and this fear and this worry. So I want you to think to yourself, how can you take one tangible step to move away from pain today? Which brings me into step number 2, is I did a 12-month detox. So I remember it was January 1st of 2020. And I cut out all of the toxic relationships in my life, romantic partners, friendships, coworkers, anything from the past that was still lingering on, because I really understood that I was a magnet for everything that I was attracting into my life. And the one book that really helped me do this was this book called Calling in the One. And to summarize it for you, it just gives you these daily self-love practices. And one of my favorite practices in that book was actually writing a letter to all my past relationships and closing the book, throwing out any gifts from past partners, past friendships, writing this closure letter, and then ripping it up and burning it. Alongside, I also wrote down some of my limiting beliefs and my fears and my worries. And after I did that, I committed to one small daily practice that everyone can do right now. I wrote 3 sentences of gratitude every single morning. And when I wrote those 3 sentences of gratitude, I instantly reminded myself of all of the inner work that I had been doing and how important it was for me to stay in this mindset of gratitude and abundance every single day. Then, my health. So what it started with was intermittent fasting for 30 days. And the reason why I did this was to get myself on a cycle of eating less, because I was overeating and I was binge eating my emotions away. After the 30 days, I got into the habit of eating less and only eating in a specific time window. It also became the catalyst for me to do daily walks and take daily home workouts in the middle of my workday, because I was working a corporate job at the time. And then step number 3 was my wealth. So I hit all of these buckets: health, wealth, and relationships. And in the wealth bucket, I began reading this book by Ramit Sethi called I Will Teach You to Be Rich. That taught me how to just get a really basic understanding of personal finance. And some little switches I made was switching my savings account to a high yield savings account and actually saving while I was paying off my debt, rather than just putting all of my money to my debt. I then created a simple 6-month financial plan of how I could become debt-free. And because I had a plan of action, I knew exactly what I needed to do, and all I needed to do was follow that plan every single day. And step number 3, and the most important one, is I played the opposite game. Everything that most people were doing, I did the polar opposite. So for example, most people in their 20s go out and party, they binge drink, they look forward to the weekends. So while everyone else was out and partying, I was reading personal development books. I was watching motivational YouTube videos. I was learning how to grow my skills. I invested in a dropshipping course after I became debt-free. I was watching videos about how to invest into real estate. I actually started creating my own reality by acquiring new high-income skills. I stopped watching the news, and I started replacing that with podcasts and high vibrational music. And the number one thing that I learned while acquiring these new skills was that the best way to scale with $0 was to actually grow my personal brand and scale with media through content creation. So I began making videos on TikTok and Instagram, and then people started asking me to coach them. And it was really interesting because I was pretty transparent and I said, hey, I've never done coaching before, but I'm willing to try this out. And then I got some testimonials and some feedback, and that's how I built my coaching business. And then I got to a point where I was pretty capped out with online coaching, so then I built my first online course. And the most important thing for you to remember is that when you start taking one step today, you can actually start stacking your skills and going down a positive rabbit hole instead of a negative one. This is a picture of me at my corporate job in New York City. Back then when I was working there, I thought that I was gonna be rich if I just climbed up the corporate ladder and I kept doing what I was told. I'm currently in my 20s. I generate over 100K a month as a content creator and business owner. I get to travel the world whenever I want. I was just living for over 6 months in Bali, and now I'm literally making more than my yearly salary month after month. And in my 20s, I will accomplish what only the 1% gets to ever experience. I will become a millionaire. I'm gonna show you exactly how I will become a millionaire and drop some gems so you can learn exactly how you can do this too in your 20s. Let's get right into it. Step 1 is really finding the one thing that you wanna double down on. And for me, it was content. Now, at this point in the game, I know that if I just keep doing exactly what I'm doing that got me to over 700K in revenue at this point in time, I am on track to generate over $1 million in my business and become a millionaire before I'm 30. You see, reaching your financial goals is really just math. Obviously, having multiple streams of income down the line can sound really romantic and extravagant, but the truth is, the way you're gonna make your first million is by doing and mastering just one thing. And it gets tough because you're gonna fail, you're gonna have some bumps in the road, but you just have to keep reminding yourself that all of your favorite entrepreneurs, content creators, and coaches have a graveyard of failures behind them. But you cannot fail if you do not quit. Knowing that I'm just a few months away from generating over $1 million in my business and maybe a year or two away from actually having a net worth of 1 million really fuels me with passion. You see, I really love the process and I enjoy the journey, and that's why my work just feels like play. So if your work doesn't feel like that, and if you're looking at the clock, you're wondering what time it is, you're not having that feeling of actually getting lost in your work because it's a passion project, what's the point? So point number 1 is to really find that one thing that you're passionate about but can also generate you income, a high income skill. I knew that leveraging media as a content creator and building my personal brand through Instagram, TikTok, YouTube was gonna give me so many avenues down the line for opportunity. So what is that one thing that you can stick to for the next 6 months or a year to lay the foundation of how you can also become a millionaire in your 20s? And if you're anything like me and you're multi-passionate and you love to try a bunch of different things, I want you to really think about what is one thing that I can try out and build upon before I jump to the next. Shiny object syndrome is one of the biggest killers for success. The truth is, success is boring. It's not sexy. And it happens in the micro, the day-to-day actions that you take that compound over time to give you macro results. You see, I've been a content creator since 2020. Maybe even before that, I've always loved taking pictures, posting on Instagram, but it was only 3 years ago that I actually started taking this seriously to get to where I am today. Now let's get into step number 2. So step number 2 is you want to invest in how-to skills. Alex Hormozi, one of my favorite creators and entrepreneurs, always says, stop investing in the S&P 500 and start investing in the S&P 500. My first investments in myself were a $300 Grant Cardone course on real estate investing, a $500 social media management course to learn how to build a social media management agency, up until over $20,000 investments into masterminds and business coaches. You see, I've invested over 6 figures into my personal and professional development to get me to where I am today. So the way that I see it is being over 700K in revenue and investing 100K into learning the how-to skills. Now I'm at a point where I'm actually earning compound interest on my skills. So since I've invested my whole journey on the how-to, learning from the best people in the industry, like Vanessa Lau, for example, that has been the best investment that I've ever made, and it's gonna compound faster than any real estate investment or any market return. You see, for me, building my business and my personal brand is actually the greatest asset that I have. So back in the day, right, people always say like invest in real estate. But what about if you invest in yourself and you learn the how-to so you don't have to wait 10, 20, 30 years to see a return on investment? The penny compounding parable is a powerful illustration of the impact of compound interest. It goes like this. If you were to save a single penny each day, how much would you have in 100 years? The answer might surprise you. It can be millions of dollars thanks to compound interest. So to kind of wrap up this point, I really want to dive into the small actions that matter the most. So for example, a consistent bedtime and a consistent wake up time. It might sound silly, but knowing exactly what I'm doing each and every day actually buys me my time back. One of the worst mistakes I've made as an entrepreneur is decision fatigue. I used to walk up to my fridge, wonder what I'm going to eat, struggle to find a decision because I was such a busy entrepreneur that I didn't have the time to make the right food choices in the moment when I was hangry, and then I would just binge eat. I didn't have the time to write my own workout plans, so I invested in a personal trainer and I learned how to lift weights. I learned how to just go up and keep with a simple plan. When you're looking to grow a business, a really successful business, you have to really find a way to double down and create your environment by design. So for me, I know that I need to create a healthy environment for me to actually work and achieve my goals, because it would be really nice to wish and aspire to have $1 million or become a millionaire by a certain age. But if I don't have a plan of action on exactly how I'm going to do that, it's just like throwing spaghetti at the wall. So if you have a pen and notepad, now would be the time to take that out and write down this one thing. Invest in the how-to, because you can give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day, or you can teach a man how to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. This is your sign to start learning how to and stop relying on quick fixes and hoping for overnight success. And step number 3 is leadership and team. At this point in the game, there is not much more that I need to learn on the information side, but rather I need to delegate the information and lead teams. So for a while, I thought I could just do it by myself. And I realized if I was making $100K a month and I didn't have employees, I just was kind of becoming an employee and an operator of my own business. You see, by hiring, I'm actually able to buy back my time, and I actually pay for that time so that I can have more freedom. So the way to scale beyond $100K a month to up to even $1 million a month is through team, processes, and systems. Because at capacity, I can't manage more people. So what I need is more people to help me manage people. So currently I spend about 20% of everything I make on my team, which gives us an 80% margin. And I would say probably up until $50K a month, you can be doing and fulfilling on everything yourself. But beyond that, it's really important to have people that are supporting you so you're not just becoming an employee of your own business. So if you're also at the level of maybe $50K a month, or you're in the multiple six-figure mark, now would be the time to start considering what work can you outsource. And I actually kind of was in a pickle a couple months ago when I realized that a lot of my work wasn't able to be outsourced because it was so dependent on my face. That's kind of one of the downsides of having a personal brand. And what I've learned at this point in time is that you don't want to just monetize your face and your time. You want to monetize something bigger than yourself, which is why I've switched from being a personal brand to actually being a community brand and creating a community like the Conscious Creator community. So I have 2 communities, the Conscious Creator Club and the Conscious Creator Academy. And both of those communities are with a focus on helping content creators monetize. So now the mission becomes so much bigger than me and really teaching people how to grow as content creators rather than monetizing my time in one-on-one coaching calls. Cultivating a strong team culture, being openly transparent and communicating, and most importantly, leading by example is how you're going to grow beyond the multiple six-figure mark into 7 figures. You see, there's some things that can be outsourced, and then there's other things that can be automated. So for example, like leveraging media. I actually don't have anyone on a content team besides some video editors and script writers, because the thing is that this is my creative passion. This is my passion project, and leveraging media is one of the best ways to market yourself, and it's permissionless. So I can just go on YouTube, on Instagram today, and just make a video, and I can potentially reach millions of people. I have to interrupt this video quickly because I want to give a shout out to Skool, which is where I host my online courses. As you may know, I create these videos to help you escape the matrix and achieve a life of freedom. And the way I've been able to do that is through my online education company. The reason why I love online education like courses and coaching is because in my 2 years of selling online courses, I've come to realize that people don't buy for the information, they buy for the community. And that's what Skool does really well. They give you the platform to actually bridge the gap between having someone buy your course and actually be a part of your movement and your community. Skool is an all-in-one platform where you can host your course, your community, and your calendar all in one place. I currently host my membership and my signature online course with Skool and have over 300 active clients among the two communities. If you're also looking to monetize as a content creator, click the link in the description for a 14-day free trial to Skool now, and I can potentially reach millions of people. And this is why I believe in media so much, because this wasn't possible. I mean, think about how much money it used to cost for an ad placement in the newspaper, or how much it used to cost to run a commercial. Now you can get that same amount of reach and eyeballs 100% for free with the organic reach of these platforms. I've mastered the skill of organic social media marketing through Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, and it's crazy to think that the creator economy is only growing and paying out over $25 billion in earnings every single year. From sponsored posts to affiliate marketing, there is just so much untapped potential in this industry, and that's why I want to teach you exactly how you can monetize as a creator too in 2023 and beyond. I've cracked the code and I want to teach you how absolutely for free. So what I want you to do is check out the link in the description, because I'm going to teach you everything that you need to know on how to monetize as a creator by selling your own products and services. So one thing that I've learned in my entrepreneurial journey is that leverage is the biggest and best asset that you can create for yourself. So the true leverage is from having your own offers like online courses, done for you services, coaching, whatever it may be. And I want to teach you exactly how you can do that and scale to grow a 6- and 7-figure business. How you can grow to have a community of hundreds of thousands of people, over 6 figures in revenue, and so much opportunity that you couldn't even imagine. Imagine getting paid to talk about your life experience. This is exactly how I've built my brand, how I've built my business when I had no money. I had no money. I was $25,000 in debt. All I had was my iPhone and my willingness to succeed. This is why I love social media, because it's permissionless. You see, it's not a dream, it's a reality. So many people are becoming creators overnight. So many people are randomly having their videos pop off. That could be you, and I want to teach you exactly how you can do that in the next 90 days. So let's recap all the steps it's going to take for you to achieve your goals and be on track to also be a millionaire in your 20s. Step 1 is to find something to do and focus on that one thing for the next 6 months to a year to lay the foundation for your success in all the years to come. Step 2 is invest in the how-to. Learn how to do these skills. Don't just try to find something that's get rich quick or an overnight success, and if it sounds fishy, it definitely is. And step 3, grow with leverage. Leverage can look like team, leverage can look like media, leverage can look like code, and leverage can look like capital, having more money to invest. These are the 4 forms of leverage taught by Naval Ravikant. I quit my $55,000 a year Wall Street job at 22 years old, and now I make 3 times my corporate salary in just 1 month working for myself. And are you wondering why? It's because I learned this one specific thing about money that changed everything for me. Going from where I was to where I am now, it first started with a mindset shift. I didn't understand what money was or really how it worked. In this video, I am going to be sharing all of my insights on money and all of the secrets that the rich are keeping from you. The amount of value I'm going to provide in this video is something that I wish I would have had years ago. So no matter where you are, make sure you watch all the way until the end, because I probably would have paid $10,000 just for this video alone. So to give you some context, when I was working my job on Wall Street, I was just checking all the boxes, right? Get the best job, work on Wall Street, move to New York City, everything that felt really good on pen and paper, but it wasn't aligned. I felt like I was living in the Matrix, and I felt like I just kept doing everything that I was told, but I was deeply unhappy and unfulfilled. I was sitting at my cubicle and scrolling on Poshmark, learning about how I could sell my own clothes and make a little extra income because I was $25,000 in debt. That was like half of my yearly salary that I had to pay back for my student loans to get me this job. And that's when I realized how the system really works. They want you to go to college, get in debt, then get a job and spend your life paying off that debt, saving your money for retirement when you're too old to actually even enjoy the money and be able to travel. It just all felt wrong to me. I hated my job. and I hated my life. It was just when I was scrolling awake at night at 3 o'clock in the morning and I was searching up how to make money online. I felt like I was trapped. I felt like my head was sinking underwater. So that's what I thought. I thought it was over until one day I realized that money is just energy. So the way that I felt about money is the way that money felt about me. And it was only when I discovered the book, The Secret, that I realized how this universe actually really works. Things that you think about manifest into your reality. So everything is made of energy. But what I first had to do was actually break down the limiting beliefs and generational scarcity that I had around money. You see, I thought to always save your money and always hold on to it. But think about a relationship. If you're always holding on and clinging to somebody, they're gonna feel that and they're gonna wanna subconsciously run away. And they might, matter of fact, actually run away. So what I want you to ask yourself is, if you were in a relationship with money, what would money say about you? And when I answered this question, I realized that money would tell me that, why are you so afraid of me? Why are you so afraid to spend me? These were the belief shifts that I had to have. Every time I spend money, I'm actually supporting our economy. I'm supporting someone else's business. I'm giving back to the world. This is what people mean when they say to cultivate an abundance mindset, because the more abundantly you think, the more abundantly you will receive. I want to just make a quick disclaimer that you can't just go spend crazy and say, I have an abundance mindset. Your actions have to match your words. It doesn't mean recklessly spending it or going on shopping sprees that feel out of alignment or out of integrity. So I want you to check in with yourself every time you spend money. And I want you to ask yourself, if I put money out into the universe right now, I am getting tenfold back to me. Now for number 2, and this one's a little bit spicy. Corporate America is the matrix. I'm going to share with you today some hidden costs of what working in corporate America is really doing for you and holding you back from. You see, I remember living in New York City in my high-rise apartment that I couldn't even afford, so I had to actually work a second job by getting additional income in through doing some online work like web design and social media management. And then I realized that it really was like the golden handcuffs. I was able to work in New York City. I received a paycheck every 2 weeks, no matter what I was doing, but I realized that I was being trapped in this rat race. I was overworked. My mind, my body, my spirit, it didn't feel good, and it felt so out of alignment to be doing work that didn't light me up, because I just kept thinking to myself, why would I work so hard for someone else when I could do this same work 10 times better for myself? Which leads me into number 3, which is the passion pursuit. After realizing the truth about corporate America, I immediately started looking back on what is my true purpose, my calling. I believe that Source is always working through us, and God, universe, whatever you choose to believe in, is always working through us and using us as a vessel. And I knew that me working in corporate America was not honoring that commitment I made to be in this lifetime. I realized that I wasn't here to just trade my time for money and sit at a desk all day, and maybe you're feeling like that too. So it's really time for you to start tapping into that and really thinking to yourself, what am I here on this earth to do? What is my life's purpose? How can I use my skills and passions and drive to create some magic in this world? After I found my passion, which was helping to transform people, I realized that something that I've done really well in my life and for friends and for family, even before I had my business, was my ability to transform people's lives, whether that's through the conversations I was having, whether that was through my social media management business. I love transforming people and watching people see their fullest potential. So now's the time to really think to yourself, what value can I bring to this world? Because you'll always be rewarded for the value that you can give. So it could be general. It doesn't have to be so specific, like a mindset coach, for example. Then it can be something that you enjoy. Are you a creative? Are you an artist? What do you do? What do you love to do that you're really good at and people always compliment you about? And number 3, what is something that you can turn into a high income? I mean, look up the people that are doing this. Some of the biggest artists, some of the biggest songwriters telling you this is what's possible for you. And for me, it was actually creating content. So I started making mindset and manifestation videos on TikTok. Then I took it over to Instagram. Then people were asking me how to become a content creator. And then I started creating content about that. You see, my success has not been linear. It's taken me a really long time, but the number one thing that I will toot my own horn about is the fact that I just got started before I ever felt ready, because I was here to fulfill on my greater purpose. It was keeping me up at night. And if you also like the idea of becoming a content creator, of spreading your message with the world, of transforming lives, I've created a free course entirely for you for you to learn how you can monetize as a content creator and get your message out into the world, and also transform other people's lives through the visuals you create, through the copy that you write. There's so many avenues to succeed as a content creator, and I want to show you exactly how. So make sure you click that link in the description, and I'll break down the step-by-step process on how you can do this too. I have to interrupt this video quickly because I want to give a shout out to Skool, which is where I host my online courses. As you may know, I create these videos to help you escape the matrix and achieve a life of freedom. And the way I've been able to do that is through my online education company. The reason why I love online education like courses and coaching is because in my 2 years of selling online courses, I've come to realize that people don't buy for the information, they buy for the community. And that's what Skool does really well. Give you the platform to actually bridge the gap between having someone buy your course and actually be a part of your movement and your community. Skool is an all-in-one platform where you can host your course, your community, and your calendar all in one place. I currently host my membership and my signature online course with Skool and have over 300 active clients among the two communities. If you're also looking to monetize as a content creator, click the link in the description for a 14-day free trial to Skool now. And number 4, I would say it's alternate income streams. Now, I'm not a big believer in having your head in so many different buckets, but having a few different income streams for your one main thing. So for me, I'm a content creator, so some of my income streams look like affiliate income. I get paid for the softwares that I recommend to people or the links in my descriptions. Then I have my online courses, some digital products where people can learn while I sleep. When I was living in Bali and people were able to watch my courses while I was sleeping, that's how you scale, that's how you leverage opportunity. Then, for example, paid posts and sponsorships. That's another way to monetize as a content creator. So focus and find your one thing, and then find what can be supplementary to all grow that one thing and diversify your income within your one transformation and your one offer. And I would say number 5 is that the biggest scam is working your whole life, saving money for retirement, and then expecting to enjoy things when you're too old to enjoy the things that you could in your 20s, your 30s, or your 40s. And for all my women out there, I mean, if you want to become a mom, the best years are going to be when your kids are little and enjoying that time. So why not create a life for yourself where you can have freedom, not just 6 or 8 weeks on maternity leave? Create something that can actually be run while you're being a mom. I was bought into the lie, into the scam, into the matrix. I was working this 9-to-5 job. I was so burnt out at night that I was passing out at 7 p.m., sleeping until 11 a.m. on the weekends, and I'm a morning person. I wake up at like 5, 6 a.m. sleeping because I was so sleep deprived and I had sleep debt, and I was making $300 a week when I first started on a part-time salary. Compared to now, in my mid-20s, I just traveled the world with my partner. We lived in Bali for 6 months. I used to live in a high-rise in New York City. I've traveled to over 20 countries, and I have so much opportunity because I just decided to take a chance on myself. So if there's one thing that you take away from this video, let it be this: the fear of regret is greater than the fear of failure. And it all starts with one practice a day. Say one affirmation a day, say one sentence of gratitude. It really gets to be that simple. But what's hard is staying consistent and staying committed. So let me guess, your New Year's resolutions are to make $10,000 a month online, travel more, go to the gym consistently, and maybe have $1 million in your bank account before the end of this year. Well, I do believe in you, but I have a little truth bomb for you. Data shows that only 9% of people actually achieve their New Year's resolutions. And that might come as a surprise to you, but I have a feeling if you're watching this video, you're very motivated to actually achieve your goals this year. And in this video, I'm gonna teach you my exact process as to how I make a vision board every single year that actually converts into results. Now, I've been doing vision boards for many years, so I'm gonna break down the core action steps that I take beyond making the vision board every single day, because everyone knows that true change comes from your micro actions in the day-to-day. Let's get into it. So first things first, let me show you what happened in 2023. I had put $1 million for my business on on my vision board, and that is exactly what happened by the end of 2023. And then let's take it back a step. One of my older vision boards, I had put that I wanted over 50,000 Instagram followers, and now I'm over 60,000 followers on Instagram. And lastly, another big part of my vision board was to be featured in news publications, and I was featured in a few magazines this year. Just take a look at this. So with all of that being said, here are the 3 most important things that you need to do when creating a vision board to actually have it convert into your real life. So first things first, you have to set goals that are realistic to your mind, but scary to your soul. See, I used to be in the mindset and manifestation niche. If you go through some of my older videos, you'll find a lot of that. And the truth is that you need to believe in the things that you're putting on your vision board. So for example, if you put something like make $1 million in a month, and that feels totally not possible to you, you're never going to be able to achieve it. So what I always say is really something that you can still believe and feels realistic for you, but also something that is exciting and expansive and stretchy. You see, you can't fool your subconscious mind, and you'll know intuitively when maybe you're lying or you don't actually believe something to be true. And if you want to go deep on how to rewire your subconscious mind, you're going to want to watch this video up here, because I go into my best habits and best tips on how you can do that starting today. Now, let's go into step 2. Here's the fun part, how to actually create a vision board. And if you want to follow along with me, make sure you download the template in the description, where I actually give you a freebie on how you can create this exact vision board that I'm showing you here. So the first things first is you're going to create a Google document with all different types of categories. It could be health, wealth, business, relationships, spiritual. I would say about 6 to 9 categories that feel really aligned and exciting for you in the new year. Then you're going to want to create sub goals under those goals. So let's just say one of your goals is business and it's hit $10,000 in a month. Maybe you want to Photoshop a picture of your bank account with $10,000 in it. Or maybe you want 10,000 followers on Instagram. So you want to take a screenshot of someone who has 10,000 followers and swap your picture and your Instagram handle. So after you write down all of those goals, what you're going to do is you're going to go on Pinterest and you're going to create a secret board. Now, the reason why I believe in it being a secret board is because you want to make sure that you're protecting your peace and you're protecting your energy. So you want to save images that are in alignment with what you were talking about on your Google document. So like I said, if you want to hit 50,000 or 10,000 followers on Instagram, maybe you want to go save an Instagram profile that you find on Pinterest with 10,000 followers, or you want to save someone's Stripe account or bank account that has hit $1 million. And step 3 is you're going to use this Canva template. So I give you this free template in the description of this video, and actually save the images from Pinterest and drag and drop them into Canva. Canva is a totally free platform, and I love it for making vision boards because you can get super creative. But if you're like me and you like things easy, I would highly recommend checking out the template. And step 4 is you're going to want to print it. So I like to go a little luxe and use Canva's printing services and make a printable vision board. So I'll order a big poster board, and then I'll put it above my desk, or I'll make it my background on my wallpaper, like on my desktop or on my iPhone. And I think this is a really great idea because maybe you don't want to spend the money on printing, or maybe you just want to see it every single day. I would highly recommend it. Now, I love printing a vision board because when you have something that's tangible and you could look at it every single day, then we get into the final step on how to make a vision board that actually converts. You see, you have to make your vision board work for you, not the other way around. So when you have your vision board hanging up on your wall, you're going to want to make sure to read aloud affirmations that are in alignment with your vision board. So if you put $1 million in your business, like I did in the beginning of 2023, then you would say something like, I'm a millionaire. I'm $1 million business owner. And you're going to say these things as you look at your vision board on the day-to-day, and you repeat these affirmations. You also have to express gratitude. Say you want to make $10,000 a month, for example. How much money do you currently have in your bank account? Even if it's $100, it's $1,000. Whatever it is, you need to express immense gratitude for what it is that you have right now. The key is that you have to give your vision board the energy that you want to attract. You have to feel it in your body. Feel what it would feel like to have $1 million, to have 50,000 Instagram followers, to have clients banging down your door wanting to work with you saying, take my money. You have to feel into that energy and what it's going to feel like for you. And lastly, and the most tangible tip to make your vision board work for you is you have to take day-to-day actions that are in alignment with these goals. So now you did the fun part, you did the Canva printout, you did the Pinterest, you did the Google document. Now I want you to think about what are the steps it's going to take for you to do every single day to achieve these goals. So for example, how much does your coaching program cost, and how many of those programs do you need to sell to actually make $1 million in your business this year, or make $10,000 in your business? Is your program $2,000 and you need to sell 5 of them? So then what you're going to do is you're going to create yourself a daily checklist. Okay, so you're going to have to play with these numbers in a way that feels authentic and aligned for you. But the same way that you're only going to lose weight if you go to the gym and you eat healthy, you need to set yourself up for success. My net worth just reached over $1 million, and I want to create this video today to share with you the 20 life lessons I wish I knew at 20 years old. And just to give you some context, 4 years ago, I was $25,000 in debt. I was working a corporate job. I had student loans, and I became debt-free in 6 months. And then within the next year, I had saved my first $10,000. And now we're here today in 2024, and my net worth just crossed over $1 million. So I want to share with you these lessons to just hopefully give you some insight and maybe learn from some of my mistakes. So let's dive in. Number one is that nothing lasts forever. And I think this is such a great concept, because think of it like when you have a breakup when you're young, right? You're so upset and you're sad. It could be a friend breakup, romantic relationship breakup. And then you start to realize that, thank God, nothing lasts forever, right? Imagine you were like still with that person, or you still had that friend. And I think this is such a great reminder, because even the most difficult moments don't last forever. So we often think like, oh, I want this moment to last forever if it's positive or happy, but nothing lasting forever is actually a really good thing, because you always have the opportunity to begin again. And then number two is, if it won't matter in 5 years, don't worry about it for more than 5 minutes. And I love this, because I used to be such a people pleaser. I would always be like, what does this person think about me? What do they think about my content? And I've come to the conclusion that if this person will be in your life or this situation won't matter, don't waste your time today, because the present moment is being in the now and being in the here, right? So it's like, if you're going to get so upset or worked up about a friendship or a lost business opportunity, where are you going to be 5 years from now? Is this thing going to still be in your life? And it's such a like classic piece of advice, but I absolutely love it. And then number three is that your brain is your greatest asset. And I learned this one really young. When I was super young, I actually had a life coach. I went through therapy for many years, and I'm so grateful for my mom for putting me through that. But then after therapy, I actually switched to going to a coach, and I really saw the value in having a coach. And it totally shifted my mindset to be more of a growth mindset. And it was such an untapped opportunity. So when I was working my corporate job and I had summer internships in college and things like that, I always invest in personal development books, because I didn't have that much money. And then once I became debt free and I started to get more money, I started to invest in courses and online education, and I started to teach myself high income skills. So this has served me really well. I mean, now I have an online education company because I believe in this one so much, but I think it's also just reminded me that no one could ever take away your brain. Like, your brain is yours. So like, even if everything hit the fan, you still got you, and you still got your brain. And I think that's one of the safest investments you can always make in yourself. And number four is a quote that someone recently told me just a few months ago, and it's by Pablo Picasso, and it's, learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. And I absolutely love this, because it reminds me so much of content creation. And when we're creating content, we're always trying to stay within some sort of like framework or something like that. But what about if you could just learn how to create content, how to start a business, and then you do it your way, you make it your own? And that's what this phrase really means to me. And then number five, which is building a business is the greatest path to service. So I remember when I was super young, I would always be the friend that wanted to have a lemonade stand. I sold my clothes on Poshmark. I was always kind of looking for these like little business opportunities. And what I absolutely love about this lesson is that I wish I knew sooner how good building a business is. And And most people kind of like shit on entrepreneurship, like regular people, because they're like, oh, people have like such limited money mindsets when it comes to entrepreneurs or people making a lot of money. Stop listening to those people and listen to this piece of advice, that building a business is not just going to like help you in your financial situation. It's going to help so many others. So by having a business, I've been able to create more wealth for this world, not just for myself. So it's like, yeah, my business has made over $2 million to date, but I've also been able to help my clients generate over $1 million. And I mean, that's such a path of service. And I'm really into like spirituality and mindset and kind of like all that work. And what I come to realize about this is the more money you make, the better it is for this world. And I wish more people understood that. So start a business. It's not for everyone, but if you're watching this, you probably want to become an entrepreneur because that's who my content is geared towards. It is one of the greatest paths of service that you could do for yourself and for this world. And that brings me to number 6, which is your trauma can make or break you. So let it make you. And what I mean by this is, one of my favorite quotes is that you can't choose the cards you're dealt, but you can choose how to play the game. So we're all given this like unique set of traits, personality, strengths, weaknesses. Learn to use that to your advantage. So like, I didn't have the best and brightest childhood. I have a lot of trauma that I've worked through many years of therapy and coaching and my own spiritual work and prayer and a lot of different things that I'm not going to get into in this video. But what I learned is that, and I actually learned this from one of my coaches when I was much younger, was you can use fire to warm up a house, or you can use it to burn down the house. Choose to let it warm up the house. And that's how I've always looked at trauma, where it's like a lot of people try to use trauma as a means to their identity. Like, oh, well, I had this traumatic thing happen to me, and I'm compassionate towards people like that. But I also think that if you kind of use that to make you successful, you're going to just be in a much better place mentally, financially, spiritually. So it's like, for me, I have my own stuff. Like, for example, I've had this really deep underlying fear of scarcity for like almost all of my life. And it's taken me years and years to like rewire it. And it's actually served me in a lot of ways. And it's served me in the way of building my business and being so motivated to be a high performer. So it's like, that would be a great example of using trauma to your advantage. And then number 7 is choose to be a student of life for life. And I love this one because I hate when I talk to older people and they're like, I already know that, or yeah, I know, right? Be a student. Always be curious. I mean, I'm in my 20s and I coach people in their 50s and their 60s. And these are the people who want to learn the internet. They want to learn digital marketing. They want to learn how to make online courses. Like, that's fucking amazing. Be that person. Be that person that asks questions. Never think you know everything, and always be willing to learn more. And then number 8 is learn how to work the system, or else you'll always be working for the system. So when I first got my corporate job, it's like kind of funny that I think back on it, because my parents are actually both entrepreneurs. And I used to think to myself, oh, like having a corporate job is the dream, because I saw my parents come from a background of like hustling and bustling as an entrepreneur. And what I've come to realize now is like, you don't have to be an entrepreneur to necessarily break free from the system. But I do think like most people who break out of the matrix, who choose to live a path of financial freedom, spiritual freedom, mental freedom, aren't being controlled by somebody else. So think about how this system works, right? You're actually rewarded for being an entrepreneur, right? It's like we see these funny memes and jokes and stuff about like tax deductions and how you can make mailbox money and passive income, blah, blah. Like, this world is built to benefit entrepreneurs. So think about, oh, if I start a business, I can write off my lifestyle expenses. I can write off my business expenses. I can invest and continue to learn and to grow. And it's like, the more money you make, the more benefits that you have. So why not learn the skill of making money, where it's like, right now in my life, now that my net worth has gotten to the top 1%, and I mean, for my age, I'm like the 0.0001%, like, where I think about this is so important is make your first avenue cash flow. So it's like, I generated over $2 million from my business before I started thinking about like wealth strategy and things like that, because yeah, like I've always had that background. I used to be a financial advisor. So yes, I've definitely had some tools in the shed, but what it really comes down to is actually learning how to make money, right? So my mom always says, you can have the cow that produces milk every single week, or you can kill the cow and eat one time. right? So what is the cash flowing opportunity that you want to build and create? And then you can worry about what to do with the money after you make the money. So what is that initial opportunity? That's what your focus should be on. If you're watching this video right now and you want to grow your wealth, have a cash flowing opportunity first and an investment strategy second. Because the truth is, you're only going to make a lot of money on your money if you have a lot of money to put into it. And number 9 is specific to business owners, and that's the more valuable you are to your business, the less valuable your business is. And when I first started coaching, I was a one-on-one coach, right? So it's like, pay me this much money and I'll give you a 1-hour coaching call. But I realized that wasn't the real way to leverage. So I started building a online education company, and I productized my knowledge by creating an online course. Now, it's not just like Julia's online course. Yeah, my personal brand stands behind it, but the course is a system. So I want you to think about, how can you productize your knowledge so that it can rely and run without you? So the company that I've built is dependent on a social media sales system. It's not just dependent on one-on-one coaching with Julia. And this is the best lesson that I learned that I wish I knew sooner, because I would have done this sooner. I read this quote somewhere, but I don't know where it is. And it's number 10. And it's, what the caterpillars call the end, the butterfly calls the beginning. Now, butterflies are my spiritual sign, so I have a specific love and passion for butterflies, but every ending is a new beginning. And think about like some of your darkest days that you've had in your life. If you just think back and you realize that that opened a door to something new, the faster you can adapt and walk through that new door, the more successful you're going to be. Because I think the older that you get and the more successful that you become, you start to realize that it's not always about everything being perfect. And one of my other favorite quotes is, you're not meant to feel happy all the time. You're meant to feel everything all the time, where it's like, things have to die so new things can begin. And number 11 is that patience will eventually smash into opportunity. So I remember when I was first starting my business and I hit my first 10K month, I thought like in 30 days I was gonna hit 100K a month. And I think it's so funny because business totally comes in waves, where it's like you kind of reach these income levels almost in a systematic way, where like it's pretty rare that you would go from like 10K a month to 100K a month in 1 month. But I just thought like, oh, if I set my mind to it, I could do it, and X, Y, and Z. And now I'm kind of at this point where it's like kind of funny, because it took me 4 years to hit my first 100K month. And if I didn't just keep being patient with myself and give myself the opportunity to keep going, keep trying, keep investing, keep working with coaches, keep learning the ways, I don't think I would have ever got there. So it's like, sometimes you just have to be patient because everyone's on their own timeline. Number 12 is one I'm still working on. Like, I by no means am making this video to tell you that I'm all perfect now, and if I knew these things at 20 years old, I'd be even more perfect. Like, no, I have plenty of flaws, plenty of things I'm still working on myself, and this is one of them. And that's number 12, is that comparison is a thief of joy. And I love this so much, where it's like, if you haven't been able to tell already, I'm a very timeless person. Like, I wear very simple clothes, very timeless fashion. I have timeless business principles that I use to run my business for my life. And I'm the same way like with my quotes, but it's like I apply them to my specific situation. So this timeless principle of comparison as a thief of joy is like, anytime I'm creating content and then I look at somebody else and I'm like, oh, I should do it that way, or I should run my business that way, it has gotten me in way more trouble than it's ever made me successful. Because when you're creating a business, when you're creating content, anything that you're doing, the best ideas are the original ideas. So it's like, it could be based off of a foundation, a skill, because yes, like running a business and being an entrepreneur and creating content is a skill to be acquired, but the real success is in your uniqueness. So stop comparing yourself. Like, damn, sometimes I just have to get off of Instagram, I have to get off of social media, and I just have to like stay in my own lane. And I always ask myself, like, if I wasn't so swayed by what other people were doing, how much closer to my goal would I be? And social media is an interesting concept, right? Because it's like, my whole business runs on social media. I obviously love social media, but at the same time, I understand that social media can sometimes do more harm than good. So it's like creating a really healthy relationship and a healthy boundary with your social media is so important. And number 13 is another one I learned definitely too late, is give more than you take. So anytime I used to like work with a coach or I used to invest in something, I almost had this like scarcity mindset around like, I need to get all my questions answered. I need to like shove it all in this container. And it kind of robbed me of being of value to the other people in the group. And hosting now communities myself and having a community and, having my social media presence has taught me that community is everything, and generosity will get you to where you want to be. So it's like me putting out all this free content is giving more than I ask from you. So like maybe I'll ask you to subscribe to my channel, or I'll ask you to apply to work with me in my academy or buy one of my digital products, but I give way more than I ask or than I hope to take. And when you can kind of have this like uneven balance, you're always going to be successful, because being of value is the secret to being successful in this world. Which brings me to number 14, which is gratitude is the secret to happiness. Anytime you're sad, just find something to be grateful for. And remember that someone always has it worse than you. And anytime I zoom out and I think about this, it really brings me back to thinking about the fact that I'm right now in the place that I once dreamed of being. And I don't think we talk about that enough. So I want you to think about that, like really deeply think about it and ask yourself, what's one thing I could be grateful for right now? Number 15, every expert was once a beginner. I'm grateful I learned this one early, if I'm being honest with you. I used to consume Gary Vee like I was drinking water. I lived, breathed everything Gary Vee from like age 17. And that was such a blessing for me, because I really understood how to show up without needing to be perfect. Where it's like so many creators or so many business owners, so many people that I know only create content when they feel good, only run their business when they feel good. You only become the best by doing it every day, getting 1% better every day. I mean, building a business is like being a professional athlete, in my opinion. If you want to be like the best business owner, you have to be a high performer. You have to build it in a way that you're going to outperform the rest. And the best way to become the best is to be a beginner. And don't be afraid to be a beginner in different areas of your life. Like there's so many ways that I'm a beginner, like every year in so many different things. Like I want to take dance classes, I want to take acting classes. And this used to hold me back a lot, because I would be like, oh, I'm embarrassed to do this in front of other people. Or I'm like, what are people going to think of me? Be a beginner and embrace being a beginner, because that's how you become an expert, is by being a beginner and sucking, and keep sucking until you get good, and then you get great, and then you become the expert. And number 16 is to value your time as much as you value your money. Ooh, like this is another one I probably learned like a year ago. And wow, like now that I realize my hourly rate is $2,000 an hour, I spend my time a lot differently. So it's like, I used to spend, like no joke, when I was first starting my business, like 4 hours a day just like consuming other people's content. And now I realize that that's not going to get me anywhere. And that's like $8,000 of a deduction to my business. And that's really how I think about it. So think about like what your time is worth, and then where is it worth being spent? And then number 18 is that opportunities often come disguised as challenges. Ooh, this is such another good one, because anytime we feel like we failed or we feel like something's not working for us, it's such a beautiful moment for you to think about and have a brand new opportunity in your life. And oftentimes we're like, my world's falling apart, my business is sucking, right? All these things. But I want you to really think about like every great opportunity that's happened in your life has come after a difficult situation or some kind of clarity, right? Some kind of difficult moment. Like this year, I went through a really like dark and difficult period for about a month. And in that moment, like I could kind of see beyond it and be like, okay, this is going to get better one day. But like that one day did not feel today for 30 plus days. And that was painful. But on the other side of that is like this newfound clarity and happiness and new beginning. So when you have a challenge presented to you, ask yourself instead, what's the opportunity? All right, we're almost done. So number 19, success without integrity is failure. Another really great one. So why do you do the things that you do? Like there's so many times that we can just look up to coaches and mentors and creators and be like, well, they did it this way, so I should do it like this. But what is your integrity? What is your truth? Like I'm going to always choose my truth and my integrity over chasing a dollar, over getting a client. Like, you have to focus on what matters to you, because it's just you versus you when your head hits the pillow at night. And then of course, I saved my best one for last, is that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. It's greener where you water it. And I absolutely love this one, because oftentimes we think like, oh, if I just had her business, or if I just had her partner, or I had her house, my life would be easier. But the truth is that, what are you working towards building every single day, right? I'll often think about my relationship, right? I think a lot of people look to my relationship with my partner and they say, oh, like, you're so lucky. Like, where do I find a guy like this? I had to become this woman before I could attract a guy like that. We grew this partnership to the level of its strength together. It's the same thing with building a house, building a business. Like, there's no such thing as a passive relationship. And that's a relationship with your business, with your customer, with your partner, with your health. You have to leave deposits in it every single day. So it's like, what is the grass that you need to water every single day? And this one's so important, because like, one of my personal challenges right now is like just staying focused on my goal and being so consistent with the boring work to get me to my next goal, my next milestone. So with that being said, I want you to think about like, what are the things that you need to do today to water your grass? What are the things that you need to do every single day to get to where you want to be? Because the only thing stopping you is more time in the game, right? Bonus one, I guess, that I just thought of that I didn't add here. Time in the market is more important than timing the market. So what can you sustainably do every single day? How do you build a life that you're in a growth mindset every day? You're growing, you're adding to your business, you're adding to your mental health, you're adding to your spiritual well-being. Like, it's an everyday project. It's not like in 30 days or in 50 days and 60 days. What do you need to do every day in order to become the person that you want to be? Because it's a 1% improvement day by day. The other day, one of my clients asked me, Julia, how did you make over $1 million in just 12 months using Instagram? And I really thought about it, and I wanted to make this video just pretty casual to walk you through the kind of mindset and strategy that I had to walk myself through to get to this point. And to give you some context, if you're first meeting me, I was running a 6-figure business on Instagram for just a few years, and I felt really plateaued at around 10K a month. I just couldn't understand why I was watching all these videos of people saying I make $100,000 a month, and I was like, why can't I figure it out? Like, I'm smart, I'm capable, but something just was not clicking. And it was only in around April of 2023 that I really cracked the code. And then from June 2023 to June of 2024, I made $1.6 million on Instagram selling one high ticket offer. So in this video, I am going to break down exactly what that looked like step by step. And we're gonna go all the way from the mindset that it took versus the tactical changes that I needed to make on Instagram and my life, my business, everything you need to know. You may even want to take some notes, because every time I come across a video like this myself of someone who maybe I look up to or who's at a higher level than I am, I really think that it's the universe sending us a sign to show us what could be possible for us. So let's backtrack for a second. Back in 2019, I started posting content on the internet. I mean, look at my first YouTube video. It was a Trader Joe's haul. I had this deep down desire to make videos, and I didn't really want to be a long form creator. I loved Instagram, and I've always loved Instagram. I started on the platform in 2011. But what I realized is that YouTube was going to be a great platform, but I knew it was going to be a longer game. And then in 2020, I found out that I was in student debt, over $20,000 in debt. And I was like, well, I need to make money, and I can't be running a Instagram influencer business, making $10 on an affiliate link for a shirt that I sell. So I needed to really figure something out. So what I did was I resold my old clothes on Poshmark, but I used Instagram to grow a personal brand. And I grew a personal brand as a reseller. So what I would do is I would take the Instagram account and I would generate leads to push them to my Poshmark store. Now, I don't want to get too much into the background, and there's so many other videos where I go over like where I started and things like that. I want to then almost like fast forward a little bit to I became debt free by doing this. And then by 2021, I quit my full-time job because I was making around 10K a month doing a lot of different things. Social media management as a done for you service, service. I was influencing and I was doing brand deals and collaborations. I mean, I was getting paid up to $9,000 per brand deal. And then in late 2021, I made my first course. This was so magical because I was like, wow, like I love online courses. I'd invested in a few of them myself. And I really just saw it as a viable business opportunity because I saw people that had $50 million online course businesses. And I just thought that was absurd. I was like, the margins are amazing, 80% or more. You can drive traffic from Instagram, which I already knew. I mean, I was doing social media management as well for local brick and mortar businesses in New York City, which is where I was living at the time. And I was making them like 10 to 50K a month to sell their physical products using TikTok and Instagram for lead generation. So it was only like late 2021 that I made my first course. And then like December of 2021, I sold my first high ticket offer at $3,000. It was a manifestation course because I was a mindset and manifestation creator. And then 2022, I continued to sell those courses. Now, towards the end of 2022, I just knew 2023 was going to be different. I was extremely motivated, but I was also just ready to do whatever it was going to take to achieve that next income level for my life, my business. And I was like, I'm ready for 100K months. And my client, Katie, when she asked me this the other day, I realized that it took almost this like identity shift to first walk myself through that and then a mindset of I'm going to do whatever it takes. So I was working with a mentor at the time and we were on a call and he was like, tell me your last 3 months of cash collected. And I was like, okay, like 30K, 20K, 10K. And he was like, well, your income's going down every month. And it really just opened my eyes because I understand, right? Businesses ebb and flow, but I realized I didn't have a repeatable way to make a repeatable income. And that was extremely stressful for me as a business owner. Now, at this point, I maybe had about 50K saved from my online course business and coaching. And, you know, I had made over $300,000. So pretty good chunk of money to save from making, you know, just about $300,000 full time in the business. But I went all in. I basically invested like all my savings, over 40K, to figure out how to get the business to 100K. So I worked with spiritual mentors. I worked with really tactical mentors. I like binged Hormozi stuff, all the free stuff. And I finally cracked the code. And what the code was I needed to learn how to make high ticket sales every single day, or rather a good enough volume to hit my goals. So at the time I was selling a $5,000 high ticket online course and I had switched my niche. So my niche was first mindset and manifestation. And then I sidestepped to teach people how I built a niche coaching business on social media. And then April 2023 was my first $60,000 month. And that just opened my eyes of like, oh wow, I broke out of that like 10 to 30K kind of matrix. And now I was like over 50K. But the problem was I was emotionally distraught. I was very overwhelmed. I didn't know how to handle this many clients. I didn't know how to handle this much money. And what I did was I just realized that I had to make my first hire. So what I did was I locked in the system. I overworked myself. I don't know if that's the best piece of advice, but that's the truth. And I stressed my business out to see what was possible. And it was at that 60K mark that I realized, okay, I know how to do this. Now I can hire a team and contractors to help me fulfill this mission because I'm very clear on the things that I need to do. And that's when I created my cash method: content, audience, sales, high ticket offer. The reason why this works so well is because what I did was I realized I just needed to have someone help me run this system. And this is what I've now developed to be my social media sales system. And for anyone that's watching, you're gonna wanna check the first link in the description that goes over all about how to make this system and how to make this system work for you and how to make sales on the back end of your social media, Instagram specifically. And by the way, I totally cut out everything and I just doubled down on Instagram because a really big part of what I teach is my DM strategy, and Instagram has the best DMs feature. So what I did was I wrote down here, and I'm looking at my computer, I wrote down here what are the 4 biggest shifts that I had to make to achieve this next level of April was a 60K a month. May, I had moved to Bali. I had my first contractor with me, you know, working on the team. It was about like a 20 or 30K month, but then June was a 97K month. And then July was the first 100K month. And that that's when we continue to scale 100K a month every single month since that milestone. Now, the reason why this is so special is because sometimes you have to take a step backwards to go a step forwards. So like in April, I did 60K, and then May was somewhere between like 20 to 30K. And then it went back up to 97, 100, and so on and so forth. I mean, we've had 180K months, 200K months since then. So it was like I had to take a step backwards because I couldn't do this on my own. I had to build this system to now function without me. And I think that's the highest form of leverage is I built a system. I didn't just rely on saying, oh, well, clients may come into my inbox and clients may buy my course this month. I was like, every single month, this is a non-negotiable. So major shift number one was having a scalable offer. So what I did was I created one high ticket offer, and I only sold that one offer, and it's still the offer I sell today, the Conscious Creator Academy. You could check out the link in the description. We've helped over 330 creators with this program. My goal is to help over 15,000 creators, and I know we're gonna get there over the next few years because this is the program that's helping niche creators monetize the same way that I did when I was a spiritual creator, manifestation creator, and it's all using Instagram organic. Like I never understood ads, I never did ads. But now remember, it had to be scalable. So this offer was not gonna work if it was just a one-on-one coaching business. So I created the offer to be done with you. So that means it's a one-to-many versus a one-on-one. So almost all clients that work with us, we recommend a one-to-many program because it's so scalable. You have to be able to serve multiple people at once because what people don't understand about getting to 100K a month or $1 million in your business is serving people at scale is very difficult. So you need to have the system in place to be able to serve this many people. And then number two was hiring a team. You know, when I got to that like 50 to 60K a month mark, I realized that I couldn't do it all on my own. Before that, I had maybe had like a VA, you know, kind of just like here and there. But what I realized was I needed people consistently working towards the same mission every single day. So what I did was I first hired salespeople and I said, hey, I have this really great offer. People are very interested in it. I've made over $60,000 selling it in 1 month. Can you help me sell this thing? And I honestly was a little bit nervous to pay people. And I think everybody is at that point. So what I did was I hired only commission people to start. So I wasn't really stuck to having a liability of, you know, you're only going to make money here if the business makes money. And I think that's such a great way for new business owners to start out when hiring people, because now you're all going to be compensated as the business gets compensated. And then number three, which is the most important, was that evergreen sales system. You know, I just used to like post and make content and fly by the seat of my pants. But what I realized is that yes, I'm an influencer and I want to create this like really authentic content and I want it to be like natural and organic. But if I didn't have repeatable systems to put out content, I wasn't going to get repeat clients. And this is when I really understood how to build a social media sales system. And I followed the mantra, one offer, one platform, one funnel. So I have the one offer, CCA. I have the one platform, which is Instagram, and the one funnel, which was a consistent way to get followers to buy my paid products. So in 2023, ManyChat was still pretty new. And for those of you that don't know, ManyChat is an automation feature, but I was actually an early mover on ManyChat. I was leveraging the comments feature and getting people to comment my keyword to opt into my funnel. So what I did was I created a funnel, and it was a free course funnel, which I still run free course funnels, not the same one that I used to run, but it was a free course funnel, and I would drive all of my Instagram traffic to this funnel. And the funnel would convert followers into applications. And I've always run an application funnel because this is what's worked the best for my business. It's what I like the best. And we really get to filter for the best clients. Our company is trying to build the Harvard of online education. So we don't just accept everybody into our program. This is why we run an application funnel. This is where the program stands out. And this is where I think creating a scalable offer means that you're really tapping into your uniqueness. So for me, I don't just want a course that anyone can buy. I want to really filter through and work with the best of the best clients and creators and people that we can actually help. I want to make sure it's a mutual fit. So once I created this workflow, this system, this cash method, I realized we just have to put in to get out. And that's when your business becomes an asset, when you can get predictable results. And then lastly, number 4 is just 1% improvement. So when I first started, I didn't even know that I had a system. I was like, I'm going to just keep posting every single day. I'm going to generate leads and I'm going to convert these leads. It's actually that simple. And then over time, it was like 1 hire, 2 hire. I mean, at the time I had 7 people on my team last year when we were doing about 180K a month. So this is where it gets to be really fun and really special because because when I first started at the beginning of January 2023, I had an $8,000 month by myself. And then towards the end of the year, December 2023, I had a $180,000 month with 7 people on my team. And then fast forward to June of 2024, or I'll just go even 1 month out, July of 2024, I did another $180K month with a 92% profit margin and 1 person on my team. This is where the business gets to be really fun, because this just shows you that you can scale up or you can scale back, but the system keeps running and keeps flowing. So in that month, right, July of 2024, a couple months ago, that was a really high profit month. We had scaled the team back because we were refining some things on the back end, but the cash flow didn't turn it down. It turned it up. And that was really interesting, because this is what goes to show that when you build a system, you're not just reliant on yourself, you're reliant on something, and it's going to keep running regardless of how you feel. So that same month that I had 92% profit margin, July of 2024, that I had this amazing profit margin, a really high cash month, I also moved. We purchased our first house. I moved from Miami to where I live now, which is in New Hampshire. And that was all in the midst of this like chaos. But it was so special because we closed on our house, we were back and forth, but the business was still running because it's a system, it's not built on emotion. So this kind of brings me to the last few points that I want to get into here, which are some failures and lessons that I wrote down here that, looking back, I mean, it's amazing, right? At this point in time, the business is over $2.5 million to date. I make about $100K a month or more every single month, really high profit margins, like over 80% profit almost every month. And what I've come to realize is that it was not easy. I will say going from 0 to 100K is a lot harder than going from 100K to $1 million yearly revenue. But these lessons are the ones that really hit home for me. So number 1 is hiring and leading people is very hard. Even if they're contractors, this has been one of the most difficult things that I have gone through in the business. It's so interesting because a lot of the marketing is around high cash months and 100K months and, you know, all the things you guys want to hear, but it's like this real CEO shit that's hard. Like the back end, dealing with people's emotions, dealing with my own emotions. I mean, if I'm having a bad day, I still have to be the leader of the company and I still have to have the smile on my face. And that's really difficult. Managing people where it's like, I'm used to managing people from the coaching perspective, but managing people that are working for you is much more difficult. And I mean, I've had to go with hiring, firing, people quitting, everything under the sun, you name it. And it's been really difficult, especially when someone quits and now you have to step in and you have to do the work, or you're working with someone and maybe they're not the right fit for the company and you have to maybe consider firing them. That's also really difficult. And then number 2 is having a really strong sales system beats everything. So the one thing that's tried and true in my business, and the number 1 thing that people come to me for, is like conversion. How do I get leads? And then how do I convert leads? And no matter what, if your reach is low, your posts aren't getting pushed out, you know, people aren't answering you, X, Y, and Z, conversion is everything. Sales and everything. Sales is the oxygen of your business. So if you're not making sales, you don't have a business. So keeping my pulse on the sales at all time has been the biggest lesson for me in growing to hitting over 100K a month. And then number 3, and the last one, is inputs equals outputs. So to get a repeatable result, you need a repeatable system. So once I stopped running my business like, oh, this is a one-on-one coaching business, people pay me hourly, I sell a course here and there, to this is a well-oiled machine, this is a system, that's when my income skyrocketed, and that's when I was able to put my head down, and that's when I was able to really get the job done. And if you want to learn how to use a social media sales system on the back end of your Instagram account, I really would recommend you apply to the Conscious Creator Academy, because this is what we teach. We teach you how to build a system on the back end of your content to get repeatable sales and consistent income. That was the most difficult thing for me, is I didn't have consistent income. Everything was fluctuating. And then I balanced it all out once I built a system. So just to wrap this all up and just to conclude, I made my first $1 million in just 12 months once I unlocked and cracked the code on how to use a social media sales system on the back end of my influence, my content creation, my business. And if there's one takeaway I want you to have at the end of this video here, it's that success doesn't happen overnight. So as you can see, there has been multiple different points of my journey, from being in debt, selling my clothes on Poshmark, starting out as an influencer in 2019, quitting my job, doing brand deals. I've done just about everything, but all those moments led up for me to have those really successful 12 months. It wasn't like it was my first 12 months in business. And I think that's really important for us to see, because we often look at people and we just see the here and the now. And the reason why I was able to unlock that in just 12 months was because of everything that led up to the journey. And I believe that when you're enjoying and when you're receiving the results in your life, it's from the hard work that you did and pushed through for so long that you're being rewarded for. It's not the in the moment or the instant gratification. Social media is not for your friends. We are entering one of the greatest times in history for you to be a full-time content creator and business owner. Now hear me out. This isn't another fluff video. This is a video that will give you tangible and practical action steps that you can take today to make your first 10K as a content creator, entrepreneur in 2024. You see, everything around us is changing. The way we buy, the way we consume, the way we act. And you clicked on this video because you want to learn how everybody and their mom is making an income online and how you can too. And make sure you stay all the way until the end, because I'm giving you something that I charge my paying clients a lot of money for, totally for free, so that you can begin your content creator journey and actually make your first 10K in the next 90 days. Let's get into it. So this is what I like to call my content to cash blueprint. This is a true, specific, and proven strategy to turn your social media content into actual dollars in your bank account. Because let's be real, these platforms, they're never gonna pay you the amount of money that you need, nor the amount of money that you know you actually deserve. When you see creators like Iman Gadzhi or Jenna Kutcher or Mel Robbins or Tony Robbins, it's not because they're monetizing through their content, they're actually monetizing through their own products and services, but they're using their content as fuel to feed the fire, which is their own offers. So let's get into the 3 steps that you need to know. So when I first started, I was posting 3 to 5 times a day on TikTok to get my name out there. Now, the reason why I love short form platforms first is because there's a lot of virality opportunity. And hear me out, going viral is really good, because when you know how to reach people, you have leverage. You see, attention is the currency. So by actually posting 3 to 5 times a day, you're giving yourself more opportunity to get caught in the algorithm. And once you start to get picked up, that is your opportunity to scale. So how to become a good content creator? Well, the truth is, at first you suck and then you're good. And I wish somebody told me that hard truth in the beginning. I mean, look at some of my first videos. So embarrassing. I was singing, I was dancing, I was pointing, I was doing all of the things, but it worked. And now we're here, and now I have attention, I have a community, and it's all because I started. The next thing is we want to optimize. So what do you have in your bio? What do you have in your pinned posts on Instagram? This is super important because people need to know why they should follow you. So in every Instagram bio, you want to make sure that you have something leading to a freebie. So for example, mine is my free course. Then you want to show people that you know your stuff. So maybe you want to talk about your own personal testimonial. And if you've worked with clients, talk about how many clients that you've helped. Talk about how many students that you've helped succeed. This is so important and integral to your growth. Now, we don't want to make vanilla content. We want to make content that actually speaks volume, that you can speak to people, and we don't want no template, no 3 steps this, 3 steps that. The way that you really stand out on social media is by having an 80-20 split and a little bit of controlled controversy. I mean, look at some of the greatest people like Kim Kardashian, right? Billionaires, successful, influential people, is because they have that split and they know how to do controlled controversy. So I would say 80% of things that you know everyone's gonna agree with, they wanna hear, it'll toot their horn. The 20%, you wanna focus on things that make you different, that make you stand out. What are your polarizing opinions that you will stand on the hill until the day that you die? And my biggest and best kept secret to organic social media growth is to create viral content with value. So there's nothing worse than going going viral to the wrong audience, so I'm gonna teach you exactly how to go viral to the right audience. Let me grab my phone. So the first thing you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna put an on-screen hook. Now the on-screen hook will actually capture the attention of the viewer. The attention that's being captured is so important because you only have about 3 to 5 seconds to stop the scroll. Now, next step, you need a secondary hook. That's in the caption. So the first 1 to 3 words, that's gonna make them stop the scroll, but now actually read the caption. Here's the sauce. You need to go deep with value with the long caption because the Instagram algorithm works by pushing content that people keep their eyeballs on. Remember, these platforms want to keep people on them, so the more someone stays on your post, the more they're gonna push it in the algorithm. And lastly, you need to give really great value and then a call to action. So don't be fluffy, be direct, be specific, give tangible tips like I'm giving you in this video here. We don't want boring content. There's tons and tons of that, and those are the people that are saying this doesn't work for me, the algorithm hates me. No, it doesn't. You're not bringing value, and the way that you bring value is that you give it all away for free. I mean, look at people like Alex and Layla Hormozi. They give their best content away for free, and this is why people trust them so much. So you're gonna wanna make sure you give actual true value that someone can save, share, or send to a friend. And then lastly, you need to tell them what to do. The biggest mistake that I see is that people don't have a call to action in every single post. So my calls to action are actually multiple calls to action, like usually comment this word, follow, and save. These are the most important calls to action because the more that people save your post, the more that your post is going to be pushed in the algorithm. Now you need to give them a reason to want to save it. What's valuable? What do they need to come back to? Which then brings me into phase 2 of this content to cash process, is actually growing an audience. So now that you're so good with your content creation, you're giving lots of value, you're using my little tips and tricks to get pushed in the algorithm, now you actually have to grow an audience of people who know, like, and trust you. So it's really awesome to get people to stop the scroll, but now we need to get people to say. So how can you encourage the conversation? How can you encourage building community? Get people to comment their ideas. Leave a pinned comment in your caption section. Leave a pinned comment in the comment section. We need to actually grow a community. Now forget personal brands. We want to build a community brand, a brand that is going to live way far beyond you. So for me, for example, my program is called the Conscious Creator Academy, and I'm building the Conscious Creator movement. We have the Conscious Creator Mastermind, we have the Conscious Creator Club, we're going to do the Conscious Creator in-person events. So everything is around this movement of being a conscious creator, about a creator who monetizes, about a creator who actually knows how to sell their own products and services, because that's the true leverage. So I've built this movement around creators who want to monetize. So what is your thing? And I encourage you to take out a pen and paper right now and ask yourself this one question. What would you do if I asked you right now, what is your 100-year vision for your business, for your social media? What do you want people to talk about after you die? What do you want to be passed down generations and generations? I want to bring the next wave. It gives me chills in my body of female entrepreneurship, of bringing people together and actually teaching women how to build true wealth. And today that starts with teaching content creators, female content creators, how to monetize using our Fempreneur sales system. So I've grown my entire audience on how to monetize as a creative, how to make money as a woman, how to build wealth and true freedom. None of this MRR, MLM, affiliate marketing, none of that crap. Just about how to actually sell your own products and services and turn your story into a profitable online business. And if you want to go one step deeper with me, I've actually created an entirely free course for you today to teach you how to create your own profitable business from your life experience, your story. The same way how I've created my own products and services, going from being an influencer content creator to being a business owner on social media. media. So now I want to teach you exactly how you can do this too through my free course, which you can find the link in the description. So you make sure you check that out now. Now let's get back into step 3. Step 3 is monetize. Now you've heard about the webinar model, you've heard about email marketing, you've heard about Instagram stories to sell and selling in the DMs. What is the best strategy? Now I'm gonna go deeper in my free course like I just told you about before, but here's all you need to know. You need to know how to create organic, viral social media content that drives traffic to build relationships. This is the missing link, so make sure you listen up, make sure you watch this twice. The missing link is to actually build relationships. So for me and my business, I build relationships in the DMs, and that segues into our sales process. Now our sales process is I have a sales team helping me sell our online education services. So I have a full sales team on deck to help sell and continue to spread this mission. Now, not only does this help me because this buys my time back as a CEO, but this actually helps me employ women who want to work remote, who want to work for a mission, who want to work for something bigger. So that's why I'm so passionate about female-led sales. I'm so passionate about sales teams. I think sales is one of the best skills that you can have, and it actually lights me up to run my sales team. So there's so much opportunity for you to sell. You can sell on a webinar, you can sell directly at the link in your bio, you can sell on a sales call. There's just so much opportunity for you to actually make sales. And this is the key secret that I wanted you to hang on all the way until the end for, and that is how to actually create great and world-class programs. Now, this is the crazy part. To create something so good, you really need to deliver results. Deliver results-driven transformation. You see, something that's been ingrained in me since I was little was that people will forget what you say, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. So a great program, a great offer, a great product really allows people to feel the transformation, to see visible results of their transformation. So how can you make your program and your product better than anything else that's out there? And this is the secret to sales. You don't need the best marketing. You don't need the best sales script. If you have the best product, you will always win. I mean, think about it. Think about going to your favorite bakery. They have the best bread in the world. You wait every Sunday morning for this baked bread, but they have no marketing. They run no ads. They don't even have the best employees. You know, maybe the person behind the desk cursed you out X, Y, and Z, but you love this bread. Will you go back to the bakery? Maybe you will because you love it so much and the product is so good. Even if you had to wait 4 hours in line, even if someone messed up your order, you'll go back again because the product or the service was so good. So this is what I mean when I talk about creating an amazing product or service, a world-class program. So for us, we've employed coaches to actually help spread this mission further. We heard from our clients that they were tired of just do-it-yourself courses. Information is free. They're not buying the information. They're buying the community. They're buying the support and the accountability. I made over $140,000 as a female entrepreneur in my 20s, and I'm gonna show you exactly how you can too. Because really, it's quite simple. I remember just a few years ago, it was my last day of university, and I was so excited to drive home and celebrate and start this new beginning. But then I got a letter in the mail saying that I was $25,000 in debt. Now, this was half of my new yearly salary. And for weeks, I was down on myself. I'd say things like, it's impossible, it's gonna take me 20 years to pay this off with a loan, until I had this look in the mirror moment with myself at 1 o'clock in the morning because I was YouTubing how to make money online. And that's why I made this video here for you today. So this is my full 0 to over 100K a month roadmap using my secret sales system that's not only helped me, but hundreds of my clients. Let's get right into it. To start though, we really need to understand where I came from. I started as an influencer, you know, lifestyle content. I just wanted a bunch of followers. But what I didn't realize is having a pre-built community is actually a gold mine for selling your own products and services. So I stopped going out and partying every single weekend, and instead I studied on how to become an influencer. Now, a lot of my peers in New York City, which is where I used to live, were just focused on fashion brands and skincare products. But what I realized is the power in building a community online. You see, with all the books and podcasts podcasts and audiobooks that I listened to, I realized that I had built a high income skill, which was the ability to convert social media followers and viewers into paying clients. Like I said, I knew absolutely nothing when I first started. All I knew was how to take pretty pictures and edit them in Lightroom and then post them online. So you're probably wondering how I actually made money. Well, step one is you have to get started. You can't actually earn an income online until you have people to sell to. So you have to start by growing an audience. And the way that you grow an audience is you take messy action and post content. So at the time, I was posting 3 to 5 videos on TikTok per day. Now, after doing this, I started repurposing all of those TikTok videos onto Instagram. And this is exactly something that you can use too. I used an app called Snaptik.app, and I downloaded the videos without the watermark and I put them right on Instagram with a caption. By doing this, I grew a TikTok following of over 100K, and at the time about 20K on Instagram with this one simple strategy. Then I grew the community, so I focused all of my time and energy on continuing to do this until I had enough of a brand. Then in 2021, I decided to quit my job and I realized that I needed to sell something to actually make money. So I launched my first course. At the time, I used a platform called Teachable, and although it was great, the problem was it had really high costs. Now I use a platform called School to host all of my online courses and actually build community. Now, the software costs really weren't the problem. The problem was that I had a lot of limiting beliefs. I have to interrupt this video quickly because I want to give a shout out to School, which is where I host my online courses. As you may know, I create these videos to help you escape the matrix and achieve a life of freedom. And the way I've been able to do that is through my online education company. The reason why I love online education like courses and coaching is because in my 2 years of selling online courses, I've come to realize that people don't buy for the information, they buy for the community. And that's what School does really well. They give you the platform to actually bridge the gap between having someone buy your course and actually be a part of your movement and your community. School is an all-in-one platform where you can host your course, your community, and your calendar all in one place. I currently host my membership and my signature online course with School and have over 300 active clients among the two communities. If you're also looking to monetize as a content creator, click the link in the description for a 14-day free trial to School now. Something like, I'm not qualified yet, or do I really even know that much to be selling a course? And let's be real, everyone is calling course creators scammers online, so that was kind of eating away at my heart. But what I realized is that I wanted to put something out into the world that was really gonna resonate with people. I wanted to help the person that was 2 steps behind me that wanted to learn more about mindset and manifestation, because that was the catalyst to this success that you see here today. Now, if you want guaranteed online social media money, you're gonna wanna hear this next bit, because the truth is, when I first launched this mindset and manifestation course, I only sold 2 of them, and they were $297 a piece. Now, that was great, right? 2 sales for my first course, awesome, but that wasn't gonna pay my bills and it wasn't gonna help me get food on the table because I quit my job and I had no consistent income. So what I did was I invested in my first business coach. I invested $5,000, and this was one of the scariest things that I did because I only had $10,000 in my savings account, so that was half of my life savings that I was spending to start my business. Now I had to get super serious. I had the community, I made a few course sales, but I didn't have the one specific strategy to actually convert my followers into paying clients. I was in a season of relentless execution. During that time, there were so many shiny opportunities, drop shipping, affiliate marketing, MLMs, but I knew that I was so passionate about helping people and coaching and transformation. So what I did was I invested in this business coach to learn some of the skills on how to sell online courses. So I created a launch plan with her, and honestly, it went to shit. Now, it wasn't the coach's fault. What happened was I had put 3,000 people in a Facebook group and I planned to do a live webinar. Now the problem was my Facebook account got shut down for 24 hours and it was just on the day of that webinar. And that's when I realized that I needed something that was more reliable, more evergreen, and more consistent. So what I did was I decided to totally just rid the entire webinar and I just put my course out there for sale and I said, hey guys, my account got shut down. I'm not gonna be able to do the webinar, but here's this. I'm gonna do a discount on this course and you can sign up for just $297, which was the intro pricing. And I put out some payment plans as well too to make it an easier investment. The reason why was I had a trip booked to Italy, so I didn't have time to do this live webinar. So I send out the email, I speak from my heart, and I had a $15,000 launch on this $297 course, and I was blown away. I couldn't believe that people were signing up for this course without me having to do the webinar. Now, by the end of 2021, just selling this one mindset and manifestation course, I had made my first 6 figures in revenue in 6 months. And by 2023, I was fed up. Yeah, I grew my income. I did over 200K in revenue in 2022, but I knew that I wasn't where I exactly wanted to be, and it's because I was missing this one simple, scalable system that I've now coined as the Fempreneur sales system. Now, I'm gonna give you a sneak peek of what that looks like, but if you want the full strategy, make sure you check the link in the description because I've created an entirely free course as a gift to you to show you exactly how you can use the Fempreneur sales system to sell your own products and services as a content creator through the rest of this year. So 2023 is when it all changed for me. I realized that I didn't have the one simple system. So when I created the Fempreneur sales system, I realized the secret to my success, and that was building relationships. So what I did was I started doing sales calls for my product. Now, a lot of female coaches in the space talk down on sales calls, and they just talk about how people, are in their DMs saying, take my money. But the truth is, people need nurturing, especially in the online course industry. So I started not just taking sales calls, but actually embracing feminine sales and what it looks like for people to be embodied in their truth and in their sales messaging. Now, I knew that I wanted this mission and this vision to be bigger than me. So I realized that I wanted to build a sales team and actually give women the opportunity to sell my program on my behalf. And this is what's made it so powerful that now I run a team of 4 people. We have a sales team, we have a fulfillment team, we have coaches inside the program, and it's been one of the most fulfilling paths because of what I teach inside of the Fempreneur sales system. And that leads us to today. We have this well-oiled machine where we create valuable, viral social media content that actually reaches hundreds of thousands of people for free on Instagram, YouTube, and our podcast. Now, the way that we do this is after they discover our organic viral content, we then send them over to some of our freebies, some of our value-driven content that goes one step deeper than the free stuff, which is opt-in content, like the free course I shared about with you today. Then, inside of the free course, we give an opportunity for you to actually connect with our team and see how our freebies can work for you. Because the truth is, if our free stuff isn't working for you, I totally get it. You're not gonna want the paid stuff. So this is our method of how to actually build relationships with the people who are opting into your products and services and actually leading with heart and connecting with people because, people are tired of the webinar model. People are tired of hearing, buy my $5,000 course. People wanna know how it's gonna work for them. And the last piece of the Fempreneur sales system that is the most important is the actual fulfillment piece. How are you helping your people see amazing results? That's why I've hired coaches to actually help me run my program to provide support and accountability. So, if you have an interest in social media, you like to create content, you enjoy building community, you love getting on stories and talking and showing your life like I do, then you are gonna wanna check out the link in the description for this free course because I'm gonna show you how you too can turn your story into a profitable online business. Now, I shared a bit more in this video about my specific model, but I wanna make it super clear that you don't need to follow this exact model, but what you need is a really good offer and a really good product. How many influencers or creators with 50,000 plus followers are sending that follow-up message? 0. Another hard lesson I had to learn, and I have to tell people every day, is that your likes and your views do not equal cash. Thank you, Jordan. Hello, everyone. I am Julia Guerreri, and I'm really excited to speak today. And I really wanted to open the conversation with this quote that I read recently. And it said, the money you're leaving on the table is the focus you're not giving to the one thing that matters most. And the reason why I want to open with this is because this is something that I've seen present in my life for a while. And it first started in January 2020. When I found out that I was $25,000 in debt. I was working as a financial advisor by day, and this is what I was doing on the weekends. I was actually asking people around my neighborhood if they had any donation bags of clothes that I could sell to pay off my debt. And, my mom was not so happy because we're basically in the middle of the pandemic. Right, well, this January 2020, I found out this was around like March, April. We're in the middle of the pandemic, and I'm sorting through other people's junk to pay off my debt because my job at the time wasn't giving me enough money to be able to pay this off, and I didn't want this feeling of having this debt hanging over me. So I was selling thrifted clothes, I was selling my own clothes, I was texting my family members, and I was really honest about it. This conversation about integrity, and I was like, hey, the donation centers are closed right now because of COVID, so can I sell your clothes, and then whatever I don't sell, I'll donate for you after. So before that, in January, I got this bill, right, in the mail, and this was like a few days after I graduated a semester early. And I got this bill in the mail, and I felt like my life was over. And that was like one of the first times in my life that I felt like I hit a rock bottom because I didn't really know, there wasn't a clear conversation about student loans and money. And I kind of just felt like all this scarcity, this fear. And I was like, but I'm a financial advisor. Like, I'm studying to get licensed for these exams. I'm going to give people financial advice, and I'm not standing in my own integrity. And that was something really challenging for me mentally. So I started doing what anyone would do, anxiously Google searching how to make money online, right? I know, who's guilty of it, right? Okay. So after that, by September 2020, I paid off my entire debt. And it all was because I started this Poshmark Instagram page where I was really honest about my story. Now, I wasn't telling people that I was in debt because I was really ashamed of it at the time. And I was just telling people, hey guys, I have this store and I'd love for you to buy from me. And I started building a community on Instagram. And I was too afraid to post on my personal account. So I made this separate account, and I kind of just went ghost on my personal account because I didn't really want people to know. And I started to build this community of resellers, other people who thrifted. And if you don't know, this thrifting reseller community is massive. And I couldn't even believe it. At the time, 2020, it felt so niche that I didn't realize that there were so many people that did this. So by April of 2021, I used the same strategy to grow my personal account. So I realized that I was able to pay off this debt by funneling all of my Instagram traffic to my Poshmark store. Now, at the time, I was only selling shirts for $10, $20, but then I thought about it and I was like, well, what about if I just posted this same kind of content on my personal page and I could start building a lifestyle brand? So as you can see, it says New York City blogger. So I moved into my first apartment in New York City, and I was like, I am going to be the influencer of New York City. I'm going to be the biggest blogger, the biggest influencer, and that was my dream at the time. So I started working with some of the biggest brands, some of them that you probably know, and I started doing paid sponsorships, sponsored posts. So I was using this same strategy to grow my personal account. I started working with some of the biggest brands. And then on the side, because now I could barely afford my rent in New York City, that I was offering social media management services to local businesses. So I kind of knew that I had something going with Instagram, with social media, and I wanted to make it bigger. So like I said, at this point in time, I now had a strategy that worked for content creators, small businesses, done-for-you service agencies, and coaches. So simultaneously, I was coaching and I was sharing about my story about becoming debt-free and moving to New York City with this personal brand and really starting to expand and grow a community on my story. So I talked a lot about manifestation, and I branded myself as a mindset and manifestation coach because that's all I knew. I knew that paying off $25,000 of debt in 6 months in the middle of the pandemic really didn't make sense logically for people. So I talked about how I infused mindset and manifestation and work ethic, and I started to build my personal brand. Now, what I didn't realize, right, back when I was in debt was that I had an unfair advantage. I didn't have any money to spend on paid ads, so I had to do something that would cost me $0 but have high return. So Naval Ravikant said there's 4 types of leverage: media, code, capital, and labor. I didn't have capital. I couldn't afford labor. I didn't know how to code, so I leveraged media. And like I said, at first, I did this as an influencer, but I quickly realized that influencing was like a freelance job versus my own business. And I didn't realize that as an influencer, I was really reliant on someone else. And this is when I realized that I wanted something that was my own, but I still loved storytelling and building a community and social media management. So during 2022, I wanted to get out of this side hustle hamster wheel. I was coaching, I was selling courses, I was offering social media management, influencing, web design, graphics design, literally everything under the sun. I just wanted to try it all. It was my throw spaghetti at the wall era. And I didn't realize that the money I left on the table was the focus I didn't give to the one thing that mattered most. So remember when I shared with you guys about how I was in debt and I paid it off within 6 months? It's because that's all I focused on. I didn't care about anything else. I wasn't in a relationship. I wasn't going out. I wasn't spending any money because I didn't have any money. I just focused on paying off my debt, and I just focused on selling my clothes on Poshmark. That's it. So in 2023, this year, I decided to double down on what I knew best. And it's these 4 things: content creation, building relationships, making sales, and changing lives. And that's what I'm here to teach you today, these 4 things. So this year alone, right, when I reiterated that quote to myself, I nearly doubled my following. I pivoted my niche, moving away from mindset and manifestation, and I reverse engineered the Instagram algorithm, and I found my edge. I found my voice. And that was a big part of what George was sharing today, where when I decided to really just kind of cut through the noise on social media is when my brand started to explode. So you probably can't see it here, it's a bit small, but in January of this year, I had about 37,000 followers, and now I have upwards of 64,000. So that's all organic growth. I don't do paid ads. This is all a conversation about organic social media growth. I don't have a social media manager. It's just me, storytelling, building community. Who dreads posting on social media? Raise your hand. Who thinks about, oh, I should just hire someone? Raise your hand. So I thought these same things too until I started to make it a lifestyle. Especially as I started to grow my business, I realized that I wasn't gonna have time for social media. I wasn't gonna have time for posting reels and stories and all the things. But every time I outsourced it, it didn't feel like me. And I really struggled to find someone who could represent my voice in a way that was me. So what I realized is I kind of had to make it a lifestyle instead of making it a chore. And then I started building relationships. So I realized I was getting all these eyeballs on my content, right? Millions of views per month. So I started to build relationships with those people. Now, it would be ideal for me to comment back to thousands of comments and thousands of DMs, but that's not humanly possible unless I want to spend 24 hours a day on my phone, which I actually only spend about 30 minutes on Instagram a day. So I started automating the first step of my relationships, and I started humanizing the second step. So I started to create back-end funnels and systems to actually build relationships with the community instead of saying, well, now the brand is too big, so I can't connect with people. And then the sales were a byproduct of content and relationships. So this one strategy that I'm teaching you today generated over $500,000 in just the past 6 months for my company. And it 5.5x our revenue from this time last year. And my favorite one is it 16x'd our revenue since January. So you can't see it, it's a bit small, but in January, we did about $8,000 for the month. In October, we did $140,000 from this one strategy. And my favorite part of it all is the transformation we've been able to provide. So getting messages like this is why I personally do what I do. Because I realized all that matters at the end of the day is what you leave people with. What are people gonna remember about you?
My mom always says, people don't remember what you say, but they remember how you make them feel. So to me, that's the most important. So when you're thinking social media is a chore, or you're thinking, I don't want to post, what about all of the transformations that you're robbing your people of? And that's what I remind myself of every single day. So these are the only 4 things that matter in any business. Because I've worked with many different types of businesses, and this is what I've realized. It's your content, it's your relationships, it's your sales, and it's your transformations. Now, this strategy is not for the ego. It's not how to go viral. So all that matters is your content, right? Your lead gen. I call it content because we're just talking organic social media. Your relationships, your sales, and your transformations. So another hard lesson I had to learn, and I have to tell people every day, is that your likes and your views do not equal cash. It's monopoly money. So this conversation today is about conversion, converting your content to cash by reaching millions of people for free using Instagram organic marketing that everyone here is capable of doing today, because all it requires is you and your voice and your transformation that you provide to people every single day. So for example, what I like to focus on is building a community brand. So when we think about a personal brand, it's like, oh, I have to show up, I have to do the coaching. You kind of get in a hamster wheel a little bit because you're like, well, what about if I have a sick day, or what about this? So what we're trying to build is a person-facing brand, but with a community backed behind you. So if you have a product-based business, we want some faces on there. We want to see people, because people connect with people. People don't connect with businesses, they connect with the story, with the person behind it. So building it as a personal brand, but on the back end, it's a community, it's peer-to-peer conversations. So, for example, in the past 90 days, I just pulled this screenshot when making these slides. I reached 2.2 million non-followers. And if you see that box, 0% from ads, all organic. That would cost a lot of money in paid ads, right? So what I want to teach you today is my content to cash strategy, the 100% Instagram organic funnel to start, grow, and monetize a community brand. So who here has felt like if you're a personal brand, you have to be online 24/7, always showing up, picture perfect, so you give people what they want? Who's felt like that? Yeah, I see some hands going up. Well, me too. And then I got kind of stuck because I was like, well, I have a coaching business, so that requires me to coach. Well, what about when, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna have kids one day and my kid's sick and I can't show up for a couple days? Does that mean the business can't run? So that's when I started to realize that I needed to build a community brand. I needed to build something that was bigger than myself. So on the content side, this is for business owners using Instagram organic marketing for lead generation. So when you're thinking to yourself, I don't want to show up today, I don't want to post, think about the millions and millions of people that could be watching your reel and the leads you could be generating. And what I'm teaching you today is the fastest way to create content efficiently for your business. Because this really is a quantity and a quality game. It's not one or the other. So I'm gonna give you my viral reels formula and what's working right now on the platform. So it's my 5-step formula. This is the juice. You might wanna write this down. It starts with having your hook on screen, visibly that people can read it, big and bold. Your secondary hook in the caption, timely transitions, there needs to be movement, something catching to the eye, captivating copy, and then a triple threat CTA. So right now, right, I'm here speaking to you. I'm still getting thousands and thousands of views without trading my time for money, my time for views. Because past posts are pushing because of my actions that I took the week before I got here. And this is the great thing about the platform. Okay, so this reel that I'm breaking down for you guys got 1.9 million plays. And I'm gonna show you exactly why. So first step is the hook on the screen. So even though this presentation may be far from you, you can still read it, and it's very clear and it's very simple, right? So this font is big, it's bold, and it's Instagram native. So when you look at this font, you're like, this video's from Instagram. That's very important. I'm not teaching you to be fancy, I'm teaching you to turn your content to cash, okay? And then there's a hook in the caption. So the very first word of this caption is here, down arrow. Now the reason why I did that is because it's direct and it captures your attention. I didn't have to say, read my caption. I just told you directly. So the hook is the one viral hook that got me 1.9 million views. And then the first word of the caption is here. So now, not just that, but there's also a trending audio on this sound. So you right, see where it says step 2 hook in the caption? Right to the right of it, it says here. This is like the Instagram caption. So when you see the first line of the caption, it says here. It's the first line of the caption in the app. And then you have to expand it. So when you click on the word, it expands, and I'll show you that in the next slide. So it's the hook on the screen, it's the hook in the caption. So the one viral hook that got me 1.9 million views, here. Now it's also important, right, that you have movement. So when the beat drops of this song, I picked my head up from reading the magazine. So people are waiting, there's anticipation. So the music and the momentum is very important to your content creation, right? So that's the transition, the third part of the formula, okay? So now when you expand on the caption, right, it says here, and then we expand, now it goes into the copy. Now, you can't see it that clearly here, but we'll send you the slides. There's my triple threat CTA. So I actually have 3 calls to action in this caption. And the first call to action says, before I teach this to you, don't forget to save this post for later. Because when you're scrolling on Instagram, how long are you spending on a reel? Maximum 5 minutes. You're not gonna remember it. You're gonna have to go back to it. So you have to tell people what you want them to do on social media. And you don't just tell them once, you don't just tell them twice, you tell them 3 times. Because by the 3rd time, they'll actually listen. So being direct in your copy is so important. Now, the Instagram algorithm prioritizes saves. So I'm not just saying this for their benefit, but I'm also saying this to continually push this post in the algorithm. Now, the copy is long. So the more someone stays on your post, the more Instagram is gonna push it because they want people to stay on their platform. So for all my productivity and efficiency lovers, you could literally put an entire email in a caption. All of my captions can be repurposed into emails. I wouldn't say it is the best, but sometimes I even go too long and Instagram's like, you don't have any characters left. So I kind of just go off of that. Because the longer the better, because the more someone has to read it. But I also want to double down on the fact that you have to be telling a story, right? In an email, right? You have the opener, the middle, the end. And I like to follow a 3-act structure, right? The character faces conflict, right? The climax, and then the character is overcome or overcomes. So that's kind of what I follow in my copy. Great question. So I would say like quick tips that are digestible, right? So for someone to stay on your caption, you have to give them something that's worth it. So what I've found works really well for my niche, which is, right, helping content creators and business owners turn their content to cash. What I've found is quick, digestible tips that they could just go and actually implement right then and there. So if I say, don't forget to do a secondary hook in all your captions, they're gonna save this post and then maybe they're gonna go edit one of their reels. So what is something that is a quick win that they could actually take action on right after they read your caption? And better yet, give them 4 or 5 so they save it, and the next time they go to create content, in my example, they're gonna first pull up my video like George said he does. So you have to think about, what would someone save? The amount of times I've gotten comments on my posts of people saying this could have been a masterclass, that's when you've won. The 3-act structure. 3-act structure, so the character faces conflict, the climax, right, the turning point, and then the character is overcome or overcomes. So what about for someone who's feeling stuck? Maybe they have anxiety, they have worry, they have fear, they have trauma. But if they change their wardrobe or they do spring cleaning, and then we tie it back to your product at the end, that's how you tell the story. Because you're not selling clothing, you're selling how somebody feels and how they can express themselves and they can dance and be embodied in their message when they wear your t-shirt. So that's also a great example, right? Where people aren't buying the product, they're buying how it makes them feel, the transformation. So when you're creating content for your product, what is the transformation you're trying to give to people at the end? How do you want them to walk away feeling it? Right? So one of my clients, she teaches about non-toxic living. It reminded me of the clothing. Non-toxic living. So a hook that I gave her in one of our calls for my course was, do you know you're burning toxins in your home? Because she wanted to promote her affiliate link for non-toxic candles. So it's like, that's the story that we want to double down on. So really, I invite you all to tap into your creativity when you're creating content, and not so much just trying to copy or see what's working, because yes, there are frameworks, yes, there are things that are proven to work, but the only way they work is when you double down on your message in alignment with the frameworks that are proven to work. Because I've tried the copy and paste thing, and I was in a rut for like 1.5 years, 2 years with my content. And I was like, I couldn't even watch it. I'm like, this is boring. So if I felt that way, imagine how the people consuming felt. And this is also another piece on the content side, right, before we go into relationships, is content and creativity is energy. And I really believe that's why it never worked for me with a social media management agency. And it never worked with me as a personal brand, because it's my message and it's my story. So for me this morning, if you guys pull up my Instagram, you'll see that I started my day having coffee and breakfast. And I put on my story, hey guys, guess what today is? I'm speaking at the Lighthouse Business Accelerator event, and who wants to see behind the scenes? That took me 30 seconds. And this is what I mean when I say making content a lifestyle. So now the relationships piece, right? So you know how to make reels, you know how to make content. I just gave you a little sneak peek into how I make stories. And side note, back on stories really quick, your first story should always have a poll to invite people to the conversation. So if you look on my story today, who wants to see B-roll behind the scenes of the event? Me, or you were gonna do it anyways, right? Make it fun, make it exciting, make it inviting, and something general. You don't want to be too specific, because remember, you're just opening the container, okay? So now relationships. So in all of my captions, you will see I am extremely repetitive. And I tried to ignore this for so long. For so long, I was like, I don't want to be the person who always has the same thing, blah, 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 blah. And then I realized from my dear friend George that consistency and congruency is the most important thing in your marketing and your messaging. So if you go to all my captions, you will see a pretty synonymous call to action. And another reason being is because this is how you build a relationship. If I'm today talking about this and tomorrow talking about something completely different, will you trust me? Probably not. So this is where we have the triple threat CTA in every single caption. And you can mix it up, you can change it. I'm always coming out with new free trainings, new free courses. But remember, the people who are consuming your videos, you're inviting them to opt in. And better yet, if you use my viral reels formula, you're gonna be reaching new people every single day. So when you think, well, my followers saw this yesterday, unfortunately, your videos are not going out to them. It's mostly going out to new people. So if we even come back, in my viral video, I reached 1.1 non-followers. Only 13,000 of my 60,000+ followers. 13,000. So if I didn't put my call to action there, I would have missed out on so many people that could have opted into my email list. So now, the greatest secret of them all is ManyChat. Is anyone using ManyChat in their business? Who's not using ManyChat? Raise your hand. Okay, my friends. This is gonna be a good one. So I actually, I was on their affiliate. They literally just kicked me out as I started talking about them more, but I still believe in them, so it's okay. So automate with ManyChat. Now, there's kind of some mixed feelings about this because we don't want to automate the relationship too much. And this is something where I've struggled a lot, where it's like, where am I standing out of integrity and where am I building and growing my business for efficiency and productivity? So what I've done is I've created this process where we start with the automation and then we end with the humanization. So the automation will never take over for the humans. And if you want to look at my conversion rates from how we convert when we use ManyChat or when we have a human in there or I send a video or a voice note, the video and the voice note always wins, okay? So we need to humanize the process. Now, like I said, we're going to show the slides, but let me just expand on what this is saying for you. So the first message they receive, I tell them it's my bot. I say, this is Julia's bot assistant. So this message here says, Julia's bot assistant here. We're pumped to have you in the free course, How to Turn Your Story into a 10K a month online business, because that's my ideal client. Click the button below to join. P.S. Have a question, just hit reply, and Julia will get back to you as soon as possible, okay? Now, they click the URL, then we go in there and we say, hey, Bruna, I'm so pumped to have you inside. I'm curious to get to know you better. What do you do? How many influencers or creators with 50,000+ followers are sending that follow-up message? 0. And I don't say that for me. I say that to remind you that the missed opportunities in your business are the simplest ones. So this is a mix between me and my team. So now, right, because we also have to think about how is this scalable. So this is where we mix between me and my team. And when we're feeling the conversation is dry, I'll go with the voice note. I'll go with the video message. There's no bookings on the calendar for sales calls. Okay, we haven't humanized it enough. Go in with the videos. Go in with the free value. So we're always listening, and I think this is where like consciousness and awareness really comes in, because I'll talk with my friends with multi-million-dollar course businesses, and they're like, Julia, how do you have an 80% show rate on your sales calls? How are you getting this much reach? And it's because we're just being human and we just care. Like, honestly, that's like the only secret. Now, this is how every single day we're booking calls for our paid products and services. Now, we have a lot of different pathways for people because we have a lot of different conversations. So when we're able to automate with ManyChat and then we humanize the process afterwards, now we have a pool of people to connect with every single day. So if we get 200 opt-ins today and we get 50 tomorrow, we can go back to that pool of 200 people and go send voice notes and video messages. So sometimes people will ask us, they'll be like, is this your bot? Is this Julia? And I'll be like, yeah, like this is me. That's voice note opportunity. Another thing you can do is you can just go in there and you can say, hey, this is Julia. This isn't my bot anymore. Right? Something like that. Or if you have a team member in there, you can say, hey, you know, Julia has her hands full right now, so I'm going to pick up this conversation, but like, I'm a real human, right? You ever go on those chatbots on customer service websites and they're like, this is a real human, or like, this isn't automated? Like, that's really what you should be doing. Yeah, you can, but I think this is where it's like that fine line of like, when do you want the automation to do it and when do you want the real human to do it? Yeah, you can do that. And I think that's why ManyChat's awesome, because there's so much room to play with. Like there's so much creativity that can happen there. There now, like everyone's using ManyChat. Like years ago, like there wasn't this many users. So they're adding so many new features. So like that's even a great opportunity too. Exactly. And you can have more in-depth flows. So like you can, like we also have another flow where someone just comes into our inbox with the keyword, I'm ready. It'll be like, where are you based out of in the world? What is your current income in your business? 0, 5K, 10K, because these are like the main people we work with. If they click 0, they go this way, 5K this way, 10K this way. 10K goes to book a call, 5K goes here, 0 goes to the podcast or something. Okay, so this is how, right, we're booking calls in our case, because that's what we're selling. So it's also really important, I wanna go back a second, is where you have to really understand what is your intention in the DMs, because every business's intention is different. So for my company, which is an online education company, and we sell our program by call, we're only setting by DM, we're not selling by DM. So I think we have to understand what is the end goal, what is the end transformation. So like in our situation, right, we're selling courses and coaching. So we're setting a call, but we're actually having the sales conversation on the sales call. So the setting is just, right, that pre-screening, right? Is this even something you're interested in, right? Yeah, financial qualification is important, but are they interest qualified? Is this something that is even worth getting on a call for? Yeah, we don't do that because right now, like our focus is just on selling our one program. Like right now, our only intention is to sell our one program, but because we're building so many people on our list, then like, for example, now I have Black Friday coming. I have a list of 11,000 people that I haven't offered anything but a call to. So it's like having those deposits as well of like, okay, this has just been our one thing. And that's actually a great question because the one focus that I've had this entire year to see those results is from one call to action, book a call. And I think that's actually been a huge opportunity for us where like people are like, oh, I want to learn more about this. And then if it's not for them, now when I come out with these Black Friday offers, I haven't sold anything else. She has a question about the calls to action in content posts. All of our sales are back end. And this is why another, I think, huge opportunity on social media is when you show up as a creator and you sell like a CEO on the back end. So show up as a creator, right? So, and this is really the missing link that I've seen, that the people who are the best creators, they don't really have businesses behind them. And the people who are the best businesses, they're like, I don't really want to be a creator, I don't have time for that. So this strategy is to help you show up as a creator, but be a CEO on the back end. So right now, I have a team of 5 people. So they see me, they see my content, they see my stories, which takes me 30 minutes a day. A voice note here and there. My mantra is, instead of scrolling, I'm gonna go in my DM and send voice notes and video messages. Instead of scrolling, I'm gonna go make a reel for the day. So this content to cash funnel allows me to be doing the things like a CEO, but on the front end, they see the creator, they see the personal side. This is the whole model, and I want to kind of go back to just sum it all up, is really coming back to these 4 things of content, relationships, sales, and transformation. Content, relationship, sales, and transformation. And your transformation can look like courses, coaching, products, services, whatever it is. But when you think about your offer, how is it helping somebody transform? How are they going from their current situation to their desired situation? And your offer is bridging the gap. So when you think of it like this, your content, your sales, your customer journey, your ManyChat flows, what is the transformation and the intent of what you're doing? And that clarity brings us back to focus. And when we just focus on one simple transformation, you'll always win because it's clear. So when you're asking the how, right? Well, what should my call to action be? Well, what is the transformation you're providing in that post? Well, what should my content be for my clothing brand? Well, How is someone going to find value in it? The transformation, how it's going to make them feel. So everything that we do is always one specific transformation. So for example, if we're not booking enough calls and I go in the DMs and I realize that they were trying to sell, but that's not what they're supposed to do in the DMs. What they're supposed to do in the DMs is build a relationship to set them up for the sale. So that's why they weren't booking calls, because they forgot about what was the one specific transformation and the intent.
A few days ago, I surpassed $1 million in my Stripe account as a full-time content creator without ever using paid ads, which means in the past 2 years, I've built $1 million business just using Instagram and organic social media marketing. Someone literally commented on my post today and was like, you don't even have 100,000 followers. You're a fraud. And it just got me thinking that followers do not equal dollars. I mean, one time I was on a call with somebody with over 500,000 Instagram followers, and she said that she wasn't even making enough money from her coaching business, that she had to go out and get a job as a barista. So the reason why I'm telling you this story and making this video is to show you that followers do not equal cash. And in this video, I'm gonna reveal to you the simple steps on how to turn eyeballs into paying clients. And I just want to make it clear, you can scale any type of business using organic social media marketing with Instagram. And don't worry, I'm going to include plenty of practical examples of the exact things that we're doing that's making us up to $150,000 a month in our online business. So if you've ever been wondering how people are making all this money online without a marketing budget, without paid ads, this is the video for you. So let's dive into it. So first things first is you have to just hit record. You have to record a video, post it on the internet, and not be afraid what people are going to think of you. Honestly, I used to post on TikTok 5 to 6 times a day to get over this fear. I mean, I got a DM today from somebody that said, how do I just start posting on Instagram? And I said, well, you answered your own question. You just hit post. There's really no other secret than doing the thing that feels the scariest to you, because people are going to judge you anyways. Honestly, let's be real. I learned a lot of what I know now from free content like this, and that's why it's my mission to create more accessible free content, especially in the business niche. So step 1 is really just all about getting your reps in and becoming a better creator by just turning on your iPhone camera, recording your videos, and posting them. Now, step 2 is finding your niche. The way you find your niche is when you find a cross between what you enjoy posting and what other people enjoy consuming from your page. So for me, I posted about mindset and quotes and manifestation and spirituality, and that worked really well for me in the beginning. Now keep in mind, it was 2020, that was a huge buzzword, so I kind of had this like manifestation big sister vibe, and people loved that. And an important thing to remember when you're thinking about a niche is you have to earn the right to be general. So when you're first starting out, your X factor is going to come from you being really specific, getting deep into the details with people, and honestly becoming a little bit of an algo hoe. What I mean by this is doing content for the algorithm, because when you're first starting out, you need to get picked up, you need to have eyeballs on your content, and you need to build a community and an audience of people that know, like, and trust you. And the way that you're going to do that is by creating content that's going to reach people. So viral content like 6 to 8 second reels, powerful and triggering hooks like text on the screen like you see here. And the most important part about this is you have to stay consistent. So I remember over the summer, I did a 90-day sprint where I posted 2 times a day on social media until my content started getting picked up. Once my content started getting picked up in the algorithm, I took a step back, and what I started doing was I started posting once a day, but I earned that right because now I had earned media. And step 3 is growing a community. Yeah, it's great to set up a ManyChat funnel and get a bunch of people in your comment section, but if you're not encouraging conversation and connections with people, you're never going to be able to sell your products and services. So I really believe that sales is the byproduct of powerful relationships. So the question I want to ask you is, how are you building relationships every single day with your audience? Is it in your comment section? Is it in your DMs? Do you do story polls? Do you do question and answer stickers? You really need to make it so that people feel like they're a part of a tribe, like they're friends with you, like they're a part of something. And another tip I recommend here is actually growing your your list outside of the main platform. So building an email list. For example, you can build a Stan store. I love Stan because it makes it super easy to convert viewers into paying clients. So what you can do is you can have a form like this where it says first name, email, and then they opt right in to your funnel. Now you're building a list, and this is added value to your business and your brand. And what you could give them as a freebie is something that you already have, or what I like to consider a step 1 and your paid offer being step 2. So for example, our freebie is all about our Instagram system and how we turn content to cash. Now it's our free course, so we're building people on our email list and we're giving them the high level overview of what we do. If they want to learn more and they want to learn exactly how it could work for their business, then they can book a call with our team and they can get into the specifics. If you want to learn more about this, you could check the links in the description and you could go down the pathway of taking the free course or skipping the line and booking a call directly with the team. Now, this is the most important step. When people opt into your list, you have to keep them there. Retention is very important. So what I always recommend is creating an email newsletter. It's super easy. You can make a template on ActiveCampaign or ConvertKit, whatever platform you choose, and send it out every week at the same time. And you can make little sections for it. So for me, I have a creator section, I have a business section, I have a life updates section. So make it fun, make it exciting, and my subscribers really look forward to this each week. Every time I send it out, people are replying back to my email saying they got so much value. I mean, someone said they didn't even know me from Instagram, they just kept receiving my email newsletters, and that's why they bought from us. And step 5 is to monetize. So now you have a social media audience, you have a freebie, you have a community, you have an email list, you have all of the ingredients that you need to convert followers into paying clients. Now you need to create a really good, irresistible offer. Now, what's super important here is to delay the ask as much as possible. So the main thing that I would want to highlight here is that you don't want to ask someone to pay you too early. So for example, before I started selling anything, I had about 10,000 followers and I had built enough authority where people trusted me and really looked forward to my emails and my content and all the things. Now, there is no specific number of followers that you need to monetize, but you need to have authority and build community relationships before you ask people to pay you, because they already have to trust you. So a really great example of something you can sell is a low ticket digital product. That's exactly what I did with my content to cash course, and we made over $10,000 in less than 90 days. Honestly, I was pretty blown away because I had never sold low ticket products before. I had always been selling high ticket coaching and high ticket courses, but it worked so well that we ended up turning it into a membership called the Conscious Creator Club. Now we're revamping the membership, we're relaunching it for 2024, but ultimately that membership has enrolled over 300 people. The content to cash course has also over 300 people. This is over 600 people we've been able to help. Plus we have over 200 people in our high ticket program. So we're nearly at about helping 1,000 people grow and turn their content to cash. And this is huge because we can deliver and scale and help people at all different levels. So a little piece of advice, if you're just getting started, I would recommend starting with a low ticket digital product to prove your offer, to show yourself that you can make some sales. And when you use a checkout cart like Stan Store, you can get really great conversions because they can buy right at the link in your bio. All in all, this is my 5-step strategy of how I've made $1 million as a content creator in less than 2 years. A few days ago, I surpassed $1.3 million as a full-time content creator, and I did this without using any paid ads or without signing $10,000 brand deals. And yeah, it might sound a little shocking because usually when you hear the word content creator, you're thinking brand deals and sponsorships and UGC or paid advertising. But I want to show you a new way of being a content creator in 2024 and beyond. You see, it wasn't too long ago that I was $25,000 in debt and watching these kind of videos and learning how to make money online, but in a true and authentic way. The content creator landscape is changing, and if you don't have a plan on how to monetize as a content creator, you're gonna wanna watch this video in full because it is going to be a free masterclass for you, my friend. There's 5 steps to becoming a full-time content creator, and you may even wanna take out a pen and a piece of paper because this is going to be so juicy. So step one is you have to find your story. You have to give people a reason to want to learn from you. So for example, now you see me here talking about my $1 million creator journey, but it wasn't always like this. When I first started, I was talking about how I became debt-free and the books I was reading and the personal development work and the mindset and the manifestation, the spirituality, because that is what I knew in that season of life. So step one is to think about what is something that you've gone through in your life that you now feel life experience qualified to teach somebody who's just a few steps behind you. Because the truth is, to be an expert, you just have to be one step in front of the person behind you. And step two is to build an audience. You see, you might not like this one, but I'm gonna tell you anyways, you have to post consistently, and it's a game of quality and quantity. Now hear me out. You don't have to be posting 2 times a day, every day on Instagram to be successful. But if you committed to twice a day for 90 days, do I think you'd be more successful than someone who's posting once a day or once a week? Absolutely, because the truth is, even though there's platforms like Instagram and TikTok where you can grow a lot of followers and be really successful in your growth journey very quickly, you also have to understand that there's a lot of competition. And the only way to outwork that competition is to simply do more than that. Now, some other ideas that I have for building an audience from scratch are doing daily stories for engagement, doing collaborator Instagram lives so that you can go in front of other people's audiences. Maybe someone has a really big podcast and you can go on their podcast and you can shout out your Instagram page. The truth is, you gotta hustle it a little bit in the beginning. That's how I honestly feel right now in my YouTube journey, that I'm really putting in the work and the results are slowly coming in, but it's taken me a long time. It's taken me 4 years and I've only been doing it consistently for maybe about 6 or 7 months. So I understand that any platform, it takes time. And if you're not willing to put in the work on the front end, then you can't see the success on the back end. And then step number 3 is you have to improve your craft. So at first, you're not gonna be good on camera. I mean, just scroll through some of my really old YouTube videos or Instagram and TikTok, they're super cringe. But the truth is, you have to get over that cringe phase of your journey to ever see any kind of success in your business and your creator journey. There's tons of free videos to learn how to edit, how to make reels, how to write hooks, how to write captions. There's so much information out there, but it's up to you as a consumer to apply it. And honestly, one of my favorite ways to learn the fastest is to invest in mentorship. So for example, I have a paid community called the Conscious Creator Club where we actually teach people how to grow as creators, because that's the first step in a creator monetization journey. You have to have a brand, you have to have an audience, and you have to have people who want to buy your stuff. So what we do is we give people content ideas and ideas on how to grow as a creator, and then we help them convert eyeballs into paying clients. And then step number 4 is monetize, right? Create your first product, create your first offer. So now this can look like a lot of different things. For example, this can look like a $27 digital product, a $7 ebook, a $5,000 high ticket course, $3,000 social media retainer package. There's lots and lots of ways to monetize as a creator, and way more than I've ever seen before. But the true best form of leverage when you're first starting out is to create something that's your own. So for example, affiliate links and paid brand deals and stuff like that could be a great way to make some money. But if you really want to build a business on the back end of being a creator, you need to have leverage. And the way you have leverage is if you have a really good product or offer. So for example, I've been selling my One Signature online course for years, and I've just focused everything I have on a really good product and making that product the best that it's ever seen. We now have over 250 people inside of our academy, and I'm actually going through a whole course revamp. I revamp the course yearly, but ultimately you have to sell something, because that is the only way to make money as a creator. Now, like I said, if you're just starting out, you can do some brand deals here and there and stuff like that. And at that point, if you're just always working for somebody else, you don't actually have something that's your own. And number 5, and the most important, is consistency. This is a common theme that I see with many people, and honestly why a lot of people come to my content, because they just see me consistently showing up. And the truth is, do I want to be posting on Instagram every day? Do I want to be posting on YouTube every single week? Not really, but I do like the results of it, and I do like how it makes me feel, and I do feel that it helps me spread my voice and my mission. So the truth is, whenever you do something, you have to ask yourself, what is the return on investment of the thing that I'm doing? So for example, for me sitting here and making this video, the return on investment is really great because this is gonna be an evergreen video that is gonna last on my channel for a lifetime. So even though today is Valentine's Day and I can't wait to go on a date with my boyfriend, I know that taking 15 minutes out of my day to record this video is gonna benefit me in the long run. So as a creator, you have to think about what are the things that I need to do day in and day out, weekly, monthly, to see the results that I want to see. Because the truth is, can you get lucky and your account blow up overnight? Absolutely. But there's no way to predict that. So what I always say to my clients is that you have to find a way to engineer your success and create your own luck. And if you want to do that in the most efficient way possible, I want to show you exactly how I create 7 Instagram reels that often go viral in just 2 hours per week. And not only do these reels go viral and get amazing reach, and I'm growing about 100 followers a day, they actually convert viewers into paying clients.
I'm gonna tell you right now that you don't need to be making content every single day to have a successful business on Instagram. The truth is, I make over 100K a month as a content creator, and I only make content in about 2 hours a week, every single week. In this video, I'm gonna be showing you exactly that. My 7 days and 120 minutes content system that I usually only give my paying clients. But there has been so much demand for this training that I knew I had to make it into a long video. So make sure that you watch this video all the way through until the end, because the final bits of it is the most important and the cherry on top. So the first thing you need to understand is that content creation is actually split up into 3 different parts: ideation, creation, and distribution. And I learned this from one of the greatest mentors I've ever had, Vanessa Lau. But we were on a Zoom call and she broke this down for me. I couldn't believe that I thought for so long when I'm sitting at my phone and I don't know what to post, it's that I'm not looking at it as 3 separate segments. So let me show you how I infuse this idea into an actual strategy that you can take away with you today. So part 1 is ideation. You should be constantly looking at social media from the perspective of a creator. And what I mean by that is actually scrolling your feed intentionally and saving videos that have performed well for your competitors. Now, I am by no means telling you to copy people, but what I am telling you is that there are proven videos that are performing in the algorithm. And as a creator, it is your job to be on top of the trends and really see what is working in the current marketplace. So for me, anytime I catch myself doom scrolling, because let's be real, we're all guilty of it, I instead use it as an experiment to do some research and development. And I have a folder on my Instagram page called Content Inspo. And then today I just created a new one for videos that I want to stitch or I want to duet. Now, the next thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to create an ideas list in your notes app, because let's be honest, you get the best ideas at the worst times. And now that you're setting yourself up for all these different ideas, what you're doing is just reminding yourself that your brain is to generate new ideas, not to store them. So what I've taught you now for the ideation day is actually how to create a system to store your ideas so that they can actually manifest into reality. So part 2, and the most fun part, is creation. What do? Now you have all the ideas. So what I want you to do right now is I want you to pull up your calendar. I use Google Calendar, and I want you to set a time block this week for 2 hours that you can actually use to create your next batch of reels. So what I do is I love to wake up early. That's when I do my deep work. So I wake up at around 5, and what I do is I block out 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. every Thursday to create my next batch of reels for the upcoming week. Now, when you're actually sitting down during this block, what are you doing? Well, you should already have videos in your camera roll that you can use for B-roll and actually use to create your videos. So the truth is, when I'm sitting down at 5:30 a.m., I'm not actually recording any new content. I'm just creating and editing the videos. And I've already have all of that set up because I have about 40,000 photos in my camera roll. Now, if you're saying, Julia, I have no B-roll content, I have no content to use, there's 2 things you can do. You can download some stock videos from an app called Social Stocks, which is the one that I use, or 2, you can actually plan a day to film a bunch of content. When I was living in Bali, there was this beautiful studio that I was able to rent for $40 an hour, and I got 6 months worth of content in just 2 hours, and I still use that content to this day. So in the editing phase, you're going to be adding hooks, you're going to be adding trending sounds, and you're going to be scrolling your feed to get some inspiration because you got to get the juices flowing. And before we get into the final step, I want to know, are you a content creator? If you are, let me know in the comments and write I am a creator. I would love to connect with some of you. I really focus on building a creator community, so I would love to just hear from you and get to know you. Now let's get back to the video. So part 3 is distribution. Now this is probably the most time consuming part, but it really makes a difference. So what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna create your captions natively. Now this is actually what takes me the longest amount of time, but this is also where people really convert from passive viewers into paying clients. So you want to make sure that your captions are valuable. Don't just be putting like a bunch of text because nobody wants to read that. You have to break up the text. You can do 1 sentence per line. You can use emojis. There's lots of different ways that you can break up chunky text and make it extremely valuable even though it's long. So when you're writing captions, what you want to do is you want to have some sort of hook as the first sentence. So maybe it's the word here with a down arrow or keep reading with a down arrow. Then you want to set the tone. You want to set the scene. You want to start with a 3-act structure, right? So part 1 is the character faces some sort of conflict, right? Movie producers use this in script writing. So what is the problem or the conflict that you had to overcome that now you're creating this video? This is how you meet your ideal client where they're at. And then step 2 is the value, right? The body, the value, the juice, the really exciting stuff, the tangible takeaway tips. You don't want to just be overwhelming people with information. You want to make it digestible so that they can actually walk away and do something with the information you gave them in the caption. And the last part is the CTA, the call to action. And what I call it is the triple threat CTA. So you have one call to action that says comment a keyword, and the next call to action says follow for more, and the final one says save this for later. Because actually what happens is the more people save your post, the more you're going to be pushed in the algorithm. And when you say, Julia, what's a keyword? Well, what you want to do is you want to set up a funnel, and you want to set up a funnel to actually be funneling your viewers into some sort of freebie or opt-in, because these are leads for your business. Now, if you're like me, you probably want to know more about this funnel. How do I actually turn these eyeballs and these viewers and this reach, because let's be real, you're about to pop off and go viral, into paying clients? Well, that's the secret. It's the actual keyword funnel that we use that helped us generate over $1 million using a chatbot.
Over the past 12 months, I grew my Instagram account from 37,000 followers to 74,000 followers. But what's even cooler than that is the way that I've been able to monetize on the back end of this growth. I made over $1 million with my simple content to cash funnel on how to turn followers into paying clients. Let me show you how I did it. So there's 3 parts to this funnel. Number 1 is about how to set up your Instagram account. Number 2 is how to create viral Instagram reels to grow the account. And number 3 is how to create sticky content that makes people want to stay around and follow for more, because just telling them to follow you isn't enough. And a bonus step number 4 is how to turn the now new community or the hot audience into paying clients. Let's dive in. So step number 1 is the setup. There's a difference between a personal account and a business account. This right here is a personal account. This right here is a business account. So when you come to my page, it's pretty clear that I sell something or I have some sort of business. When I shifted from a personal account to a business account, people actually started sticking around because they know they can expect consistent content from me. Here are 5 things you can do right now to turn your Instagram page into a business page. And you're gonna wanna listen closely here. Number 1 is you're gonna wanna create pinned posts. So please do me a favor, do not pin your most viral reels. These are the only 3 kind of reels that you're going to pin. Number 1 is a start here post. If someone like a stranger on the internet found your page for the first time, what would you show them? Make that your start here post. And then number 2 is gonna be a personal testimonial. So for me, it's about how I made $1 million as a content creator and became what I've coined as $1 million creator. And then number 3 is about you, because to be honest, most people scrolling on Instagram see thousands of faces every single day. So we want to make you stand out. What are some fun facts about you, and what are ways that people can get to know you a little bit better? And number 2 is your highlights. So I used to be like you and just had all the places I traveled to on my highlights. But once again, this is a common theme of a personal page, not a professional page. So on your highlights, you're going to want to have 1, an opt-in. So for me, it's a free course. Number 2, some sort of testimonials or results that other people have said about your course or your offer. And number 3 is about your offer. So So what do you sell? How does it work? How can people buy from you? If they're coming all the way to your highlights, they're interested in learning more. And number 3 is the perfect bio. So the first thing you want to put in your bio is your transformation statement. Where is the person when they first discover you to where they're going to be after a few months of watching your content? And then a personal testimonial that's going to build authority. What have you accomplished in your life that now makes you qualified to teach others about it? And then the third line should be a keyword. So let's look at that keyword. For example, now you can set up a bot with a platform called ManyChat, and you can actually automate your lead generation while you're sleeping. If you're interested in the one ManyChat funnel that made me $1 million as a content creator, comment the word ManyChat and subscribe for more weekly videos so I know you want to see a video on this. And the last line is going to be pointing down to the opt-in. So for me, my opt-in is a free course, and we show people the 4 steps to become a cash flowing creator with our content to cash funnel. So whatever your opt-in is, because remember, you don't own Instagram, you want to build something that can actually give you leads for a lifetime and not just for the 30 seconds that someone scrolls on your page. And if you're curious to learn more about this free course, I've also linked it in the show notes. I've had over 15,000 people opt in for this, and this is my tried and true methodology. So now that we got number 1 out of the way, number 2 is my viral reels formula. And people pay me a lot of dollars to figure this one out, but I'm gonna give it to you for free today. Over the past year, I've had millions of views on my Instagram reels, and after posting over 500 reels, I found the secret, and that's the double hook secret. So the hook that's actually on your video is going to be your first hook, but the secondary hook is more important. So that's the first few words that someone sees of your caption. You want to captivate their attention enough that they keep reading, because the way the Instagram algorithm works is that the more that someone stays on your video, the more someone stays on their app. So Instagram is actually going to reward you for having more people watching your videos for a longer amount of time. This is the duration of the viewer. So what we want to do is we want to create a hook that catches their attention, but then a secondary hook that gets them to keep going and read the caption. And then yes, you got that right. You need to write captions that can convert viewers into followers and then followers into buyers. So the way that I like to teach this, and this is what I teach inside my paid program, is my 3-act structure. So number 1 is the setup. What is the setup or the storyline? And then number 2 is, what is the conflict? Think about a favorite movie that you have. There's always a conflict in the middle of the movie, almost like the climax. And then at the end, you see that the characters either overcome or overcomes. So let's just say in this example, you signed up to watch this video and I set it up saying, I'm going to teach you these 3 steps that grew my Instagram account to 74,000 followers. And then in the middle, the conflict is that maybe you have a dead account and you're learning these tips step by step. I'm confronting the problem that you may be facing. And the final part of this video will be about the resolution, how to grow your Instagram account, and now you'll feel at ease because you have the steps that you need to succeed. So with your Instagram captions, you need to set these up the same exact way in alignment with the video that you're posting. And the next thing you're going to want to do is the triple threat CTA. So it's important to remind people to follow you and to like your reel and to share it with their friend, but you have to remember this is pretty minimal because what matters even more is the actual copy and the hook and the caption. This is kind of just a bonus reminder for the viewer to make sure they follow you, save your post for later, or share it with a friend. And lastly, the 3 types of reels that are proven to go viral. Number 1 is educational, teaching someone how to do something. Number 2 is inspirational. What does someone feel inspired with after they watch your video? And then number 3 is transformational, like a before and after video. So maybe it's a video of you crying to a video of you happy and successful. Which then leads me into rule number 3, which is how to create sticky content. So remember, no one wants to see just like 3 tips or 3 steps to success. Yes, I told you that educational content matters, but there has to be a storytelling element to it. So whenever you're creating content, I want you to think about, what would I put in this piece of content if I was talking to one specific person? And when you're thinking of that one specific person, who is your ideal client? Think about the reel as being being created for one specific person with one specific outcome. What is the one thing you want someone to learn from this reel? And what I'll say is you want to make sure your content is consistent and congruent, because if someone loves one video, they're going to want to come back for more videos that are pretty much the same. So oftentimes people ask me, well, Julia, what about if I sound repetitive? Well, ultimately you should be repetitive. The best marketers are the ones that say the same things over and over until the last person in the room hears it. And lastly, rule number 4, which is the bonus rule, so thanks for sticking around, is the content to cash funnel for creators. So step number 1 is creating content, which is what I showed you here. Step number 2 is building relationships. Step number 3 is making sales, and step number 4 is providing life-changing transformations. So you want to learn how to make sales for your online course using Instagram DMs. The first step is to understand how to get followers to come into your DMs. And step 1 is the ask. You have to ask people to comment or send you a message on your reels. So in all of your content, you should be asking people to opt in. Let's say you accidentally go viral and you start getting hundreds of comments. These are hundreds of leads, meaning potential buyers for your online courses and digital products. You see, the barrier to entry is pretty high. You're fighting for a lot of attention on Instagram, but if you can create captivating content like this or like this, and you can really hook people in, they will buy into your story and into your content, and by the end, they'll come across it and continue reading and comment and send you a DM. Now, sending the DM is the first barrier that they have to get over. Now kind of comes the hard part for you as a creator on Instagram trying to sell courses and digital products. So step number 2 is the icebreaker. And the way that I like to think about it is it's like dating. You wouldn't just go up to someone and say, hey, do you want to sleep with me on the first date? Instead, you'd be like, hey, I'm Julia. Where are you from? Or, hey, what are you doing here? Right? So some things that you can say in the Instagram DMs is, first, you have to understand your client. So for us, we are attracting content creators and online coaches. So something I would say is, hey, Michelle, how long have you been an online coach for? These are icebreaker messages. Now remember, these are warm leads. And if you watch my last video from last week, you can see how to create Instagram content that generates leads for your business. So after you build a little rapport, you want to get into step 3, and that is the current situation. So where is somebody at when you first start talking to them? What do? You want to find the problem, because then later on you can use the problem as leverage. So let's say someone says, hey, I started following you because I'm trying to make daily sales for my online course. I would say, cool, what kind of course do you sell and how do you sell it? And then they say, oh, well, I have a do-it-yourself 30-day weight loss course. And then I start talking to them and I realize that they don't actually have a funnel, but I don't tell them that right away. What I do is I then shift into step 4, which is the desired situation. I find out where they want to go. I reflect their dreams back to them. So let's say they're like, I wish I could be making 10K a month in my business. Then I say, this is amazing. Why do you want to make 10K a month in your business? What is the thing that motivates you to keep showing up? And that really shows people almost like what they're missing out on, in my case, by not monetizing their Instagram account. And then step number 5 is you have to build the bridge. So at this point, it's clear to both you and the ideal client about their current situation versus their desired situation. So option 1 is you can invite them to book a call, and then option 2 is you can sell in the DMs. Now, both of these strategies work. I personally prefer booking a call. I'm a people person. I like to talk to people on the phone. I like to see people face to face. And truthfully, it's so hard to message people in the DMs for a long period of time. Days can go by and they don't answer, opposed to having like a 30-minute to a 1-hour slot to have a sit-down, dedicated conversation with someone. So ultimately, when you're coming down to the DMs and talking to people in your DMs, I want to recap everything that we talked about. First, you're going to break the ice with some sort of intro message that's going to hook somebody in and get them really excited to want to have a conversation with you. Now, keep in mind, you have to refresh these statements frequently and often. And then number 2 is you're going to segue into the current situation. What are they currently struggling with that they might not even know that they are having a problem with? And then number 3 is you're going to want to go to the desired situation and have them reflect back to themselves and really have this look in the mirror moment that something needs to change in order to achieve their goals. And then lastly, you're going to want to help them build the bridge. What is the bridge to get them from where they are to where they want to be? And I do want to make it really clear that you can't just be trying to jump people onto a call, because ultimately they're going to need more value. So in this case, we want to focus on value-driven follow-up. So we want to give people resources resources and materials so that they can actually be warmed up as leads before they get on the phone with you or your team. And some ways that we like to do value-driven follow-up is we like to move them off of the short form onto the long form. So maybe we'll send them a YouTube video like this, or we'll send them a podcast episode or a testimonial episode. And basically what we're doing is we're giving people value for free with no expectation in return. And the truth is, if you really know what you're doing, you have authority in your space, and you have really good long form extended content, this should really be no problem. Because ultimately, if someone likes your short form, they need to go deeper with you and consume many more hours of your content before they can actually become a buyer. So all of this to say, the DMs are the most profitable way to make sales on Instagram in 2024 and beyond. And I hope this strategy helped you. This is the second video of a 4-part series where I teach you the content to cash funnel for creators. The exact funnel that made me over $1 million in 12 months for my online course business. Now that I've converted random people into interested people, your next question is, how do I actually turn these into sales for my business? What is the actual sales process? Over the past 30 days, I made $200,000 on Instagram with 100% organic content. If you're wondering how I did this, it's because I sell online courses and I use Instagram as a funnel. My name is Julia and I'm a $1 million course creator because I learned how to leverage the algorithm and create a funnel that works optimal on Instagram. In this video today, I'm going to show you exactly how I did this in an entirely free course. It's probably one of the longest videos I've ever created, and it's definitely the most juicy. Hello, my name is Julia Guerrieri, and in this training, I'm going to show you how to make daily sales for your online course using this one simple Instagram funnel that made me $200K in 30 days. And I've been running this funnel for a while, but really like when I did this in April last month, I just realized the power of this funnel. And now I just want to get this in the hands of more people. So like I said, this made me $200K in 30 days in the month of April. And I want to really go into what that looked like. So I want to keep in mind here that oftentimes people tell me like, Julia, why do you make this stuff free? And I'm like, information is free, but implementation is what is for a fee. So in January of 2020, I found out that I was 25K in debt. And that's really when my like content creator journey started, because I was working 9 to 5 as a financial advisor on Wall Street. But then by September of 2020, I paid off my debt. And it was not from my corporate job. It was because I created a Poshmark Instagram account and I branded myself as a Poshmark reseller on Instagram. So what I did was I generated traffic and leads from Instagram and I drove that traffic to my Poshmark store. And then by April of 2021, I was like, why don't I just do this for my personal page? I always wanted to be a content creator, but I didn't really have the full confidence to post it on my own page yet. So by April of 2021, I grew my online community to 100K and I launched my first course. And this was really like the biggest breakthrough for me because I couldn't believe that people were paying me for my knowledge. So the course that I had launched at that time was a mindset and manifestation course. I talked about how I became debt free. I talked about really like all things like spirituality because that's what I was passionate about and that's all I knew, right? I wasn't business coaching people and stuff like that because I didn't really like have a business. I had my Poshmark reseller business, but I had to first like do the thing before I could teach the thing. So by the time that it was December of 2021, I had hit 6 figures in cash my first 6 months in business. And I didn't even know that I did this. Like I was just so focused on like being in the business that I didn't even realize until I went to an accountant and they were like, you just started this in June and you're at 6 months by the end of the year. And that was pretty wild to me because April of 2021 is when the community was growing. But I remember it was like right after Memorial Day, like first day of June, that I had quit my job and I really did this, full time. So this is what was super wild. And I couldn't believe it that this was possible. I didn't have any overhead. I think I had like a Teachable account, which at the time was maybe like $97, $99 a month. And that was like my only expense. My email list, I was on like a free thing. So yeah, like it just kind of showed me what was possible. Now, fast forward to 2024, I've collected over $1.7 million for my online education business. That's through selling courses, coaching, I've hosted retreats, but really like the core of it was from one signature online course. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. It's called the Conscious Creator Academy. So we went in 1 year from about 30 people to almost 300 people. And like I said, I'm doing on average 100K a month. But like I said, last month we had a heavy hitter at over 200K. So this is what I want to show you, that this model doesn't just work for 10K, 20K, 50K. It keeps working and it keeps growing because it's a system that's rinse and repeat. So that kind of leads me into the second part, which is to get repeatable outcomes, you need repeatable systems. So when something breaks, when shit hits the fan per se, you can really understand what's not working and what you need to fix in order to get the outcome that you're looking for. So I used to sell a course back in 2022 that was $3,000. And what I didn't understand at the time was I didn't understand how to continue to get repeat clients every single month, because I was constantly just relying on other people to find me. And I was like, oh, well, they'll just click the link in my bio. They'll sign up on the Google form. But I never had consistent income month after month. And it was really stressful for me as a business owner, because a lot of people talk about like monthly recurring income and memberships, but that wasn't the model of my business. The model of my business was to get new clients and then on the back end to create something scalable to retain those clients. So what I didn't understand was I didn't have like this one simple funnel, which is what I'm teaching you today, which is the content to cash funnel for creators. So if you need more money in your business, it's because you need more sales. If you need more sales, you need more people to sell to. If you need more people to sell to, you need more leads. And that is why this training is going to teach you how to create a lead generation machine with organic social media content, aka your Instagram account to print money for you. So keep in mind, up to $1.7 million, I never made a dime from paid ads. Even at the time I'm recording this, which is now in May, I still have not made a dime from paid ads. What I have done and what I have mastered is the organic content creation game. And now I want to get that in the hands of more people, because up until really this point, I didn't have disposable cash flow or income to reinvest into a paid ad strategy. It was really only once I got to that point where I could even start considering, because I had some money to reinvest back into the business. So whether you're trying to get to like 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, the goal is to really create something that will generate leads for you on autopilot. And the best way to do that is with organic social media, because there's only 4 types of leverage. Naval Ravikant says this: capital, labor, media, and code. So we're talking about the one of 4 types of leverage, which is media. And what media does is media really reminds us that we have power. Like, we have power in the media because it's permissionless. So you can go and make 50 reels today. No one's going to stop you. And you can go reach 50,000 people today. And from one reel, no one's going to stop you. And this is the power in media. So if you want to stop trading your time for money with one-on-one coaching, or like begging people to buy your course, or sitting and manifesting clients are going to come from the sky. Yes, many coaches have told me that. You are now going to learn how to build a business. You are going to learn how to build something that is sustainable and something that can run without you. Because let's be real, if you do not have a scalable model, you should not be building this thing in the first place. Because ultimately, you have to remember, if you cannot scale the model in a way that it can run without you, that's a prison. You become the biggest risk for the company if the company cannot run if you do not show up. So to be fully transparent with you, all it takes for me to fulfill on selling my course is about 3 hours a week to like coach the clients technically, because everything is set up with a repeatable system so that I have freedom to do other things that I love to do, which is create content, make videos like this, talk on my stories, travel and fuel the content. So this is what you have to understand, is that you're learning today how to build a scalable system. And to be honest, I have no idea how long this training is going to be because I care about the value. You can see on my sidebar here, there's a ton of sauce here. And when I was making this, I even said to my friend, I sent it to her and I was like, I think I'm giving too much away. And she's like, give it all away for free. So I'm not holding back. This is really all in. And before we get started, I really want to, put this disclaimer out there. And before we dive in on the next page, you have to realize that this training is not going to be for everyone. And this isn't some like BS kind of thing. Like, I'm dead serious. This is for people that actually like want to put in work, not for people that just want passive income. Because yes, it takes me about 3 hours a week to fulfill on my course, but I'm doing like CEO stuff in the business, like leading a team, like creating content. I post 2 to 3 times a day. So passive income is not so passive. Just because the course and the business runs on autopilot doesn't mean I sit around all day and twiddle my thumbs. It just means that I have been able to outsource this model, and I didn't start outsourcing it until I was at $60K a month. So you can really get this thing like cranked up and running on your own, but you have to work. Passive income is not so passive. There's no such thing as passive relationships. Clients don't just fall from the sky and become clients, because there is no such thing as a passive relationship. If you're in a relationship, whether with a friend, a partner, a family member, like, you're a daughter, you're a sister, right? So you need to ask yourself, okay, is there such thing as a passive relationship? If I don't call my mom for 5 years, is the relationship going to still be fueled? Probably not, right? So we need to really understand that relationships are not passive, and you need to understand where to automate and where to really humanize the process. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And the most important disclaimer, this is not for people who sell something like MRR, PLR, some affiliate marketing course. That is not what this is. And I need to make this super, super clear, because this does not work for that. This is only for people who want to create and sell their own products and services using my proven content to cash system that will sign you clients on repeat. So let me repeat and hop off this video right now if you are not interested in that, because this will not help you. And I think the more that we explain who we are for, we start to repel who we're not for. This is for people who want to build a business, a real tried and true company that is scalable, that is sustainable, and that can really provide you like generational wealth. This is not a get rich quick. This is not an overnight success. This is for people who want to build a real business, have a real business operating system, and get repeatable outcomes and make a lot of money and have a lot of fun and be content creators, because I love content creation. So now that I probably lost hundreds of people, let's dive in. So the first thing we need to understand is really the mindset that it takes to get to 7 figures. And, I did a lot of 7-figure mindset work in the beginning of my journey, but what I didn't realize at the start was what it was really going to take to run a 7-figure company. And now bringing the company from 7 figures to 8 figures, it's really requiring like a whole new level of like embodiment and mindset. And it's kind of the same jump that I made from 6 figures to 7 figures. So let's talk about this. Lesson number 1, you don't wait to go to the gym after you lose 30 pounds. Like, this is my favorite way to objection handle the like, oh, I'll invest when I have money. The cost of not investing in yourself, whether it's time, it's money, it's energy, is costing you more than failing. And I'm not just talking about some like gimmicky marketing, be like, buy my course, you have to invest in yourself. I'm talking about everything you do. So what I then come into is lesson number 2 is, what are the things that are costing you a ton of money in your life that are giving you no ROI? So at first, it's probably like eating shitty food. It's probably hanging out with shitty people, and it's probably doing shitty things like, binge watching Netflix or doom scrolling like 3 to 4 hours a day. That is like the first hurdle in going from like 6 figures to really like 7 figures. So what I want you to start replacing that with is like, Even if you're not investing in courses, like YouTube videos, podcasts, free courses like this, networking events, right? Is drinking alcohol serving you? Like I drink alcohol, but I maybe drink like 1 or 2 times a month, like nothing crazy. I do like the taste of wine. I like a little dirty martini here and there. But you have to really ask yourself, like, is this a deposit or this is an expense to my bank account? So like, for example, if I go out and have 5 glasses of wine and party till 3 o'clock in the morning, which I don't even remember the last time I did that, to be honest with you, that is an expense to my bank account because that's going to set me back 2 or 3 days. And I know I could be making $5,000 to $10,000 a day in the kind of business that I have. So if I'm set back for 3 days, I just lost $30,000 in my mind. So I want you to really think and understand that the choices in your life are either adding or subtracting to your life. And then I want to give you lesson number 3. You cannot fail if you do not quit. And I can't stress this enough. There are a million reasons, like every single week, why I should quit. And the only reason, there's only one reason why I do not quit. And the reason is I can't fail if I don't quit. So you cannot be afraid to be humiliated. You cannot be afraid to quote lose because you don't lose. The only time you lose is when you stop. And I don't want to say like take a break because yes, we're human beings. We're not robots. But I mean, if you don't make money and you just give up on your business rather than trying to understand the problem and actually fix the problem, don't be a quitter, right? You cannot fail if you do not quit. I've quote failed probably 10,000 times up until this point in my journey. But if I quit is what makes it a failure. It is not a failure if you do not accept it as such. You need to reframe and use these as learning lessons and come back to videos like this that remind you that you cannot fail if you do not quit, okay? Lesson number 4, which we talked about a little bit before, the founder's curse. The more valuable you are to your business, the less valuable your business is. I did not say this. I got this from Alex and Leela Hormozi when I went to their event at acquisition.com. If you don't know them, definitely look them up. If you're in online business, you have to know them. So I realized that if I was the only one that was able to run the company, like it was 100% reliant on me to make sales, the business is not that valuable. Now, let's think about this. As a content creator, right, you're the face of the brand and the face of the business, okay? But I want you to remember that doesn't mean you have to be doing everything. So let me give you an example of this. I used to just sell all my courses through live launches, right? Because this is how most people learn, right? Like do the masterclass, build a group coaching program, open the cart, close the cart, right? Easy peasy. But what most people don't understand is that when you have a model like this, it is 100% reliant on you. What about if you want to travel? What about if you don't want to launch? What about if you're tired, you're burnt out? When you can build an evergreen scalable system, you are not then reliant or 100% the founder. So even though I'm a creator and I show up in all the content, there's plenty of other areas that I outsource in the business so that I only have to work on certain needle moving tasks. And that's what I want to teach you today. So let's get into lesson number 5 is that your actions are not dictated by your past. They're pulled forward by your future. Be your future self now and get very clear on this person that you want to be. Now, I want to zoom in on this one a little bit here, right? This is entrepreneurship. And if this is not for you, once again, you probably shouldn't still be on this video by now because I should have scared you off in the disclaimer section. But we have to really come back and remember what entrepreneurship is. It is like a bunch of failures and fuck ups until something works, honestly. And I want to only attract in this free course the kind of people that understand that, the kind of people that can be resilient when everything in the world is proving to them that they should quit. But that little, like tiny little whisper in their head reminds them not to. So this is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not sitting on the beach and making passive income and drinking margaritas and like $10,000 hits the bank account. Yeah, there are some days like that, but it's because you've gone through all these other days and then boom, you get a $25,000 pay in full, which I've experienced many times over. So what I want to show you is really what it takes to build and scale a successful business. Okay? This is not for someone who just wants to make a certain amount of money in a certain period of time. This is for someone who wants to stay in the game through the ups and the downs, right? Last thing I'm going to leave you with, number 7, working out is hard, but so is being overweight. The same way business is hard, but so is being broke. You have to choose your hard. 99% of people will quit. If you are the 1%, keep watching. So at this point, I think I got only the 99% that are all in. So let's get to it. Okay. So first things first, you gotta understand the funnel, okay? So this is the content to cash funnel that I've realized that scaled my company to over $1.7 million is, and this is how it works, okay? So it is fueled by step 1, which is content, right? Organic social media content. And then step 2, building relationships. Step 3, sales. Step 4, transformation, okay? Content, relationship, sales, transformation. We're gonna dig deep into it. Content is the lead generation machine. Views, likes, and comments are vanity metrics, aka monopoly money. If you have a lot of them, that's great. That means you have a lot of lead flow, but that doesn't mean you have a lot of conversions. So we need to learn how to turn lead flow into dollars, conversions. That's what this is about. Part number 2 is relationships. This is my favorite piece, and this is where most people get stuck. And keep in mind, this is just the high level overview. We're going to go very deep into these topics. So my favorite, and this is the piece where most people get stuck, relationships are the backbone of your business. Remember when I said passive income is not so passive? Oftentimes we forget there are human beings behind the screen. So imagine your online business was a coffee shop, and every person who walked in the door, you would say hello and offer them a cup of coffee. But on Instagram, we get new followers and we never welcome them. We never say hello. We never say, hey, thanks for being here. This is the key to growing your business, building a community, and building like loyal followers that are going to buy from you. Because what we want as creators who are using Instagram for business, we want people who are going to buy, and we want people who are going to see the value in your work. Okay. So sales is not a secret skill, it's energy. There are skills and tactics that can be learned, but the best sales skill is listening and responding intuitively. You are not selling a program, you are selling a desired outcome and a level of transformation. Guys, if you don't have sales, it's probably because your offer sucks. And I say that with so much love because when someone made this very clear to me, and that someone being Alex Hormozi, my business turned around. I went from making $300K in 2 years to making over $1 million in 12 months. Once Alex just told me, like, your offer sucks. He didn't tell me directly, but I watched enough of his content to read between the lines and be like, holy cow, my offer sucks. So I realized my offer was not good enough and I had to make a change. So let this be your wake up call. And this is why I don't serve like MRR and this other crap, because you cannot make a good offer. You have a fixed offer. If you cannot change and make a really amazing offer, you're screwed. So you need to change. You need to make a change and you need to make an amazing offer, because an amazing offer is the byproduct of the sale. All right. So to make more money, you need to make more sales. To make more sales, you need to make more offers. To make more offers, you need to have more people to talk to. Leads, offers, sales. Only 3 things you need to focus on every single day as a entrepreneur, digital entrepreneur, using Instagram to grow your business. So when you say you have a sales problem, I want you to get very clear on what that actually means. So how many leads do you have, right? What is your Instagram reach? How many likes are you getting? How many followers? How many commenters? If you have a community of 100,000 people, you have 100,000 plus leads. If you have a community of 5,000 people, you have 5,000 leads. If you have an Instagram reel that got 300 likes, you have 300 leads. So you need to stop waiting for people to come to you, and you need to start actually talking to the people that are giving you that green light signal and being like, hey, I'm interested in what you have to offer. Okay. So how many offers have you actually made to these people? Guys, I was running my business for 2 years and no one ever told me to actually be social on social media. That's what it's about. So the reason why I wasn't making any money in my business is because I wasn't making any offers. You have to make offers. Now, you can't just be flying in people's inbox and cold DMing them and being like, hey girl, I have a program that I know will help you. I saw you're stuck on your page. That's awful. We're going to go into actually what to say, but you have to understand you need to put your offer in front of more people. Okay? And then, how many sales have you made? Which is entirely dependent on the first two questions. Sales is a byproduct of the above, okay? And lastly, transformation. What makes an amazing product, okay? There are these 5 things that make a really, really amazing product. Number 1, results. If your program does not get results, do not even bother putting it out there. If you have like a newer program, that's okay. But the very first thing you need to work on, if your program's newer and you've only worked with like a handful of clients, you need to get people results. Like work for free until you get people results. When I pivoted my business from a mindset business to a business, like mindset coaching to business coaching, I helped like a handful of people for free and I helped them scale their business like literally to 6 figures for free until I knew that this thing worked. Okay. Number 2, it has to be consumable and like really digestible. If people do not understand what the heck you're saying, but you're like, I'm the best expert in the world, it does not matter, because what matters is that someone can actually like consume the content and actually like take and get value from it. Okay. Number 3 is the levels of access. Guys, oh my God, it literally pains me when I see like DIY do-it-yourself courses and people get 0 results. So people are like, oh, well, it's consumable because I'm going to just make a video dump of videos. I'm going to put like 500 videos. It's so valuable. It's so amazing. And no one does anything because they're overwhelmed. There's so much content that it's overwhelming. They go into analysis paralysis. So you have to actually understand like how to coach people and how to help people. So something we do inside of our program, the Conscious Creator Academy, is we pair each client with a one-on-one support coach. This one-on-one coach actually gives the person like real feedback and real support, which then gets me into speed and support. So by having a one-on-one coach, they can get 24/7 support. And they can get messaging, they can get Zoom calls, they can get a community of other people, peer-to-peer access. This is what makes an amazing product, and this is what makes it a product that stands out. So if you are just like focused on sales and not focused on actually making good products, it does not matter how many sales you make because your business will eventually break. I see course creators that are like $5 million, $10 million, and the product sucks. Like the course is just not good. And honestly, from what I've studied and what I've seen and the research I've done, you can really like scale a shitty product to like $8 to $10 million. But the problem then from there becomes how to really like move it forward because something starts to break. So when I was taking my business from 6 figures to 7 figures is when I realized that the model that got me to 6 figures was not going to get me to 7 figures. And then now, what do you know? The model that got me from 7 figures is not going to get me to 8 figures. So what we need to do now is make iterations and changes. And that's why I said, right? The thing that was at 100K a month, I started making changes, boom, 200K a month. But we have to understand the system. And once you have the clear system, you can know where to make changes. So now to get into part 2. And like I said, I'm like really fired up. I just had my coffee. It's early in the morning for me. That's when I do my best work. And I'm super fired up to like even dig deeper into this because now we're going to go really deep into like these 4 pillars. Okay. So let's talk about now how to actually create viral Instagram content. So I've helped over 1,000 people in the lifetime of my business. And what I've learned at this point in time is there really is a methodology to creating like content that's going to reach a lot of people. And I have helped like a lot of people go viral, and sometimes it's a blessing and a curse, because sometimes you're like, whoa, like, I had a client get 100 million views on a video and she grew like 50,000 followers in 2 weeks, and that makes up your whole following. So what you need to make sure is that when you're creating like viral Instagram content, you want to make sure that this type of viral content is actually applicable to your niche. So the content that like really like boosted my account and got me from like 20K to about 50K was that like super general viral content. But then from that point, you kind of want to go like a little bit deeper and not so much on viral, but almost like micro viral. So like viral within your niche. So let's look at this, for example. This is something that I would consider micro viral because it has about 800 likes, right? We could look at the insights here. All right, that's not going to load for me today, but what we can do is we can really understand here in this piece of content, why is this micro viral? Okay. So if we actually like break down this video, it's transformational, which you will see right here, right? Transformational content. So what we want to do when it comes to transformational content is we want to show the before and the after. Okay. So we want to show people what is before and what is after. So before was like the dead Instagram account, the low bank account, no followers, right? And the after is a successful online coaching and course business. So the kind of person that I'm trying to attract in for my offer is someone who has an online course. They want to scale their course. They want to scale their coaching program. Maybe they want to create their first course because they don't want to be like having inconsistent income as a one-on-one coach and trade their time for money. So what this does is this paints that picture in a 6 to 8 second reel. So this kind of content is micro viral transformational content. Now let's go to educational content. Okay. Same thing, micro viral, about 600 likes. I mean, I don't even know the reach, but I show people how I've gotten right over 1 million reach on my reels. And even that reel that got 1 million, it was micro viral. Okay, so this reel, right, it took me 6 years to learn how to go viral on Instagram. Now I'll teach you in 6 simple steps. This is educational. This is something that someone is going to save for later, and then they are going to find a lot of value in. So we can just look at this piece of content and really see how many people this is reaching, right? How many times do you recommend posting per day, right? This is the keyword. Elite value in the caption. Thank you, right? Will be split testing. Dang, I thought 1K was cool. Like these are real quality comments from people. And these are people that could potentially become clients for my business. Like this is attracting in the right people for the business that will actually buy, right? So this is what we want to do. Okay. So viral content type number 3 is inspirational. So for example, I show a picture, like a video of me and my boyfriend living a happy life in Bali. And I talk about something that I've changed in my life that is now going to help other content creators to grow their businesses. Okay. So let's look at this for a second. I don't know why the comments here like aren't loading. There's a lot more comments on this. But basically what we want to show people in this video is point of view. You stopped hustling on Instagram. You found a way to create 7 reels in just 2 hours per week and made over 100K in January because this is one secret. So this is inspirational where I'm showing people like, hey, look what I've done. So now I can teach you how to do that thing too. Okay. So if you are stuck with your content, I want you to try these simple hacks like today, this week, whenever you're watching this. Number 1, you want to switch up your style of content. Have you been doing the same thing over and over and it's still not working? Something needs to change. Try a new trend, look up inspiration, try something new. Okay. Number 2, film yourself randomly throughout the day doing random things, right? Drinking a cup of coffee, catching a flight, walking down the street, whatever it may be. Okay. This is how you're going to create B-roll content that's actually going to like be aesthetic so that it catches the eye, but it's also like good enough and strong enough for people to become buyers. Okay. Number 3, the 3 types of content. Inspirational, educational, and transformational. Inspirational is going to show people what is possible for them by following you, okay? Number 2, educational, I want you to teach something to someone new, Teach someone something new. That's like a tongue twister, okay? Like I'm doing with you guys here. This is something new for you. This is a long form educational piece of content, right? So they're going to actually save this and come back for more. And then number 3 is transformational. Tell your rags to riches story and show people how you can help them too, okay? Number 4, 2 times a day. I cannot stress enough how important volume is for the organic content game. It does not have to be long. I mean, these videos you can see are so simple. Like this takes, no joke, 30 seconds to make a video like this because I have a big library of B-roll content, and making something like this, no joke, takes 30 seconds. There's like no editing required, okay? So 1 time a day is just not enough to really like get to 6-figure a month level, okay? And then lastly, repurpose your past content that performed well. If it worked once, it'll work again. I post my viral reels 7 to 8 times over and over and over again because they're proven to work and get new eyeballs every single time. So I want to just show you quickly before we get to the next part, a case study of how my client Gabby did this. So Gabby joined my program CCA with 1,000 followers. This exact strategy that I just taught you for free gained her, I just looked up her page when I was making this, 270,000 followers. Guys, she had 1,000 followers or 1,500 followers when she joined our program. In 36 hours, she gained 50K. A couple months later, after 90 days, she's at 270K. This stuff works. Now, remember what I said, likes, reach, followers, it's vanity metrics, but we not just taught her how to grow her page, we taught her how to build a business on the back end of the influence. So as you can see here, she started with $0 in revenue. Now she's over 5K. After 90 days, we did a podcast interview, which you can go see on my podcast, and she made 10K in 90 days. So this is someone who was like completely starting from zero, right? 1,500 followers, not really making any money in her business. She was just, right? She was certified. She's gone to schooling, but she really was starting up her course business. And she went from nothing to something massive. And now she's still crushing it. So that brings me into step 3 now. Part 3 is really like, you understand the content side, right? Like same thing with Gabby, but now what do you do now that you have like all these eyeballs and all these people? The DM strategy. So this is like the real sauce. Like slow this video down. If you've been watching it on 2X, I watch things on 2X. So slow it down, take some notes. Like this is like the real sauce here. Okay. So this is the reach, right? So I'm showing you, right, in a 90-day span, right? This was August to November of last year, 2.2 million accounts reached. That is a lot of people. That is a lot of people to be reaching. And these people need to be converting in a way to actually make you money, because there's no point in having a ton of reach and no sales. Okay. So step 1 is the foundations of what the DM strategy is. So your DMs, and this is why I specifically teach Instagram, is the first step in turning viewers to paying clients. So you have to actually like train your audience to comment and engage with your posts. This does not replace human interaction. It supports it, okay? So you want to automate the first step with ManyChat. And what ManyChat does is it really starts the sales conversation for then you to go in there and actually like talk with people, okay? So let's first look at what this looks like with a freebie funnel. So take this example, right? I'm showing you real time the free course funnel that you're in right now. I run my business on the thing that I'm teaching you, right? So the free course funnel, I've ran a few of them before. They've gotten like nearly 20,000 plus opt-ins. That's a lot of people. We need to then convert those free leads into paying clients. So how do we do that? We need to have a value add after they opt in. So when we look at this content to cash funnel, right? It's content to relationships to sales. The relationships piece is actually what you're in right now in my funnel. The relationship is this big value add that really gives you value that you're going to take away from this and then be like, damn, I want to work with her. Or like, damn, I want to do this in my business. And what I will tell you, after having over 20,000 people opt in for my freebies, the more valuable the product, the easier the sale. So the more valuable the freebie, the easier the sale. The reason why a lot of people don't make sales is because they have shitty freebies and they have shitty courses. And like, I don't say this to be rude. I say this to be real. And the real truth is, if you give out shit, you're going to get shit back. If you give out bad resources, you're going to attract bad clients. If you put out bad content, you're going to attract bad clients. So you need to create stuff as if people are paying you tens of thousands of dollars, because I can't stress enough how important it is to have quality lead flow. Quality is so much more important than quantity. Like I said, you don't want to really just have a bunch of people looking for, I don't know, like for me in my offer, I don't want a bunch of people that are just looking for get rich quick or overnight success. I understand the market is so much smaller for people who actually want to build and scale a company. Most people don't want that. Most people want just like a freedom business. My business provides a lot of freedom, but that doesn't mean I just sit on my ass all day. I want people who want to build real companies. I mean, I look at my favorite content creators in the online business space. Gary Vee, Alex Hormozi, Layla Hormozi, Naval Ravikant. These are real creators that are building like real, like badass businesses. Steven, Diary of a CEO. These are like the people I'm attracted to. So I want to attract in people that want like real quality content, that want like real quality stuff that's going to actually turn them into a quality client. Because let me be real with you, if you're scared away by the disclaimer section of this course, you're not going to succeed in my program. And I'm very genuine and blunt about that because I've worked with a lot of people. I've taken over 2,000 sales calls. And if you can't take action and invest in a course, you are not going to take action and build the company of your dreams. So you need people that really want to be there and want to make a change. So make your freebies good. Okay. So I want to remind you, this works for freebies and this works for low ticket digital products. I by no means am saying you need to run like this really massive like group coaching program, like have 300 clients like we have under management. But what I'm showing you is you could do this with low ticket digital products too. Like this system works for digital products, and it works for online courses, and it works for coaching programs, and it works for retreats. Okay. So I did this with a $27 digital product as well. And I'm going to get to the course funnel in a second, but this is showing you LTO, low ticket offer funnel. Okay. I made a low ticket offer to just show you guys that this stuff works, not just on high ticket courses, because some people don't have an interest in doing that. They just want to sell like lower ticket digital products. That's absolutely fine. Okay. So I created a $27 course called Content to Cash. I taught people my viral reels formula and how to set up the back end funnel to sell it. I use a free software called Notion, cost me $0. I use StanStore. They do a 14-day free trial. And then I had organic marketing with Instagram Reels, $0 in ad spend, all organic. That made me $10,000. I just wanted to show people this also works for low ticket and the power of having a strong Instagram brand. Okay. So now step 4, and I'm going to really like drive and land this plane in a second, but what to say in the DMs, the actual tangible DM strategy that made me over $1 million. Okay. So step number 1 is you have to break the ice. So I want you to think of the DMs like almost like dating, right? You don't just go into a relationship, right? You don't just go into a first date and be like, hey, let's sleep together. Hey, I want to take you home tonight, right? 99% of people are doing that in the DMs, and that's why they're not making sales. Okay. You gotta break the ice. You gotta be a little slick. You gotta be a little like, give a little oomph. Okay. So, hey name, thanks for following me. What do you do on your corner of the internet? So if you're not reaching out to all of your new followers, I don't know what you're doing, because you should be reaching out to every single one of them. Okay. Number 2, Discover their current situation, okay? That's awesome, Julia. How long have you been running your coaching business for? Okay? You need to go deep. You need to get actual figures. I've been running it for a month. I've been running it for a year. I've been running it for 3 years. Those are 3 very different types of avatars, okay? So you need to understand where your avatar is at, and you need to understand that if you're creating this kind of content, you gotta be attracting the right kind of avatar, okay? Step number 3, discover their desired situation, okay? I love that, Julia. You've been running your coaching business for a year. Where do you hope to scale it to in the next 6 to 12 months? If someone says, I want to make $1,000 in the next 3 months, they are not my ideal client. My ideal client is someone who wants to make 6 figures, multiple 6 figures, using a scalable system that can bring them to 10K a month, 20K a month, 30K a month, 50K a month. Because this system, before hiring a team, got me to 60K a month. From 60K a month, it's the same system, but you need to start hiring and you need to start scaling, and that's a different conversation. The goal of my program, CCA, gets people up to 50K a month. And at that point, they're graduated and ready for my next offer, which is my mastermind, which we're not talking about today. But that's then how you build a scalable model, which we'll get to at the bottom, back end and ascension offers, okay? So now step number 4 is bridge the gap. Makes total sense. What would you say is the biggest thing holding you back from getting to 20K a month, okay? So we have to then understand that they're talking to you because they're not yet where they want to be, okay? So if you have like a health coaching offer, so let's say someone's goal in 6 to 12 months was to lose 10 pounds. That is a very achievable and attainable goal. And if you're a fitness weight loss coach, you can help people do that. So now you would say to them, well, what's holding you back from, losing 10 pounds over the next 6 months? And they're going to say, I lack motivation, right? If it's healing your gut, right? It's holistic health coaching. They're going to say, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't get to the bottom of it. I'm always bloated. I'm always fatigued. Your job now is you have to understand you're not a creator anymore. You're a salesperson. You're a person in an authority figure. Okay. So at this point, you have to really get deep into the pain point and say, this is a problem. And what is it costing you to not solve this problem? And the best people to work with are the people that don't yet even know they have a problem. And your job in the DMs is to show them that problem that they have. And then from there is when you make the pitch. So you cannot enter into step 5 until they have seen that they have a problem. Okay. So makes total sense, right? What would you say is the biggest thing holding you back? Getting from 20K a month? Boom. Now, when they say, I don't know what's wrong with me, I'm always bloated. I don't know, I can't scale past 10K a month. I don't know, my income is inconsistent. 1 month I make 20K, 1 month I make 3K. Help. This is when you make the pitch, okay? The biggest mistake I see people make is when they make the pitch too early, it comes off too cold and you have not given enough value. So, for example, you don't want to sound like you're just interrogating people. So if someone's here and they're still really cold, now you send them a YouTube video, you send them a podcast you send them a free course like this, boom. Because the thing is, all sales is, and yeah, we're in relationships, but we're kind of transitioning to the sales part. All sales is a exchange of value. So the thing is, you should not be convincing anybody to buy. You should be showing them so much value that they have no choice but to buy. Okay. This was the biggest shift I had to make in my business. Okay. So then step 5, make the pitch. Low ticket offer, link to buy. Gotcha. Well, I have this mini course, $27, teaches you how to scale and turn your content to cash. Would you like to check it out? Mid-ticket offer, gotcha. Well, I've worked with X number of clients with the same exact problem. Would you be interested in hearing more how it works? You can sell to them in the chat. High ticket offer, gotcha. Well, I've worked with over 300 clients with the same problem. Do you have some time tomorrow for a quick chat about it? Here's the thing. They would not have gotten to this point in the conversation if they were not interested in what you had to sell. They would have already ghosted you around here. If you get this far with someone, they are asking you to sell to them, okay? I run a sales team because I have a pretty big to mid-size, growing to a large company. So I am now really taking this to the next level. That requires like a bigger sales team. So in our case, we are booking calls from the DMs. It really depends where you're at. like I said, I did this all by myself up until 60K a month. Once I was at 60K a month is when I started to hire and outsource a bit of the sales process. But we're not at that point in this training. This training is about how you can do this on your own. To be fully transparent, I did every single part of this on my own. I took the sales calls. I was the coach inside the program. I built the course. I was the content creator. Like, I did everything. You can do this all. But this is why I said, like, you have to be willing to work. You can't just be doing this and just expect money to fall from the sky. Like, especially if you're selling high ticket programs, you're selling $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 programs, you need to give people value. No one's just dishing out their money, but people are investing in solutions. So if you can show them you have the solution to their problem, boom, they're going to pay you. So like I said, it doesn't need to be a high ticket offer. So I want to always show you two sides to the coin. So for our high ticket offer, we're booking calls from the DMs. For a low ticket offer, we are selling in the DMs, and my client Bella made $50,000 in 90 days, selling $47 and $97 digital products. So for example, she joined our program with 100K followers, making less than 5K a month. Some months, right, the exact problem of our ideal client is Bella. She's actually ascended now into my mastermind, and I'm helping her scale from 50 around like this mark, like 6 figures a year, multi 6 figures, up to 7. Okay, just in the digital product and course sales. So what Bella's doing here is she has a big audience. She actually joined with only about 150K followers, and now she is like 4x that, because of the real strategy and because of the back-end sales strategy. So she's not just growing her following, she's growing the money in the bank, which is what matters. The cash flow, right? Creator to cash flow. This is my goal here. So after using this, like 10K a month, 15K a month, 20K a month, like this is her new normal. She had very like ebbs and flows in her income, which is not healthy for any business owner. That's not a business. You need to have sustainability. So we took her from like this kind of like little side hobby that she had into a real profitable online education business. And that's what we're building up and out for her. Okay. So now we're into part 4. And I am just super fired up by like how juicy this training has been. I can't even believe I'm like 50 minutes in, to be honest with you. I feel like it's been 5 minutes, because that's how I get when I'm like super in my purpose. So let's talk about the $1 million sales strategy. Okay, so step 1, you gotta clarify your sales funnel. How are you going to sell? This is the biggest problem I see with creators or coaches or course creators that are having inconsistent income. And how they do this, like they have inconsistent income. The reason they have inconsistent income is because they do not have a consistent way to make sales. So step number 1 is you need to solidify your sales funnel, okay? Is it content DM sales call, content DM sell in the DMs, content DM send the link into an automated funnel because it's a low ticket product? So keep in mind, negotiation is the least desirable of your sales skills. If you have an amazing product and you have an amazing result, you do not need to like beg people to buy. Right? You get people to buy from the value. Like this training is going to bring in hundreds, if not thousands of qualified leads for our program because it is so valuable. So I am not here to convince anybody. I did that for way too long in the beginning of my business because no one shared with me, like, Julia, you just have to make things that get people results. If we look at creators, right? I reference them a lot, Alex and Layla Hormozi. When I got on a sales call with their team to join their workshop for $5,000, they didn't even have to convince me nothing. I'm just like, boom. I almost was like, damn, I hope I can get this. I had to, when I bought it, it was 3 months already booked. I couldn't even go for 3 months. So what I'm trying to show you here is you need to give value. If you have nothing of value, go get a valuable skill first. So the people watching up until this point, you have something of value that you now need to translate into courses, free courses, live calls, like whatever it's going to be. You need to really create something of value, okay? To make more money, you need to make more sales. Solving a sales problem is easy with this 3-step framework, okay? I've said this a lot. I'm going to say it again. Make more money, you need more sales. Make more sales, you need more offers. Make more offers, you need to have more conversations. So what is your offer? okay? This is what we're going to talk about here. High ticket, mid ticket, low ticket. You create what you want, but I'm going to give you a little piece of advice that my dad gave me. He said, if you're going to sell something, why not sell the highest price thing? And this is so true. It is so much easier to sell a $3,000 offer than it is a $27 offer. And the reason why I say it's easier is because your output of energy is going to be, your input of energy is going to be the same for $27 as it is for $3,000 to $5,000. The only difference is you're going to get a higher output. Okay. So if your input is the same, content, relationship, sales applies to all three of these. Why not sell the higher price thing? This is why I love high ticket offers, especially if your goal is cash flow to start. You need to make your offer better. So if you're like, I can't sell a $2,000 offer, it's because you don't have value. If you have value, you have no problem selling things that are high ticket. I understand when you're first starting, you need to like build up that confidence. But my very first high ticket offer was $3,000 and I sold 5 of them in about 2 weeks. So I made $15,000. It is so much easier to sell a high ticket thing. Okay. High ticket, like, I love it. I'm very gung-ho about it. You can sell low ticket, but you're going to be in that stomping ground where someone like Bella, for example, the goal is to grow a really big audience and really get that momentum and that flow going. Okay. So what you thought before, right? You thought, right? Oh, I'm going to make all this content. Boom. It's going to make me a sale. No. What you understand now is it's about conversions. Okay. It's about conversions. Converting these people, okay? So I want to show you my client, Cheyenne, okay? So she made in this month where I'm going to show you $30K in 1 month, okay? So she messaged me next 2 weeks. The first 2 weeks of the month, she had made $20,000. And then she had sales calls booked solid the next 2 weeks. She made another 10K. Maybe a little bit more than that. I have to pull up the screenshot. Because she stopped looking at it like this and she started looking at it as a funnel. So what I want you to shift to right now is stop looking at this as linear, up and down. It's a funnel, okay? This is what Cheyenne did. Cheyenne has an awesome niche. I can't wait to hire her one day. She helps people scale a small farm business. She helps people become 6-figure farmers. This is an amazing, valuable niche. This is not just like crap, honestly. This is an amazing niche. This is something of value. This is something people will pay for. Some of her programs cost up to $10,000. She sells high ticket programs. She made this shift from it being a linear process to it being a funnel. And she understands that. Okay? Bree, right? Same thing. She helps moms become a VA and make their first 5K. Her thing is mom to VA 5K. She made $50,000 in 30 days by implementing this funnel. It all comes back to the funnel, the content to cash funnel. So what do you need to do? Simple systems. 4 things you need to do every single day: generate leads, pitch your offers, make sales, serve your clients. What does this look like? Generate leads. Create your content in less than 2 hours per week. You are a CEO, not a creator anymore. CEOs do CEO level stuff. Okay. Step 1, find the trending audio on Instagram. Step 2, create and edit your reels. Step 3, write captions and distribute them. Okay. Number 2, pitch your offers. Daily DM KPIs. How many DMs are you sending a day? I bet you're not sending 50 to 100, because if you were sending 50 to 100, you would have a 10 to 20K a month business. You can't be afraid to do the work. Okay. Number 3, make sales. If you're booking 2 to 3 sales calls a day, that's 3 times 5 is 15. That's 15 sales calls a week. Do you believe you could close 3 to 5 of them with you being the face of the brand? Absolutely. And if you have a fear of sales calls, I want to understand why. I love sales calls. I love talking to people face to face. You get a dedicated time slot to go really deep with someone and to really help them. Okay. The DMs, you're talking to people for like a week. It's a disaster. You want to try to move people from the DMs if you're selling high ticket DMs to a call, because this is proven and this works. You can't be afraid to talk to people. This is business. This is a sustainable business model. This is not just like a little Instagram thing. I'm talking about 7-8 figure company you're building, right? I built a 7-figure company just on Instagram. I'm going into 8 figures with Instagram. I know plenty of people doing $1 million a month just with Instagram. This is the model they follow. And I have it a little bit lower down, but do you want to be right or do you want to be rich? When you're looking at what to do in your business, you have to look at what's already working for people. I have hundreds more of these kind of testimonials. And what these people said was, I just want to learn the way and I want to implement it in a way that works for me. Boom. Okay. So lastly, serve clients. If your offer sucks, you don't help people get results, that's a big problem, okay? I have to make that a whole other free course on how to make amazing offers. So let's talk about scaling the system, okay? $1 million scaling strategy. $1 million a year is just $83,000 a month. When I talked to my friend who had a $50 million company and I was making 6 figures a year, this opened my eyes. It's just $83,000 a month. Let's break that down. If your program's $4,800, to earn $83K a month, you have to sign 18 new clients per month. Not all clients pay in full, so let's say 60% of them do. 60% of 86,000 is 58,000. Then you have about 40% of that income coming in over the next 3 months, about 24K. You have about 8K per month. Now you just have to sign 15 new clients this month to hit an 83K month, and so on and so forth. This math is how you build $1 million company. If you do not understand how to do math like this, you are welcome, because this is the biggest thing holding you back. Whether you're trying to make 10K a month, 20K a month, 50K a month, what I'm trying to show you here, you need to understand the mathematical breakdown of how to achieve your goal, because then you stop making emotional decisions and you start making data-driven decisions. And the way we make data-driven decisions is by understanding the data. It is as simple as that. So you need to get clear. What is my price point? What is my goal? Is it 10K? Is it 20K? Is it 50K? What is your goal? And then how do you achieve that goal? The funnel. So now that you have the funnel, you have the goal, you just got to do the work. There's only 2 ways to scale: raise your price or raise your number of customers. The math is a simple breakdown, but what's hard is the model that can actually fulfill this. If you're currently one-on-one coaching, have you considered turning your offer into a high-ticket online course? If you're currently doing a group coaching experience, have you considered turning it into an evergreen high-ticket done-with-you course, which is what I have, and this is literally, like, I think I'm about to go make like 2 or 3 more of these trainings, because we need this stuff out there in the world. And lastly, you have to create an irresistible offer. I scaled my business from a like do-it-yourself, like watch the videos, 1 call a week, to a true coaching program, done with you online course. Okay. So the mathematical breakdown of 135K a month, you could be right or you could be rich. Okay. I said it before. I'm going to say it again. This is the actual mathematical breakdown of I believe this was October of 2023. And also this month I moved back from Bali. I went on a 2-month cruise and I moved to Miami. So I literally was in 3 different places, and this was a scalable model. Actually, I stood more in the way when I was helping the team. I was on a cruise with no Wi-Fi, so I could barely talk to them. Like, it was very spotty. I was just doing my needle movers, which is creating and putting out content, because I'm a creator CEO. It was 135K a month. Okay. CCA brought in 79K in new cash, and the remainder of the month's cash flow looked like this. So this was just new cash, and then there was recurring cash. We had a low ticket offer at the time. We had a do-it-yourself digital product at the time. Yeah, it was October. Boom. Okay. This is the business. No interest, client retention. No interest is a viewer. Interest is a follower. Client, somebody that pays you. Retention, they ascend to the higher ticket offer. They keep coming back for more. An irresistible offer is what I'm going to leave you with, and probably going to be my next free course. You need to create something that is amazing. Amazing. Okay? the remainder of the month's cash flow looked like this, okay? We had a low ticket digital product, we had a low ticket community at the time, but like I said, it's not adding much of the cash to the business. It's that one signature offer. So here's how this works, right? You take someone, to just really sum this all up, from no interest to a client to retention. No interest is a viewer, someone who's just like watching your stuff on social media. Interest, someone who's in your DMs, they're following you, they commented the keyword, to then a client, right? A really, really amazing client. And that client is someone who's going to be someone that pays you, right? So currently in my funnel, you're going from interest to potentially a new client. And then lastly is retention. How to keep them as a client, how to ascend them to the next level, how to get them an amazing result so they refer you. Okay? So you need to create an irresistible offer. This is what I'm going to leave you with. A minimum viable offer is the very first version of that. After watching this training, you are probably now into creating an irresistible offer. This is like the number one thing that we teach in the program, because the thing is, you can implement this funnel, but if you have a shitty offer, it's not going to sell. You need to create something that's good. If you overcompensate for the offer and the offer is not that good, you overcompensate with the marketing, you're going to have unhappy clients. So when you can create an amazing offer, which, like, for example, this is the free stuff that I'm giving you, right? Over an hour training. This is the free stuff. Imagine what the paid stuff is actually like. Okay. An MVO contains these three factors. It has enough value that people are willing to use it or buy it. It demonstrates enough future benefit to retain early adopters, and it provides a feedback loop to guide your future development. So I want to just make it like abundantly clear. This is a free course. The actual paid course that I sell has over 30 videos like this. Okay. This is the only reason why the course has been able to sell over $1 million is because the offer is so good and it gets results. So it's very easy to market it and to sell it. Okay. So the 4 things I want you to look for: your customers have to be an absolute pain, not a want, but a need. 2, do they have purchasing power? Do the people you're looking to sell to actually have money? 3, are they easy to target? Can you find them on Instagram per se? Because this is what this is teaching you. And 4, is it a growing industry? Okay. So currently, like I said, my program takes me about 3 hours a week to fulfill. There's 3 parts. It's do it yourself, the typical online course stuff, like 30 videos plus worksheets, everything like this. 2, done with you, which is a group coaching program, meaning we have daily group coaching calls like Monday to Friday. And number 3 is done for you. So there's templates, reels, calendars. Like, why do you think the clients are rinse and repeat going viral? Because there's systematic approaches to go viral and to actually sign clients. That's the only reason why we have consistent testimonials, because we have a consistent system. And even better yet, I've been able to outsource it. I've hired coaches. I've hired a sales team. Like, this is what makes a really great business, is that it's not just like flying by the seat of my pants. This is a real consistent system that gets real consistent results. Okay. So in conclusion, if this free course is better than most paid courses you've been in, like people have told me, by the way, I joined a mastermind in 2016 for $10K that had half the information your course has. I think you could charge more. I don't charge $10K for my course. Okay. I've helped over 1,000 content creators turn their Instagram account into a cash flowing business in 90 days or less. Okay. The same strategy that made me $10K a month, made me $100K a month, and then maybe $200K a month. This is not a beginner's course. This is not just how to make the most money in the least amount of time. This is for people who understand they already have a valuable skill. They're a content creator and they want to turn a maybe like small coaching business into a real company. They want to sell daily courses. They want to sell high ticket, low ticket. They want to build a brand. They want to build a sustainable company with, like I said, a few tweaks along the way. Because at 10K a month, 60K a month, I was doing it myself. By 100K a month, I had hired some people, and that's something that we can help you out with too. Okay. So I run an academy with over 290 students that helps them scale their course and their coaching businesses effectively with this one simple funnel. Like I said, I am selling you a scalable system. I am selling you something that you can implement into your business, and we find a way to make it work for you. It is a customized approach. We do not accept everyone into this program. To be honest, after this course, I could put up a link for $5,000 and I know plenty of people would pay for it. That is not my goal. My goal is to get amazing results every time, which is why we have a really tight application and enrollment process. If we do not think you will succeed, we will not sell to you. We are not just trying to make as many sales as possible. We are trying to change the world. We are trying to create content millionaires. We are trying to create people that want to create companies with scalable systems. If this is you, there's going to be a link here to apply. You could probably see it on the button on this video as well. Scroll to this bottom of this page. Apply now. We're only accepting the students, like I said, that we know will succeed and people who want to put in work to get amazing results. Let's just scroll all the way back up to the top. This exact system that I taught you in this free course is what I also teach inside of my academy. The only difference is the academy gives you a customized approach, a real customized approach of how this can work for your creator business. This is what made me 200K in April. Thank you for watching. In just 90 days, my Instagram account grew net positive 10,000 followers. And after that, it proceeded to grow over 40,000 followers in the span of a year. And currently, I'm growing 50 to 100 new followers per day, 100% organic. In this video, I am gonna show you the 7 very specific things that I do every single day, week, and month to keep a net positive growth on Instagram. And if you haven't yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button because I post weekly videos on how to grow as a business owner using Instagram. And keep in mind, these tips are in no particular order. And I've helped thousands of people online grow their Instagram accounts just like me. And last thing before we dive in, make sure you stay until the end because number 7 is the one tip that got my most viral video to over 1.9 million views and made me thousands of dollars for my digital products that I sell on Instagram. Let's dive in. Number 1 is profile optimization. I used to think it was super cringe to talk about how much money you made or talk about how many people that you've helped. But the truth is, if you're not showing people that you can actually do the thing that you say you do, no one's going to trust you. And this was the biggest shift when I moved from being an influencer to actually being a business owner on Instagram. So what you want to make sure you have in your bio is some authority statement and some personal transformation statement that makes people trust you. So for example, my personal transformation is that I've made over $2 million turning my content into cash for my business. And now what I do to help others, which is the other statement I have in my bio, is helping creators become CEOs because that's the personal transformation that I went through myself and now the transformation that I help other people do. Don't even get me started on people who try to sell things when they actually haven't done the thing themselves yet. So maybe this is a little reality check that you want to check in with yourself, that you can make sure you can do the same thing for others that you've been able to do for yourself. And then number 2 is the story reset. So I have a whole video on this, so I'm not going to go super deep into it, but basically all you want to do is you don't want to post in your feed for 72 hours and you just want to post on Instagram stories for 3 days. Now, during these 3 days, make sure it's just one story and each story has a call to action to reply to your story. So for example, I would let all my current stories expire and then tomorrow I would post a story that says, I made $200,000 in 30 days as a course creator using Instagram. If you want the exact strategy, reply 200K and I'll send it to you right now. Then I set up a simple automation with ManyChat. As soon as people reply, they get the instant DM of the way to opt in and be able to check out the 200K in 30 days course. Now, this is a win-win for everybody, right? Instagram likes it because you're getting more people in your DMs and the DMs are their most important feature. Adam Mosseri recently said it in a podcast that I listened to with him and Colin and Samir. And then for you, because you're also going to be growing your email list on top of resetting your algorithm. So I just see that this works in so many different ways, which also brings me into number 3 is if you're not using DM automation, I don't know what you're doing. ManyChat has really changed the game for Instagram because now it's never been easier to actually convert people off of the app onto your email list. And keep in mind, there's a lot of different ways you could be successful with DM automation. It's not just for getting people on your email list. I also use DM automation to send people my YouTube videos like this, to send people to my podcast, or to tag people to make sure that I don't lose my lead in my DMs because I get hundreds of DMs per day. And number 4 is actually making captions that convert. So a lot of times people just kind of like dump a bunch of information into their captions, but you have to actually know how to write captions to turn followers into paying clients. Now, keep in mind, people aren't going to just follow you and read your caption and just go to link in your bio and buy something from you. Yeah, maybe 1 out of every 100 people, but what about the other 99? So what we want to do is we want to create captions that actually encourage people people to send us a DM and enter our funnels. Which then brings me into number 5, which is your Instagram stories. The stories are the best place to convert people because the people that are watching your stories are the most engaged followers, and these are the people that become buyers. So I have a whole training that's called Instagram Stories That Sell. You could check it out in the description. It's a part of my 7-figure Instagram growth strategy and how I've made millions of dollars by turning my content into cash. Now, what I'm teaching people as well is how to leverage their Instagram stories to make more sales. Because ultimately, if someone's watching your story, it's like they're watching and binging a TV show, right? We know how hooked that we get. So we want to make sure we're capturing that attention and converting it into sales for our business. And then number 6 is your viral hooks. So how many times do I see a video and it's such a good video, but the hook was so bad that no one could actually move forward and watch the video? So this is something that I do with my clients a lot, is that I basically just spend so much time helping them think of and create good hooks. Because if you don't have good hooks, no one's going to be interested in what you have to offer. So if you want people to actually consume your content and become paying clients, we need to have really hot hooks. If you're interested in this, comment hooks and I'll create a whole video on how to create really amazing Instagram hooks for your reels. And lastly is my favorite kind of reel that I'm so obsessed with in this season of life, and that's the 6-second loop reel. So there's some controversy about this on Instagram, but the truth is we want to make sure that we are optimizing and leveraging the algorithm to the best of our potential. The algorithm tells us that the more people watch your video, the more they're going to show it to other users. Because remember, Instagram is a business and they want to make sure more people are consuming content on their app. So what you're going to do is you're going to have a really powerful hook, and then you're going to put the answer and the education of what you want to teach video into the caption. Now in the caption, you're going to tell a story, you're going to create a list, you're going to give digestible tips, and what you're going to do is really hook that person in. So now this is a 6-second video that turns someone's average watch time into 2 to 3 minutes because they had to read, they had to consume, maybe they saved your video for later. This is all really healthy for your engagement on Instagram, and this is how you're going to explode your account to get more leads for your business. Instagram's algorithm is quickly changing, and if I didn't know what I'm about to tell you in this video, I wouldn't have made over $100,000 in the past 30 days, and I wouldn't be growing 100 new followers every single day on Instagram. In this video, I'm going to give you the 3 biggest secrets to Instagram growth that creators are not talking about. And I just want to make it clear that this is not just about Instagram Reels. This is also about Instagram Stories, which is the #1 secret feature. These steps are in no specific order, but make sure you watch all the way until the end, because this one trick got me over 7,000 views on one Instagram story, which is double the normal reach that I usually get. You see, a lot of people think that the Instagram algorithm just favors Instagram Reels. And even though that's somewhat true, Instagram Stories is where you should be focusing most of your time. A couple years ago, I was just like you. I posted whatever I wanted on my stories. I just posted some talking head videos, and I realized that I was leaving lots of dollars and free engagement on the table. But once I figured out how to do the Instagram story reset, everything changed. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure that all of your current stories expire. This is step 1. Now, after your stories expire, you're going to post just one story. And while you post this one story, you're going to want to make sure that you don't post any Instagram Reels. Now, keep in mind, don't do this all the time, like maybe just once a month or once a quarter. Next, you're going to want to make sure that this one story is a clear picture of yourself. So a picture of you that people can see your face, maybe you're smiling and you look happy and it looks like something that someone would want to interact with. And here's an example of what that looks like. And next, you're going to want to make sure that you set up an automation so that when people reply a specific keyword, ManyChat goes ahead and sends them one of your freebies. So for example, in our case, we say reply the word 200K and I'll show you how I made 200K in 30 days using Instagram. And keep in mind, this story is meant to promote people to send you a DM because DMs is the top rated feature for Instagram. I mean, Adam Mosseri even said it on a recent podcast with Colin and Samir, is that their edge is that they have the DMs feature and they want more people to be sharing your content and talking in the DMs. So you're going to be rewarded more if you get people to actually reply a keyword to your story rather than saying just click the link in my bio or using a link sticker. And last lastly, this is gonna help you grow your email list. So as we know, we don't own any of these platforms, but what we do own is our email list. So you're gonna wanna make sure that you promote a freebie that will also grow your email list so that you can get subscribers to your list. So now that you've capitalized on your Instagram stories, we can talk about Instagram Reels, because you know that they are the most important thing to attract new followers to your page. And I kind of touched on this in the first part about the Instagram story reset, but what we're going to talk about and how to fix your account in step 2 is going to be the no post rule. And I know this sounds counterintuitive because you're thinking, Julia, well, I thought you were going to tell me to post 3 times a day or 5 times a day. But the truth is, you want to make Instagram miss you. And what I mean by that is you want to make sure that you're not posting anything for at least 72 hours. And we talked about this a little bit with the Instagram story reset, but you want to make sure that you're not posting anything so Instagram starts to think, where are you? And they want to get you to start creating again. You may even get a message from Instagram that says, hey, it's been a while since you posted or since you edited this reel. That's a good sign because Instagram wants to make sure that you don't get off their platform. Now, I've heard this myth about content fluffing and if you post 3 times a day that it's not good for your page. I actually don't agree with that, but I do agree that it's nice to give yourself a reset sometimes, and even it's good for your mental health. So if you want to take 72 hours off of Instagram, that's absolutely fine. So my results from not posting for 72 hours and doing the Instagram story reset was that I got my highest reach story ever, which was over 7,000 views. I grew over 100 followers, and then I started to grow 50 to 100 followers every single day. I also realized that some of my older reels started to go viral, and I started to get compounding reach on those older reels. And on top of it, I made over $20,000 in cash during the time that I wasn't posting in the feed. And this just reminded me that your feed posts don't equal cash. And it's all about the systems that you have running on the back end and the funnels. And by the way, if you're enjoying this video so far, don't forget to push that subscribe button because I post videos like this every single week. And lastly, the third thing you want to do is retrain your algorithm. So the way in which you're going to retrain your algorithm is you're going to follow 25 to 50 new creators in your niche. Now, you want to make sure that Instagram is showing your content to people that are actually interested in what it is that you have to offer. So the way in which you can do that is you can show Instagram what you're interested in by following accounts that post the same things as you and would share the same audience as you. Another thing you can do is save posts from creators that you like or creators that are posting content that you also post. So for me, my niche is Instagram growth and online courses and online business. So I may want to follow people in that niche and save their posts to show my algorithm this is the kind of content that I'm interested in, keep showing me more and keep showing my audience more as well too. You're also going to want to make sure that you're interacting with your ideal clients daily. Remember, Instagram is a place to be social, but it's also a place to be making sales. So you should be following people that would be your ideal client. You should be building relationships with them and not cold messaging or anything like that. But I actually have a whole video on my DM strategy on how to actually build genuine relationships on Instagram, and you can check out that video here. And the last and most important thing you want to do is you're going to want to scroll your feed to see what is the kind of content that Instagram is putting in front of me, because the kind of content that Instagram is putting in front of you is how they're associating you and your account. If you see a video that you want to see more of, right? It's something that is in your niche or it's a topic that you also create content about, you can go ahead and push the 3 little dots and click the button, I'm interested. And that would be showing Instagram that you're interested in seeing more content like this. And then they're going to push out your content that is like that as well. So now you know how to reset your Instagram algorithm and how to boost your reach to your current followers. I've grown my Instagram account 100% organic to over 80,000 followers. And not just that, but I made over $2 million by turning my Instagram content into cash for my business. And if I was starting over from zero, this is exactly what I would do. I broke it down for you step by step in this video. I'll be exposing 77 of my best tips on how to grow your business on Instagram using 100% organic content and strategies. You're gonna learn all about how to ideate content, how to create content, and even how to post on your stories without sounding too salesy. And even better, if you sell a digital product, an online course, or any high ticket offer in general, you're gonna learn how to make more sales on Instagram by generating leads for free for your business. And even how you can use AI to speed up your content creation process. I've been been on Instagram since 2011, and I promise that you're gonna wanna watch this all the way through until the end because I put in this video information that I would normally only give my paying clients because that's how important I think it is. So let's get into it. In this video, I'm going to share with you 77 tips to help you grow on Instagram this year in my brand new Instagram growth guide. So let's dive in. So how it started. It was 2011. I joined Instagram. It was the time of XX Pro or Valencia. It was really just a photo sharing app. And I was always obsessed with social media. I used to be a social media manager. I used to do some done for you social media work. I used to reach out to local businesses and be like, hey, can I take shots of your food and help you grow your restaurant or your bagel store and things like that. And then I realized that I should start taking Instagram seriously. And that's when 2020 rolled around and I had about 6,000 followers. And now today I have over 80,000 followers. And let me zoom in a little bit on this here. I have over 80,000 followers on Instagram. And this has been purely from organic content. So I'll be going through this video, and wherever you're watching this, there will also be an option if you guys want to take it one step further and apply to scale your business on Instagram. This is exactly how we've helped people. I've made over $2 million and grown over 50,000 followers in just a few years. When I started using this strategy that I'm going to teach you today, I was at around 20 or 30K. So it exponentially skyrocketed my growth, and it's also been really consistent. But you're going to want to check the link in the description or on the bottom of this page, and you're going to want to apply to scale your business on Instagram because this is our specialty. We've helped all niches, homesteaders, psychics, midwives, anything you can think of, dance instructors, and we want to help more creators monetize with the Conscious Creator Academy. So go ahead, check the link out and apply at any point in time if you think that this applies to you and you're ready to start cash flowing. My vision is to help more creators cash flow with Instagram. All right. So thanks for being here. Like I said, I have a feeling you're interested in growing on Instagram, right? And I want you to think about, what does Instagram mean to you? What is more followers going to give you? Because it's not going to be more dollars in the bank. Followers are leads, and leads need to be converted. So this is two-step. Step one is get leads. Step two is convert leads. This is all about how to get leads, how to get more leads on Instagram. But what I'm going to show you in your application and the application enrollment call is going to be how to actually convert these leads. So if you want to focus on conversion, I would say let's skip the line and click here if you want to learn all about it. All right, so let's dive in. Number one is going to be your profile optimization. So it's really important that you have authority baked into your profile. All right, so what I mean by this is, as you can see, I have my one line transformation statement, right? And then I have a personal testimonial. What have I done that should make you trust me? And I get this question a lot. No, you don't have to, be a millionaire, have multi-million dollars in business success, helped 5,000 clients. You have to put this at the point that you're at in your journey. And I think that's really important to remember, that everybody has to start somewhere. This line took me years and years and years to build. So don't think it has to be right off the bat like this. And then what I like to do, honestly, is really showing people what it is that I teach and my niche. So Instagram growth for business, DM me scale to start, free course. All right. So in the keyword line, you're going to want to set up a ManyChat automation, and I'll be going through this a little bit later. But what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to direct a way for people to opt in and work with you. So if someone messages me scale, they're going to be opted in to learn about how to work with me. And that's a really great additional tip inside of the profile optimization, because you want to make sure that you're always open to accept customers. And then some sort of next steps. Like I said, I have my free course. All right. Next is going to be your link in bio. So I use a platform called StanStore. Now, my link in bio changes all the time, but what I would say is not everybody needs to have like a million links in their bio. I always say, like, if you have a low ticket product, you could put it there. If you have a freebie, if you have an application form, and then some affiliate links, and that's plenty. Now, why I love using StanStore is because they're also a online checkout cart. So if you're putting stuff like in your link in bio, so let's say you have a digital product, you could sell it directly at the link in your bio, which I think is pretty cool. All right. So keep it simple. Then we have our story highlights. So this is basically your about page on your website. You're going to want to make sure you show yourself off. So my account used to be a personal account, hence I started in 2011. So I deleted all my like travel stuff and lifestyle stuff. And once again, if it's applicable to your brand, you could keep it. I'm not one of those people that's like, if you have lifestyle content on your page, you're not going to grow. I mean, I think that's bizarre, but you just want to make sure. If I had to have one website or one like moment to shine, what would I want people to see? So for me, I want people to learn about my program, CCA. I want them to know like, hey, I'm a real human. I host in-person events, a little bit more about my students, about my free course, and then of course, results. Okay. I think that's, if you're a coach, service provider, course creator, you got to have a results tab. Okay. So this one's really important. Don't pin your viral reels. Instead, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to pin a start here, a case study, and an about me. So let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like. Okay. So we have about me here, a personal testimonial, and then a freebie opt-in. So I think this is super important because you want to make sure, like, let's say someone discovers me from this video or this post from the first time. I want to make sure that they can come and directly opt right in to my page, or my freebie rather. Okay. Content repurposing. So my current repurpose setup goes a little something like this. I post my original ideas on Threads, then we repost our threads to carousels, then we post lead gen ideas on Instagram Reels, and then we use viral reels as concepts for YouTube videos, carousels, and even email newsletters. So I want you to think about, like, how can I repurpose my content best, and how can I basically make a funnel so that one piece of content goes a really long way. Okay. So unicorn niche. So not all niches are profitable. The riches are in the niches. So here are a few unicorn niche clients that we've helped over the past year. There's a bunch of YouTube testimonials, but like, for example, my client April, she helps petite women lose weight. And then we have our client Cheyenne, who helps people build a profitable homestead. Then we have, our client BB, who's a midwife, and she even opened her own in-person clinic. So there's a lot of different niches, but what I want you to do is I want you to basically like really think about, where can I stand out among a really busy online space? And this is something that we want to really go into, is like this unicorn niche. So if you're a weight loss coach, you're a nutritionist, like, where do you specifically stand out? And then I want you to think about how you can niche down even further, because the riches are in the niches. Okay. Messaging consistency. This one's huge. So think about it. If someone discovers you on a viral reel or a viral carousel, you want to make sure that when they follow you, they're going to receive a consistent amount of content. So for example, if I start making reels that are about Instagram story and I gained 80K followers and all this stuff, you're going to want to continue to stay to learn more about Instagram growth for business owners. So this is very logical that the consistency of the message is very important. Now, the reason why I say this is because a lot of people, like, they'll almost have like this one-hit wonder. They'll have a reel go viral and they think they need to like change their strategy. Definitely don't do that. Think about it from a consumer's perspective. If they find you for one thing and they follow you, they want more of that one thing. Okay. So let's look at the different types of content. So there's inspirational content, right? That's really just there to be shareable, savable, things like that. And then there's educational. So these could be talking head videos, they could be carousels, and I believe you can click on these and check these out. And then lastly, there's transformational. So that really like rags to riches kind of mindset, that zero to hero story. This is what we teach our clients inside of CCA. And once again, if this is something you want to be a part of, go ahead and click the link in the description or on the footer of this page. Okay. So Instagram sales funnel, this is where the magic happens. Like I use a tool called ManyChat. Now you could check here and you can check out my link for ManyChat. You will get a free trial. And by the way, a lot of people don't know this, but ManyChat is actually free forever. You could just only have up to 1,000 leads. Okay, so you could set up a free account. And basically, this is how this, like I said, this is mostly for lead generation, but this is a little bit of conversion. This is really what we dive deep into inside of the academy. But basically, you can turn all of your content into cash by using automation. So you're going to basically have a keyword and you're going to pair your keyword with a automation to get people to opt in to your funnels. So for example, this keyword million is for a free email course that I have. And then we have the comments, like 1,400 leads just from one post. So this was all free. This was all organic, like no paid ads. And this just goes to show you the power of ManyChat. So I would definitely recommend setting that up. Okay. Story reset. I've talked about this a lot, but basically what you're going to want to do is let all of your current stories expire. Don't post in the feed for a few days. Post just one story per day. And then when you do post your one story, you're going to want to make sure that it's a selfie. You're going to want to make sure that it's almost like this big wow that people will reply a single keyword to. And you really want to make sure that everything that you're posting on this story reset is very clear and very specific. Now, this story, got over 200 replies and reached over 7,000 people, which is 3x my normal views. So what you're going to want to see here and why this works so well is because it was very direct, very specific, and had just one keyword. And then what I also think is cool is, like I said, it reached over 7,000 people, which was awesome. But even some non-followers saw it, and that's probably because it's now pinned on my page under free courses. Okay, so next is trending audio. So here's how you're going to find trending audio on Instagram. You're going to go to your Reels tab, and then you're going to look for this arrow at the bottom of the screen. This means that the audio is trending. Now you're going to want to make sure that each video has under 10,000 uses. So here's an example. It has only 2,000 and it's trending. So we would use this as a viral trending audio. And this is also how your post can get picked up in the algorithm. So let's also look at loop videos and why they work so well. So let's take a look at this one, right? 8 things I did every day on Instagram to make my first million. So, this got over 5,000 likes. This went pretty viral. Let's see if this works here. Yep. So we got over 424,361. Let's move this. Plays, and mostly non-followers. So 97% of those people were non-followers, which is fantastic for lead generation. And then if we go to the comments, over 1,500 comments, which is fantastic. Once again, these are all reels. And then I just want to move my face out of the way. You could also see here the follows, over 3,000 almost 4,000 follows. So this is a great idea and a fantastic reel. Okay, so let's come back here. Yep, there's an example there. Okay, so aesthetic B-roll clip, top of the mountain. Once again, you don't have to do this. You don't have to go travel to Morocco, which is where I was when I took this, and do this to, be successful. But this is just an example of what works. So let's say you like to hike, like take a video on your next hike. Let's say you're a big dog person, like take a video when you're walking your dog. It could really be that simple. It could literally be you in your kitchen. It's so simple. And then you're going to want to basically do a listicle format. So listicles work very, very well. So what I want you to do is I want you to almost like test this listicle and try this out, right? Maybe it's like 5 things I did, 10 things I did to reach your ICP and their dream outcome. So that's really important. And then the music. So you'll be able to play it on your own, but you can't tell when it starts or it stops. The sound, it kind of just sounds like it just keeps going. Okay. So in the caption, I just jumped right into it. There's no fluff, nothing extra. And then we have the triple threat CTA. So the first call to action is comment the keyword. Second is save it for later. Third is follow for more. And then I tag myself. Okay. So one offer. So my signature academy is the Conscious Creator Academy. We teach creators how to scale one signature offer because that's really been the secret to my success. So I made over $1.5 million in just 12 months and grew over 30,000 followers by just promoting one offer, because it does come down to consistency in your messaging. So if you're trying to promote multiple things, it gets very distracting. And if you want to learn how to just like scale one high ticket offer, I would really recommend that you apply for the academy. Okay. One funnel. So I completely understand that there's a lot of noise out there: TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, podcasts, all the things. And I tried to do it all. And I was like, well, I look up to these really big personal brands with millions and millions of followers. Like, they're doing it all. I bet I could do it all too. Now, the problem is that those people have huge, investing multi-six, if not seven figures into their brand. So they're able to do that. Versus me, my primary goal is to generate cash flow and build the business and cash flow sustainably. So it really doesn't make sense for me to invest all this time, money, and energy into a bunch of stuff that honestly won't ROI. In the future, maybe, in a couple years, and I've definitely dropped some seeds on doing this, I'll invest in almost some like PR or some, personal brand, videography, things like that. But those things don't have a direct ROI. So that's why I cut it all out and I just focused on Instagram, and I just used one funnel. So it's like Instagram, go to the free course, book a call, sell on the call. Like it's really that simple. And sometimes people come to me, they're like, do I have to do sales calls? Absolutely not. I work with a lot of busy moms, busy people who don't want to be on the phones. Like, that's totally fine. You could sell in the DMs, you could sell on a webinar. Like, the goal is that you have to just pick one funnel and you have to see it through and you have to do it that way. So, like I said, I am not married to one way in which you have to sell, but I am married to one funnel, and we help you customize and build this one funnel to achieve your goals. Okay. So, digestible tips. I hate fluff. As you can see, I make all of my training free and paid on a Google document. My goal is value all the time. The best value is free, direct, and digestible. There we go. The best value is fluff-free, direct, and digestible. And that's really the goal here. So here's an example of how I write digestible content. Okay. So you're going to want to start with a hook, connect with your audience, use a TLDR, break down your content, highlight key concepts, be conversational, close with a clear CTA, and use emojis to enhance your readability. So this is a fantastic example of a really great caption and almost like a great template for how to make these captions. Okay, perfect. So next one is going to be listicles. Once again, I showed you an example of listing out tips and listing out in a caption, and that's super important because it's very easy for the consumer to understand and the person to read, okay? Next is going to be leveraging AI. So this is something that I'm pretty new to, but I've really been enjoying learning about it. I honestly hesitated a bit with learning AI because, it's a learning curve. It's something new. So my best tips for you from what I've learned so far is you're going to want to customize your ChatGPT so that it sounds like you and you could start training it. And then you're also going to want to tell your AI when it's doing something wrong. So I know when I first was using AI, I was like, this doesn't sound like me. Like, this sounds awkward. I'm going to just stop using it. But what you can do is instead you can just say, hey, this doesn't sound like me, and I would never say this word. Don't use it in the future. And then I would say upgrade to the paid version. I don't have any like free trial or affiliate link or anything like that, but I recently did this and I just feel like the responses are a lot better. You don't have to wait, a certain amount of time until you could generate more responses. So it's really been fantastic. All right, B-roll should be fun and easy. What I do is I create an album on my phone called B-roll, and this is where I share with my VA, so she could help me edit some videos, and then I just do one big batch record quarterly. Sometimes I do it monthly. It's really just depending on what's going on in my life at the time, okay? So here's an example of what that looks like on my Photos app, and I would recommend something like you. I'd also recommend clipping them. When they're really long, like 2 to 3 minutes, it becomes very difficult, okay? And then there's this B-roll checklist. So once again, if you don't have this yet, you're going to want to make sure that you get a download version of this, okay? So 7 days in 2 hours a week. So this is a strategy that I made up to save me time with content creation. So I did this myself for a few years. Now I have a virtual assistant helping me. So what I think is really cool is that you can even outsource this. And that's the goal, right? Is to help you create systems so that not everything has to fall back and rely on you. So first things first is you're going to want to create that master B-roll folder like I showed you above. Then you're going to want to mass edit your reels, and then you're going to want to create captions and schedule. All right. So, okay, messaging restriction. So Meta has a new restriction that only accounts who follow you can receive your messages. Now, this is a huge problem for business owners that use an app like ManyChat. So what I would recommend is basically when you see this pop up on your screen, click Don't Change. And if you haven't already, it's going to appear in your DMs. If it hasn't, you could go ahead and scroll through your settings and things like that and see if there's something that, you can update in your settings. But besides that, I would just hold out until you see this. If you never see it, you could just kind of search for it in your settings. And then you're going to want to share a post like this to your story to let your followers know that, hey, this is going to be happening. Go ahead and make sure that you change these things around. Okay. Profitable course topics. So profitable course idea has a few things. There's a market for it, there's a need for it, and there's a growing desire for it. So this kind of goes back to the unicorn niche. As you can see, it's right here again. So what you're going to want to do is you can use softwares like Google Trends. I mean, you could even use YouTube to search like what are people searching up, and then seeing like where are things growing and going. So like, for example, social media, AI, like all these things, they're growing, they're getting bigger. So these are all really great course ideas. But for example, if you wanted to make a course that's like how to start a newspaper, I mean, that's a dying industry. So you want to make sure that your course topic is in a growing industry. All right, low ticket offers. So I was honestly pretty against this at first because I always sold high ticket, but it's actually helped me a lot because basically we had a ton of people that were like, Julia, like, I love what you're doing. I love this. I want to be a part of it. I can't right now. So what I did was I created this low ticket offer and you could click on it and you could see it here to learn a little bit more. But basically the low ticket has to go hand in hand with the high ticket. Now, what I think is really great is like, this is a fully passive product. All I have to do is make my reels, post my reels, all the things like that. And the goal is to get people to just be introduced to my content. Most people that buy the low ticket end up applying for the academy, and that is our ultimate goal, to grow the academy. And then from there, you can see like, people are going to watch the low ticket. They're going to get a result. They're going to be very wowed by it. They're going to, walk themselves to the high ticket, and that's the goal there. Which then brings me into high ticket offers. I love selling high ticket. I think they're way easier to sell. People have a better commitment. There's better clients, and there's a simpler pathway to achieving your goals. So I always think of Tesla when I talk about high ticket offers. Is Tesla started selling cars for multiple six figures, right? 200K plus. Now they sell their base model for around $40,000. They first had to generate cash flow so that they could be for the average consumer and be like a normal price car. So if you're reading this, you're probably at the high ticket point in your business. And it just makes a lot more logical sense for you to be creating high ticket first, and then you could trickle it down to low ticket. All right. So if you want to learn how to scale or even create your first high ticket offer, this is what we help people with inside the academy. Okay. All right. Affiliates. So affiliates are a great way to generate additional income for your business. Now, keep in mind, you should only be selling something that you would use yourself. So you'll never see me promoting something that I don't use myself. And to be fully honest with you, I mostly do affiliates for softwares and tech and more like business focused things now. When I first started, when you saw that I, had 6,000 followers on Instagram, it was more along the lines of influencer, like makeup, hair, all these things. And I just realized like, I don't buy a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not a stuff kind of person. I'm in a big buying season right now because we just purchased our first home. So I'm buying a lot of stuff actually. But I typically don't. Like, I don't spend my, my personal disposable income on like things. But I love to buy softwares and things that give me like an ROI. What I mean by that is, for example, like my mom always gives this example. It might be a little, morbid for some of you, but you'll get the point. You never want to kill the cow to eat the meat for one day because the cow can give you milk for 10 years, let's say. I'm not a homesteader, and I don't know much about farming and animals, but what I do know is you want to get you something that gives you an ROI for a lifetime. So for example, I host my courses on School, right? We have the Academy on School. We have the low ticket on School. I love School. So you'll see me talk about it a lot, and I've been using it since 2022. So for 2 years. Now, I recommend School to basically all of our clients. Now, those are the clients that do sign up and go for School. I get paid an affiliate commission every single month. It's not like they buy it one time, I get paid one time. It's a subscription. Same with ManyChat. So what you would want to do is you want to be promoting brands and businesses that, one, you use yourself, and two, that will generate you a consistent cash flow. So as you can see, here are all the places where I save my money, where I really focus on all the great things. Like I save my money, School, Stanstore, Thrivecart. Like I said, they're mostly softwares and tech, but then there's some that are like one-offs like Thrivecart or my legal templates that I work with a really amazing lawyer. So this is what I recommend. All right, talking head videos. This is a great way to build trust with your audience. Here are some examples of talking head videos I've done. So these may get lower views, likes, and reach, but they convert like crazy, okay? So you can also speak out loud your threads or expand on topics you're passionate about. Free coaching funnel. So you could go ahead and take a look at this video here, and you'll see that I offer to coach people for free in the caption, and then those actually turn into future video ideas. So it's a win-win on both ends. All right, so that'll be explaining that. Okay. Evergreen acquisition system. So I have a whole free course on this. I would click here, but this is also what we teach inside of the Academy. And this is our cash funnel: content, audience, relationship, high class experience. Now, this is really fantastic because what you're going to be looking at here, and as I'm going through this, I realize there's a typo. And by the way, guys, I think what's really cool is just remembering that like most people at this point in time would probably just like cancel the video and be like, oh my God, I made a typo and like blah, blah, blah. It's fine. Like it's an editable Google document. Like I think people like things that are imperfect because we realize like, oh, Julia's human too. Like, oh, this happens. By the way, this guide took me like 8 hours. So having typos, of course, like that's going to be normal. This isn't going to be like a published book, right? So remember, it's okay to like make mistakes and do things like this, okay? So cash funnel, very important. Basically, you want to drive leads through your content. You want to turn them into followers, right? Become a part of your audience, make sales, and then you want to deliver a high class experience for the people that pay you. Do these 3 things every day. Post 1 story a day, 1 reel a day, send 25 DMs a day. It is really that simple. If you're like, who am I DMing? Your audience, people who follow you, people who engage with your account. Hey, thanks for the follow. Like, it is that simple. Build relationships every single day, okay? Daily engagement. People often forget that social media is meant to be social. So what I recommend is having a daily engagement checklist to build genuine connections on this app. So here are just some quick examples on how you can do this. Now, number 29 is to increase your follower count. So this takes time. I grow anywhere from 50 to 100 followers a day, and here's what I've learned. Consistent growth is better than fast growth. So I've been growing at this rate for the past almost 2 years, which is insane and very healthy for the account. So what you can do to stay consistent is have a posting schedule, keep a posting time, and then do the 7 days in 120 minutes that I showed you above. So I get this question a lot: free versus paid. Free content is information. Paid content is information plus structure. Implementation is, okay, guys, there's another typo here. So free content is information. Opt-in content is information plus structure. Paid content is information plus structure plus implementation. So what's the difference? Implementation is like, I'm going to do this thing with you. So for example, when you join the academy, it's not just this, right? And this is where most people get tripped up because they try to sell these like kind of crappy DIY courses and they're like, hey, just figure it out yourself, watch the videos X, Y, and Z. But what's actually going to be of value to your people and what's going to make a really great course and client experience, because once again, high class experience is the letter H in the cash funnel. You want to make sure that you're helping people implement the information that you're giving them. So like, for example, you're watching, free content on my Instagram page, which are like individual tips. The opt-in content is like, okay, now here are the 77 tips in order. Paid content is you're going to get Instagram tips, sales tips, everything in the cash method plus structure. Follow this step by step, and then implementation. We have daily group coaching calls. You're paired with a client success manager. So you're getting everything that you need in order to be successful. So let's talk about viral hooks. This is a fantastic hook. I would highly, highly recommend that you use it and you apply it to your niche. Viral hook number 2, you stopped the problem and found the solution that's making people get dream outcome. Another example here. Viral hook number 3, before and after, how's being an influencer going? Not bad, X, Y, and Z. Okay, amazing. So DM strategy. I have a whole video on this here. If you want to check it out, I would highly recommend. But I can't recommend enough having a very solid DM strategy, because this is where all of your sales are going to come from, is people in your DMs, people you're building relationships with. $1 Million Creator Funnel. So this video, this is all you need to know. This is honestly like one of the best videos I think I've ever done. It was a keynote that I did in Montana. It was a live keynote, and I went ahead and recorded it and I turned it into a video, and it was fantastic. All right, switch up your content style. If you've been doing the same thing over and over and over again and it's still not working, something needs to change. Okay, try a new trend, look up inspiration, and do something different. The same actions breed the same results. Okay. Grow your email list subscribers. So remember, Instagram is for lead gen. Conversion happens when you build enough trust with your audience. Here's what getting people onto your email list looks like. So lead gen posts generate comments at scale, and then boom, you invite them to your email list via ManyChat. So this is something new that I've tried, where you could actually connect ManyChat with your email software. So I use ActiveCampaign. It connects directly to ActiveCampaign, which is great. And then I get people to join my list. So I obviously blur this out for this person's privacy, but they drop their email, they're added to my list. Or you could do a landing page form like this. I've done both. Okay. 3 killer content types: inspirational, educational, transformational. Once again, you could see those tips above, which is where you are going to see everything and even examples. All right, guys, we're getting there. This is a long guide. Want to make sure that I had a talk through of this. And what's really cool is like you can see like people are actively clicking on this, checking in, looking at this guide. So this even goes to show you like, hey, this strategy works, right? All right, so sales strategy. Sales trips people up, especially on Instagram, but I want you to think of your Instagram account like a coffee shop that you own. So your door is always open, you're always accepting customers. Someone walks through the door, would you ignore them? Probably not, okay? So don't do this on Instagram, which then leads me into the next part, which is building real relationships. So the goal here is to build authentic relationships. I have a lot of YouTube videos on this, but I also wanted to Google and give you the definition exactly of the law of detachment. And this is basically like if you message someone and you're like, hey, it's so nice to connect. Thank you so much for following me. Like you're just focused on building a relationship rather than like, I need to sell to this person. So a lot of people are like, almost like operating out of this scarcity where they're like, oh, I need to cold DM people to get clients. I mean, I promise you, if you sent like 25 DMs a day, just genuinely connecting with people and embracing the law of detachment, you'd be a lot farther than probably where you are on Instagram trying to cold DM people. Okay. So detach from the sale and focus on building genuine connections. All right. 2 to 3 times a day posting. So many benefits to this. I've been in a lot of seasons where I do exactly this. And what I would say is you definitely have more chances to pop off in the algorithm. You become a better creator by just putting out more volume. Your individual reach is going to be lower, but the overall reach is going to be higher. So give it a try and don't knock it until you try it. Stitch videos are great. So I gave you a few examples here. You can see I, stitch some viral videos in my niche, and then I go ahead and make them my own. So as you can see at the end, right, there's this as like the hook, and then I go ahead and I start talking, right? And I start talking about this and I start saying, kind of like my own thoughts on it. And this is really great because you can use a hook that's already gone viral and then make it your own, okay? Next is the auto reply feature. So this is on ManyChat. So for example, Instagram is going to grow your account by the level of engagement. So if you have more comments and you're going to see that, these comments are, auto replying, instead of getting 50 comments, now you get 100. This is really great. What I will say is you want to make sure you have 10 to 12 different replies set up so Instagram doesn't block you. I have had this happen before and it is not fun. You cannot comment on things for like over 10 days. So that's when I had only 1 or 2. The more the merrier. If you have like 25, you want to play it super safe, fantastic. I have about 10 per automation and it's been plenty. Okay, 15 minutes per day. If you're busy, you can make a small commitment to yourself and me. 15 minutes a day, that's all you need to create one reel. 15 minutes, 5 minutes to ideate, 5 minutes to edit, 5 minutes for the caption, okay? 6-second sniper reel. Reels that loop are also what I call a 6-second sniper reel. So here's an example 1, example 2, and you can go ahead and click on them. And then once again, I want to show you these examples where you can get really, really valuable content out of it. And when you look at the example, these are the analytics that match it to just kind of show you like, oh, wow, like this got 336 comments. That's all leads. That's fantastic. Okay. B-roll for beginners. I know it can feel awkward to film yourself, but the only way it's going to feel less awkward is by getting your reps in. So just do it a few times a week to start. Then you'll start doing it every day and it'll become second nature. Next time you're in your car, like before you drive, just flip your camera over and take a simple video. Next time you're working at your desk, just prop up your camera and take a video of yourself. Next time you're outside in your yard, set up a tripod and press record. Okay? Conversion hack number 1, long text on screen, like a video like this. It'll make your video loop in the algorithm and you will get more reach. Conversion hack number 2 is a midpoint CTA. So as you can see here, I have the CTA right in the middle of the caption. Boom, that's fantastic. Viral reel formula. So it's this simple. 3 things I did to reset my Instagram algorithm. Hook on the screen, hook in the caption, transition or loop, captivating copy, triple threat CTA. You can see that I've done all of those things inside of this reel here, okay? No filter. When I was on Instagram in 2011, the question was XX Pro or Valencia. Today, hashtag no filter is the wave ever since the TikTokification of social media, meaning, TikTok was very natural, organic, no makeup, just in your house during COVID. Like, this is exactly what people want now on social media. So don't stress about needing your video to be perfect. I showed you many times in this video, like I've made errors on this. There's typos. I didn't even do my makeup this morning. I'm just like, it's 7:30 in the morning and I'm like, hell yeah, like this is amazing. Like it's going to be a great day and I'm going to just get started before I feel ready. And I think that's a really great reminder for anybody on Instagram, no matter what stage you're at. Like you've seen, I have, over 80,000 followers. I've made over $2 million and I'm still making typos. Like I'm human. We're all human. And if you're watching this, you're a human. That's okay. All right. Like and comments. So try this strategy to increase your reach. When someone comments on your post, don't like it right away. Like it on the next day, right after you post. Go back and like the comments from the previous day's posts. The person will get a notification, come to your page, and check out your new post. So this will help you increase your engagement. Let's leverage your drafts. So for example, when you batch create, you're going to want to save it all to your drafts. And then what I do is I edit all of my reels directly on Instagram, and then I save it all as a draft. Okay. Schedule your reels. This has been game changer. You could do it right in Instagram. I know there's some other apps like Metricool and Later and those kind of things. From my understanding, you cannot use trending audios with those apps. You can only do that on your phone, like when you schedule an Instagram reel on mobile. So when I first started, I had to manually post everything, but now the Instagram scheduler has gotten a lot better. So I would highly recommend using that. Then I would say schedule a Meta Business Suite. So if you look at our carousel posts like this, for example, these are all scheduled in the Meta Business Suite. Okay. 0.5x angle. I love this. If you look at these videos here, these are all 0.5x angle. This has been the biggest content creator hack for me, recording at a 0.5x angle. So what you're going to do is go on your phone, go to your camera, and then at the bottom, you're going to see this. Click this 0.5. The natural setting is 1. Click 0.5, and then you're going to just turn your camera around using I have my phone right here, using the backside. Go like this, and then this is how you're going to get the 0.5x, all right? Repost your viral reels from other creators. So let's see. This is a great example of someone else's viral reel, and then I go ahead and I give this person credit, in the reel by stitching their video. That's like a repost strategy. One word for millions of views. What is the one word that got me 800K views on Instagram? It's POV. So when you start the video with POV, you get the viewer to really like step in your shoes. So for example, I've given you a few examples where the hook is like POV and then, you say the thing. POV stands for point of view. And this is a really great example to get people to really be on board with what you're saying and connect with you. All right, so this is the one viral hook that got me 1.9 million views. So let's look at it. So this is literally it, right? The one thing that got me the dream outcome. So as you can see here, like it was 1.9 and then this one was 1 million or 1.2 million. So here's how I did it. You find a trending sound under 10K uses, you use the sound on a loop video, you create a big wow hook, right? For example, the one viral hook that got me 1.9 million views, and you can use this as a template. The one thing that ideal client wants, the answer in the caption, okay? Share to Facebook, video tutorial here on how to do that, but this is gonna get you more reach on your reels. Who, what, how. So this is a video example and a video idea to help you grow your audience. Number 61 is a bit controversial, but unfollow your friends, right? Instagram is not a place for your friends and family. Another typo. It's okay if, you have some people you follow. I still follow like very few of my friends and family, but most people that I am on Instagram are my ideal audience. They're not people that, this is not a personal account anymore. It's really just a business account. And when you can make that shift, you're going to really grow in the algorithm because you're showing Instagram like, hey, I want to interact and I want to be shown more of this content. So show my content to these kind of people too. Controlled controversy. So for example, I don't know who needs to hear this, but posting once a day isn't enough. So another great example, great video ideas that you can use. Get personal, right? But don't Dear Diary dump. So I got feedback from a client that one time she paid me over $5,000 because she discovered me on this reel. So this is a really great example of that. And as a creator, it is important to get personal, but please don't, Dear Diary dump. We all know what that's like on Facebook, so don't bring it over to Instagram. Tell people to follow you. This is the most underrated hack to grow on Instagram. Just tell people to follow you. It is so simple. Follow your handle for more content like this and tag yourself. Most important metrics, shares, saves, comments, likes in that order. So don't ask me. Meta makes the rules. 10K followers in 30 days. So here are just kind of like some quick tips on exactly what I did to get 10K followers in 30 days last summer. That is not correct, Google, right? That time I did it right. Okay, so these are some great tips. I would recommend going through those. Repost your viral content. When I have a post go viral over 100K views, I repost it. Same reel. I use this app and I download the reel without the watermark. Then I copy paste the hook, captions, and hashtags. Lastly, I choose a new trending audio with under 10,000 uses. Leverage micro influencers and UGC. UGC stands for user generated content. So if you sell a product, direct to consumer goods, you can consider sending your product for free to creators and ask them to share about it. So most times as creators, we are on the other side of this. So for example, when school was first starting up, they had sponsored me to post about their platform. That was me, being a affiliate, a creator for them. So whether you're on the business side or you're on the creator side, this works both ways. So viral transformation posts, these are your rags to riches stories. So once again, you can see this reel here. I've linked it for you. Quote reels, really great. So these kind of reels are inspirational, motivational, and can reach big audiences. You've probably seen tons of theme pages, quote pages, etc. Think of a company like Boss Babe, for example. So use this to your advantage. Quote reels are fantastic. Hashtags are not dead, but they need to be strategic. So instead of using broad, oversaturated hashtags like hashtag business or motivation, use niche specific hashtags. And here are some examples of those. Now, number 72, guys, we're cranking this thing out. I'm trying to make it within an hour. So this is going really great so far. Carousel posts are for your current audience. So these are nurture posts. So here are a few examples. Carousels have really brought in so many fantastic leads and I've absolutely loved it. Instagram polls. So Instagram used to only have their poll feature via stories, but now you can have them on a reel. And here's an example of how you could do that. Collaborations and joint ventures. So this is really great. You could do IG lives with people. This is a really great way to grow your audience, especially too, if someone has a really big audience, you could collaborate with them when you have a course launch or something like that. Genuine comments. Instead of just focusing on posting, focus on engaging with your audience through the comments section. Great. Create save-worthy content. Okay, so you want to encourage your followers to save your posts by making them so valuable that someone's going to want to revisit this in the future. And then lastly, post at optimal times, okay? Use Instagram Insights to determine when your audience is most active. So you could do this inside of your settings. You could actually see in the insights when your audience is the most active, all right? If you're losing followers every time you post on Instagram, the first step is to understand how Instagram works. There's a new follower count, an unfollower account, and then there's a net new follower count. What you want to focus on is the net. You want the followers to outweigh the unfollowers. Let's look at these analytics. So if you see here, overall, I've grown 5,800 followers in the last 90 days. Even though I've lost about 7,000 followers, the new followers outweigh the unfollowers, so I'm in a positive net state. This is really healthy for your Instagram account because unfollows aren't bad. You just always want to be at that net positive number. This is just one of the many tips that I've used to grow over 80,000 followers and make over $2 million just from using Instagram organic content. So in this video, we are going to talk about how to grow 50 plus followers a day using my tried and true 5 steps to Instagram organic growth in 2024 and beyond. So let's walk through them really quick before we get into this video. Number 1 is going to be consistent post times. Number 2 is batch content creation. Number 3 is research and development. Number 4 is daily engagement. And number 5, the most important, is the ManyChat auto reply feature. And if you have no idea what that means, make sure you stick around all the way until the end. So let's first look at number 1, consistent posting times. It's not just about posting daily, which is also important, but it's also about posting at the same time every day. I started doing this about a year ago when I was at around 30,000 followers. And this is what has consistently skyrocketed my growth because these algorithms, they crave consistency. So a platform like Instagram specifically wants to know that you're going to keep coming back to post so that they will keep pushing out your content to the same people at the same time. And that's what's going to then push it out to more people. So if your followers can expect a post from you every day at 8 a.m. Eastern, now you're going to get consistent engagement. And the more engagement you get per video is how Instagram deciphers if they should push it out to non-followers. So the first thing is when you're posting consistently, you're going to start building a relationship with your current followers, which are the first people that see your posts. And if those people engage with your posts, Instagram knows that people like this and they're going to push it out to non-followers. And as a business, that non-followers metric is so important because these are the leads for your business to help you grow and to help you get new customers for free. So for me, that's about posting the same time every day. And after testing this, I realized that my account was consistently growing the same amount of followers, 50 plus a day. Unless I have a reel go mega viral, then it could be like 100, 200. I mean, I've grown up to 700 followers in a day. And this is what's great for the account because you're going to keep craving and getting that consistency. And before we jump to number 2, I want to show you exactly how to find the best time to post for your account. So what you're going to do is you're going to go inside to your analytics and you're going to look at when your followers are the most active. So if you look here, you'll you'll be able to see when your followers are the most active. Now you're gonna wanna post at those times. And a little key tip is to remember, most people are posting on the hour or on the half hour. So I like to schedule my posts for around 9:20 instead of 9:30, for example, because everyone's gonna be posting at the same time. So you could get a little bit ahead of the curve. Now, number 2 is gonna be batch content creation. The reason why this is so important is because it goes hand in hand with number 1. You're gonna wanna batch create your content, because if you don't, then you may be susceptible to life getting in the way. Like, for example, maybe your dog gets sick or something urgent comes up and you can't make your post for the day. Well, if you batch create your content and you schedule it in advance using the Instagram Reels scheduler or even the Meta Business Suite for static and carousel posts, then what you could do is you don't have to rely on every single day needing to make a new piece of content. Now, I have a strategy that teaches you how to make 7 days of content just in 120 minutes, which is 2 hours a week. I created this strategy because I believe you're like me. You're a busy business owner and you don't want to be sitting and creating content all day. Like, for example, for these YouTube videos, I just make 4 videos a month and I do that in about 1 to 2 hours per month. Now, for Instagram, I break that down into 2 hours a week because I put out a lot more volume on that platform. And contrary to popular belief, batch creating your content is actually a lot better for you as a business owner because you're going to get into the habit of having a repeatable input so you could get a repeatable output. Remember, you clicked on this video because you want to learn how to grow over 50 followers a day on Instagram, but you need to have consistent actions to get consistent results. P.S. If you want to learn all about how I grew over 80,000 followers and over $2 million in my online business using Instagram, check out the first link in the description because I just created a new free course for people just like you who want to grow their business using only Instagram organic. So step number 3, research and development. So I don't know who needs to hear this today, but not every piece of content needs to be an original piece of content. And let me explain. Almost everything that I put out is backed by research and development. I don't really just make stuff on the fly, maybe once in a while, but if you can see what's already working on the platform, what you could do is you can iterate it and almost use it as a template to create something that's your own. So for example, a lot of Instagram growth coaches like myself will actually post hooks that have already gone viral and hooks that are proven to work for some people, and that's how you'll know they'll work for you too. So what I want you to do is I want you to start intentionally consuming content. So next time you're sitting on your couch and you're scrolling on your phone, I want you to think about how can I consume content in the best way to save it and then use it for the future. And I just want to make super clear, you are not here to copy people. You are here to create your own original pieces of content, but use research and development to your favor. So just like Instagram, YouTube, any platform you go on, the purpose is to get your content out in the algorithm so you could reach a lot of non-followers. Now, for business owners, these are people that are going to buy your stuff. And this is why you want to create kinds of content that will reach non-followers. Now, the way you're going to reach loads and loads of people is you're going to look at what's trending, what's going viral, what's on your For You page, because that shows you that Instagram is pushing out this type of content and you want to be on Instagram's good side. And then number 4, we're almost there, is daily engagement. Now, this is the one most people just glaze over because I get it, we're all super busy. But what about if the next time you're scrolling, every video you watch, you leave a comment and you just say, I love this, or you pop a GIF, or you say something like, thank you so much for the tip or the resource. What Instagram is going to do is Instagram is going to reward you for being social. I think sometimes we forget it's called social media for a reason. So what I want you to think about is every time you're scrolling, how can you engage with other accounts? Now, you also want to follow people that are your competitors. The reason why I say this is because what Instagram sees you engaging with is what Instagram is going to push out to others. So sorry to my friends and family, but I've unfollowed most of them to keep my page just a business page. I just want Instagram to push out my content to my ideal followers, which are also in turn my ideal clients. It's a simple habit to get into, and if you even want to take it one step further, what you can do is you can actually start following other people that are your ideal clients, and you can even send them a message and say, hey, it's lovely to connect. Remember, this is a social media platform. Reach out to people as if you were in a coffee shop or if you were just looking to connect with them. And lastly, like I promised, number 5 is the most important feature, and that is the auto reply feature using ManyChat. So for those of you that don't know, ManyChat is a free platform that you could check out the link in the description. This is not sponsored in any way, but it is my number 1 favorite platform for how to grow on Instagram. Not just followers, but also dollars. So ManyChat is a platform that uses DM automation to help you grow your business. Now, the the reason why I love ManyChat so much is because they have this thing called the auto reply feature. So what that means is every time someone comments on one of your posts, ManyChat will automatically post a reply to the comments. Now, even though this is great for engagement and connecting with your audience, this is also fantastic for the Instagram algorithm. Reason being, the more comments you have on your posts, the more Instagram is going to push out your content. Instagram algorithm favors comments as a top priority. But I do have to warn you, you want to make sure that you set up multiple auto replies, like I mean 10 plus, because you don't want to get blocked for having ManyChat comment the same thing over and over and over again, because it's going to look like a bot, and Instagram doesn't like that. But ManyChat is approved by Meta, therefore you can go ahead and use a platform like ManyChat. And like I said, I have a link in the description for a free trial, and you could keep a free account forever. So now that you have the exact strategy on how I'm growing over 50 followers a day using Instagram, let me be the first to tell you that passive income is not so passive. I've made over $1 million as a female entrepreneur in my 20s. In this video, I'm gonna show you the 5 income streams that made me over $1 million as a content creator. And as always, I saved the best for last, so number 5 is the easiest one that you could get started with today with $0. So if you wanna have multiple streams of income, the very first thing you need to do is pick your bread and butter income. This is gonna be your core income stream, you know, the thing that you fall back on, and something where you mix passion with purpose. So something that you're passionate about, you enjoy doing, but something that also the market wants. So for this, and for me, this is high ticket courses. I've sold high ticket courses anywhere from $3,000 to $25,000. And through all the ups and downs, the failed launches, hearing crickets, and people complaining that they don't have the money to invest in a program right now, I've realized that this one core thing is what matters most. And that is an evergreen sales system, a way for people to buy your course at any time and any day. You see, in 2021 was the first time I ever really started selling courses. I had just quit my job and I was selling regular mainstream courses for around $200, $300. And what I learned in 2022 after having tons of failed launches was that people needed to have a desire to want this thing. You see, not all niches are profitable. So in 2023, I found product market fit, and I found a profitable niche by combining 2 trends. Those 2 trends are content creation and online business. So now I teach content creators how to monetize. And if you want to learn more about that, check the link in the description. And stream number 2 is probably one that you've seen a lot, but I really want to break down the limiting beliefs around this one. So have you ever seen those videos on Instagram talking about starting a side hustle or getting paid to watch Netflix and things like that? Well, there's something called affiliate marketing. Now, the affiliate marketing that I'm talking about is actually affiliating for products that you truly believe in. So for me, the 2 main products that I affiliate for is StanStore and Skool. Skool is the platform where I host my online courses, and if you haven't seen, Alex Hormozi just became a huge investor in it. I've been talking about Skool for over a year now and getting people to sign up and start their own Skool groups for free. Now, another platform that I use is StanStore. This is where I sell my low ticket digital products and I host my link in bio. So both of these platforms give me recurring income to promote their softwares, and I get paid monthly on the people that I invite to sign up. So I was doing this well before I was a business owner and just sharing about products that I already believed in and used myself. A lot of businesses offer referral bonuses for signups, and this is a great one. Now, the next stream of income is probably one that you see often. It's what the biggest YouTuber in the world is making millions of dollars using, and you can start this today. And this is something I was doing when I had 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers, and when I was having 20,000 followers, I was signing deals for over $9,000 with this stream of income. And that stream of income is sponsorships and paid posts. So companies will actually pay you to promote their brands. Think of big box brands like Target and Walmart and things like that. They pay influencers and content creators to promote their product, services, businesses on their page, as if back in the day people were promoting in magazines. So this is the new way of promoting and putting a company in front of a large audience. And by the way, you don't even need to have a following to do this. There's now something called user generated content, or UGC, where you can just just create the ads for companies and send it back to them without ever having to post it on your page. Now, I just want to be super clear that stream number 4 is not super scalable, but it's been a great way for me to monetize as a content creator over the past few years, and that's one-on-one coaching. So I absolutely love one-on-one coaching because I really get to tap into my purpose, connect with clients, and really go deep with people. But time is money, and there's only so many hours in a day that you can coach people one-on-one. So the good thing about this is that you get experience really fast, and it's the highest price product in your suite because it's directly correlated to your time. So what I love about one-on-one coaching is that it's a great starting point for a lot of creators, because the truth is you're probably creating content about something that you want to help somebody else with. So why not just get paid to help them with that thing through some one-on-one coaching? And for context, I used to charge $50 for 30 minutes and $100 for an hour. Now my one-on-one rates are up to $2,000 an hour because that is what my time is worth to me. So even if I don't have as many one-on-one clients as I used to, if I even sign 1 or 2, 3 clients a month for 1 hour, this could be a highly profitable income stream for content creators. Now, like I promised you, I saved the best one for last, and the 5th income stream is something that I see growing rapidly in 2024. You probably see it all over your For You page on Instagram, on TikTok, everywhere that you see content creators posting. And this income stream made me over $10,000 in 90 days of testing this out, and that is digital products. Now, I'm gonna give you a secret bonus tip here because you watched all the way through until the end, and that is selling digital products first and then turning them into a membership. So for example, when I first started and tested this strategy, I sold a $27 low ticket digital product. Then I turned that into a membership, and this membership ended up having over 300 people in and out. Now, the reason why I love digital products and memberships is because you can set yourself up for monthly recurring revenue. Digital products can range anywhere from $27 all the way up to $997. There's so much potential for you to scale with do-it-yourself digital products. And if you set up a Stan Store or a membership on School, the 2 platforms I spoke about earlier, this is a real way of passive income and how you can make money in your sleep, because people just have to go to your link in bio, you have to set up a high converting sales page, and then they could buy anytime, anywhere in the world. I want to talk about the 4 money secrets that made me $1.15 million in my 20s as a digital entrepreneur. Most people talk about how to make money online, but very few talk about how to actually keep that money. When you see big flashy numbers on social media, it's very important for you to understand the difference between revenue and cash. So revenue means the money that's gonna come in later down the line. So let's just say you sell something for $1,500 and you collect $500 today, and then you're gonna collect another $500 in a month and another $500 later. So sometimes people say things like, I made $1,500, but really the actual cash that they made was $500. So when I'm talking about $1.15 million, I'm talking about actual cash that we processed for the business. See, I come from an immigrant family, so I understand the difference between cash and revenue. What is the actual money that you can tangibly have in your bank account or in your business bank account? If you can't retain the cash that you make, it doesn't matter how much you make, because then you just become a high paid employee of your business. So this is the first money secret, that cash is queen. What matters is not the revenue, but the actual cash collected for your business month after month. One of my favorite investors in the world and mentors and people that I look up to is Naval Ravikant. I think he gives a really awesome, innovative way on how to look at money and business and investing. You see, Naval says, earn with your mind, not your time. And what he's talking about is the 4 different forms of leverage. That is capital, media, labor, and code. So the first one, capital, is you need money to make money. And a lot of people starting out, especially me when I first started, I didn't have money to go reinvest and make more money. Then the second one is labor. Now, labor is great if you have money to hire people and to leverage with labor. Now at the level that I'm at, of going from 7 figures to 8 figures, it's all about labor and leveraging people to scale my business. If you're someone who's just starting out, those 2 don't really apply, and neither does code. I mean, maybe if you want to go learn how to code online, but software is also a great way to leverage leverage and make more money. But remember, you either have to know the skill or you have to hire someone to code for you. So that's why number 4, media is the best and fastest way to grow an income, and my true wealth secret to how I built my wealth, which was media. So media is a permissionless platform. For example, I'm making this YouTube video, and on the back end, I sell coaching, courses, digital products. This is how you can leverage media as a content creator in 2024. And if you want to learn exactly how I made $1 million as a content creator, you're going to want to check the link in the description for my free 3-day email course, The $1 Million Creator. And money secret number 2 is that leverage is the secret to success. So let me give it to you straight. You need some strategy. I used to be a mindset and manifestation coach, so I'm all about the spiritual, the abundance mindset, but an abundance mindset kept me broke for way too long. I was too tapped into the mindset and not enough of the strategy, and that really kept me in a vicious cycle of constantly spending, investing in coaches and mentors and things like that, and losing trust with myself. So money secret number 3 is that an abundance mindset alone won't make you rich. You have to learn high income skills. Sales, marketing, content, these are all high income skills in the creator economy that we're living in today. Now, I just want to make it clear, do not take an abundance mindset for granted, because that is the foundation for all of your success. You have to understand that there is abundance everywhere. There's abundance of trees, of cars, of buildings, of people in this world. There is so much abundance, and you have to be tapped in. And one of my favorite books on this is The Psychology of Money, or another great book is Think and Grow Rich. So an abundance mindset is very important, but you do have to pair it with inspired action and strategy. And the way that I like to explain that is through learning high income skills. So the next one is also from someone that I really look up to, and that's Warren Buffett. I think Warren Buffett gives one of the greatest secrets on consistency. Now, he is a great investor, a great businessman, one of the richest people in the world, but what I love about Warren Buffett is his ability to play the long-term game. So secret number 4 is that your ability to create success consistently is the secret to building wealth. You see, Warren Buffett isn't as successful as he is because he's the greatest investor of all time. He's successful because he's been a great investor for the longest period of time. He started investing in his 20s, and he didn't accumulate most of his wealth until after his 50s. Patience is the key, and the ability to consistently do something amazing and great over and over and over again is the secret to building success and leverage. So when you see success, you're gonna wanna reverse engineer it. And I love this quote by Leila Hormozi that I just heard this morning right before recording this video. And that is, if you want repeatable outcomes, you need repeatable processes. So the next time you do something great, make sure you understand how you did that thing so great so you can rinse and repeat it.
The online education market is expected to reach $185 billion in 2024. So if you've been thinking about creating an online course or a digital product, this video was made for you. I began selling courses in 2021. The first course I ever sold was a mindset and manifestation course, and I sold it for $297. When I did my first launch, I barely knew what I was doing, but I still made 2 sales. By the end of 2021, I actually made 6 figures in just 6 months. And that's when I realized the potential of the online education or online course marketplace. Now, fast forward a couple of years later, I've made over $1 million selling online courses, coaching, and some other services through my online education business, The Conscious Creator Academy. So the very first thing that you need to do is you need to create an offer. Now you're like, Julia, what is an offer? An offer is a transformation. Where are you going to take someone from point A to point B? So think of it like this. What is some personal transformation story that you've gone through in your personal life that you now feel life experience qualified in to teach someone who's 6 months to a year behind you? For example, when I first started on my journey, I had no business success. So I'm not gonna go promote myself as an online business coach. What I needed to do was I needed to have some success in one business first before I go be a business coach. This is a big problem that I see all over social media. People trying to teach business that don't even have a business. So what did I know? I knew about spirituality and the law of attraction and manifestation. So what I did was I started posting videos on TikTok and on Instagram all about the law of attraction and manifestation. And what I did was I compiled that feedback from people in my free community on social media, and I took their questions and I put it into an offer. Now, a really great offer focuses on 3 main things. The first thing is their current situation. You have to meet people where they're at. Then you have to figure out what is their desired situation, what is giving them wet dreams, what is making them so excited that when they scroll on Instagram, they're like, I want what she's having. And then lastly, your course bridges the gap, the how. The biggest problem I see on social media and with internet marketers is that they speak too much to the how and not enough to the dream outcome. Because the truth is, you need to sell people what they want and then give them what they need. Okay, you might need to rewind that for a second and write that down. So for example, you clicked on this video because you want to learn how to start, create, and sell your very first digital product or online course. Well, if I started with talking about offers and I put that in the title or in the thumbnail, you're gonna be like, I don't even know that I need an offer. So for example, this YouTube video is a prime example of an offer, and the packaging is what you want and the video is what you need. And then number two is, now that you have an offer, what I always recommend to my clients is a sell before you build strategy. So when I say create your offer, I don't mean go spend 4 weeks and build an online course. I mean get the marketing and the messaging and the packaging down. Once you have clear packaging and clear messaging, then you can go ahead and start teasing it on your Instagram stories. So let me give you an example of when I sold a $27 digital course that took me 2 hours to make. I was testing a new offer and I did a sell before you build strategy. So the very first thing that I did was I put it on my story and said, guys, if I made an offer like this, would you be interested? They said yes, they voted on the poll. So then what I did was I went and I messaged those people and I said, hey, what would you want to see in this offer? And they're like, well, I want Instagram done for you content ideas. I want to learn how to make captions. I want to learn how to convert my Instagram reels into paying clients. So then that's when I had the brilliant idea, let me call this content to cash. And then the next thing I did was I put on my stories and I said, how much would you pay for this? 27, 47, or 97. Because the truth is, you have to give people options. You can't leave them too much room to overthink. Naturally, everyone always gravitates to the cheapest option. So I said, okay, I'm gonna put this out there for $27. Now that I had collected all of this feedback and I knew that I had interested buyers, what I did was I went ahead and I made the course. And then when the course was done, before I even sold it, I had a list of customers. 10 people bought it before I ever posted anything on social media because they joined this wait list that I created on Instagram. So did I have an actual list that I wrote down of people's names? Not necessarily, but what I did have was a poll, and I went in my Instagram story archive and I went back to the people who voted on that poll and I sent them a message. And I got 10 sales out of the 30 or 40 or 50 people that I ended up messaging. So this is what I call a sell before you build strategy. Now, what I just explained to you was one of the 2 strategies that I teach inside of my main program, the Conscious Creator Academy. What I just tell you is a sell by chat strategy, but what we also do is a sell by call strategy. So for some of our higher ticket programs like the Conscious Creator Academy, we actually sell by sales call because to me, I care about the depth of the relationship. So if you have a low ticket offer like $27, you probably don't need to go ahead and book a sales call for that. But if you have a higher ticket offer, maybe over $1,000, selling by call is a great strategy. If you're interested in learning more about the sell by call strategy, leave me a comment below and say sell by call, and I'll teach you everything that I teach my sales team that does over 100K a month in new sales for our signature program, the Conscious Creator Academy. Now, even though we're on step number 2 still, I want to get back for a second to talk about what is the software required to do this. Well, the truth is, if you're creating a low ticket digital product, you can create it for free, just like I did. I made it on Notion and then I sold it to people just in the DMs. And you can use one of my favorite platforms called Stan that you can do a 14-day free trial and you can actually make your first few sales before you have to pay for the software. Now, if you're creating a high ticket online course, you may want to use a platform like School, which is where I host my high ticket online courses. And what this platform does is it combines the community, the classroom, and the calendar all in one place. So maybe your offer includes some live calls, or maybe it includes some curriculum like videos and worksheets, but you also want a place to bring people together, and no one's using Facebook groups anymore. I hate to break it to you. People want an engaging community where they can connect with people. People are craving connection in this new era of the digital space. And now for step 3, and the most important step, is actually how to market your course. So what we've gone through already is step 1, you have to create an offer, right? The marketing and the messaging around it. And then step 2 is you have to sell it before you build it. So the best way to start and scale an online course in 2024 is to actually get the feedback from your marketplace of what they want to see in your course first, test and launch a beta product, and then grow from there and iterate and expand. One of my favorite ways to build online online courses is to think about the transformation, like we talked about in step 1, as a step-by-step process. So step 1, what is the first thing someone needs to do to learn how to manifest? Or what is the first thing someone needs to do to learn how to get their first 10,000 followers on Instagram? So now that you understand the first 2 steps, the final steps is to marketing. So you've gone through your beta product, you've gotten some feedback, you've sold a few of them before you start building it. Now you want to really crank this thing up. So what you're going to do is you want all your content to lead back to this offer. Now, don't be sending people right to book a call. I hate when I see people's captions and they're like, book a call with me and comment and I'll send you the link. No one wants to voluntarily book a sales call. Let's be real. People want free value, and in exchange, they're letting you sell to them. If you have the solution to their problem, it's a disservice if you do not sell to them. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna follow my 7-day and 120 minutes content system. Now, how this content system works, I'm gonna give you a high-level overview, is you actually just block out 2 hours a week to make 7 reels, and with the system that I've created, you're able to do this, and honestly, I do it in about an hour and a half these days. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna split up your content creation process into 3 separate days: ideation, creation, and distribution. Then you're gonna have a 2-hour content block to actually sit down and create all the reels ideas that you did on your ideation day. So on your ideation day, you're scrolling your For You page, you're looking at your past content, and you're doing lots of research and development of what this is gonna look like for you. And then on your creation days, you're just gonna edit these videos right in Instagram, the native editor, use the Instagram font. And then lastly is you're gonna distribute. You're gonna post some juicy captions with some calls to action to some sort of freebie. And by the way, you're like, Julia, we didn't even talk about a freebie. All you're gonna do is you're gonna take the first step out of the course that you decide to build, and you're gonna use that as a freebie, because what a freebie should do is bridge someone from having no interest to some interest to becoming a paying client. And the best way to do that is to solve their first problem.
Last year, I made $14,187.17 selling low-ticket digital products. And this is just one income stream that made me over $1 million as a content creator. So if you've been thinking about making an additional stream of income or packaging up your genius and no longer trading your time for money, I'm gonna show you my simple 3-step process to creating and selling low-ticket digital products with $0. So step 1 is that you're gonna need to pick a profitable idea. There's only one thing that really holds people back from selling their digital products, and that's when their ideas just aren't that good. And what I mean by that good is that there has to be a need for this product in the marketplace. For example, if you're selling a digital product that says weight loss, that's too general. All fitness coaches and health experts and nutritionists are selling that. But what about if you boil it down to weight loss for women? Well, that's a little bit better. But what would be the best approach to this? How to lose weight as a busy mom in under 3 hours a week. And it's a digital product about how to incorporate a 30-minute walk into your routine every single day. So now I'm gonna give you some prompts to help you find your profitable digital product idea. The first question I want you to ask yourself is, what is the exact transformation you walked yourself through that puts you 6 months or 1 year ahead of the person behind you? Then the next prompt is, how long did it take you to achieve this transformation yourself? And then question 3 is, at your lowest moment, what was the one thing you wanted so badly that you would do anything to make it happen? And finally, number 4 is, if you could teach someone how to do this in half the time it took you, what would you tell them to do step by step? You see, the name of the game is the offer. Someone like Alex Hormozi created an entire book that's a best-selling book on how to create irresistible offers. So now that you've created your irresistible offer with those prompts and that book, I'm gonna show you exactly how you can sell this profitable idea for free in 3 different ways. So just pick the way that speaks the most to your soul. And number 3 is the coolest way, because it's what I just did recently and got over 500 opt-ins totally for free. Way number 1 is that you could create a free course in Notion. I love Notion because it's a free software and you can write out your modules, you can embed videos and things of that nature. This is exactly how I created my first ever digital product called Content to Cash. It's It's a Notion course, and I sold it through a Stan Store, which we'll get to a little bit later. The second free way is to have your courses unlisted on YouTube. YouTube offers a feature where you can set your videos to be unlisted, meaning they won't be shown to the public. Then what you could do is you can email out the video links to the course in a step-by-step formula. And the third way will be to create an email course. So for example, someone signs up, buys your digital product, and then you drip out the course day by day through an email sequence. But now I want to show you how to actually sell the course, which you can also do for free with a simple funnel. Now I know sometimes that word can feel a little bit fancy, but I'm going to break it down in a super simple way for you. And this is the secret to have people drooling over your product to be like, I need this, take my money. So step one is you have to build the offer, right? I just gave you 3 free ways in which you can do that. And then step 2 is you need to create a high converting sales page. I love Stan Store because they actually give you a 14-day free trial. You could check the link in the description for that. And with that free trial, you can start selling your digital products. So before you have to pay for any software, you can make a few sales. Now here's an example of the sales page that I've created for one of my digital products that I sell at the link in my bio on my Instagram page. And then step 3 is you're gonna have to publish and test the Stan Store. So what you could do is you could give it to a few of your friends for free and you can collect some testimonials. Then you can add those testimonials to the sales page and then you drive traffic to your sales page from your Instagram account, which is step 4, and how to actually create viral reels and Instagram stories to drive traffic to your store. Now you never wanna say, check out the link in my bio. Instead, what you wanna do is you wanna have people vote on story polls saying, do you wanna learn more about my digital product? Or is this something that you'd be interested in buying? Then you can go ahead and message those people and let them know that your digital product is for sale.
So, you want to learn how to start a coaching business online in 2024. The first step is you have to define your personal transformation story. Now, don't click off this video yet. Let me break it down. What is the secret skill that you've learned in your lifetime that you can help someone who's 6 months or 1 year behind you? Because the truth is, if you clicked on this video, it tells me that you have a message and an impact you want to leave on this world. So for me and my business, when I first started as a content creator, I didn't know how to make money online. I wasn't signing brand deals, UGC wasn't a thing, no one was really talking about affiliate marketing, so I had to learn how to start a coaching business and start selling online courses. So now I create these videos for the person that's a few years behind me, that's wondering too, how do I monetize as a creator? So what I want you to think about is, no, it does not have to be a make money niche. You don't need to teach people how to build a business. There's lots of other ideas that you can use to be successful. Like for example, my client Missy, she teaches people how to further develop their psychic abilities and how to become mediums. Or my client Bella, who teaches people how to dance at home and never have an awkward dance at a wedding ever again. So what gives your ideal client the night sweats? So for me, when I was $25,000 in debt, I was searching up how to make money online. So a lot of my videos you'll see are targeted at that because I actually went through the thing myself. And there's no one better to speak to than an old version of you. What would you say to her or him? That one specific version of you, what would they want to hear? And now we're totally gonna shift gears. What are they having wet dreams about? What makes them so excited that they could jump out of bed in the morning if they were doing this thing? So for me, it was traveling the world and working from Wi-Fi and having a job that I could do from anywhere. I absolutely hated commuting to my corporate job. It was miserable. I was working 9 to 5, my commute was 3 hours, I had to wake up at 4 a.m. to go to the gym. It was miserable. So what I speak to is the people who don't ever want to do that. The people who want to have location freedom, time freedom, money freedom. And finally, you need to think about what your ideal client is really struggling with and why they have not yet achieved the result on their own. So there's really only one of these 3 reasons that I've seen after working with over 1,000 people and taking over 3,000 sales calls. And that's 1, they're not able to do it on their own. 2, they know they can do it on their own, but they want to do it faster. And 3 is that they don't have a proven system and they want to just learn without the trial and error. Now, to your surprise, we just described your offer. That's step 1. Now, there's going to be 6 more steps, but I promise you I'll keep them quick, super simple, and you're gonna wanna take out a pen and a notepad because these are gonna be so juicy and this is basically gonna be a masterclass. So step 2 is you have to sell before you build. Maybe you wanna book some free breakthrough calls, maybe you wanna do some free coaching, you wanna get some feedback and see what your ideal client wants. So even when step 1, you wrote it all out, you actually wanna hear from the marketplace now. You can also do an Instagram live, you can do a YouTube live, and get real-time feedback from people. Now, the reason why I love online coaching is you can actually sell the coaching before you have to build it. So for example, let's say you want to work with me one-on-one, you paid me, and then we book a Zoom call and we connect and we work through your limiting beliefs or your money blocks or your content creator blocks. This is great because you actually get paid up front before you perform the services, and you can build it as you go. Think of it like this. It's like a clothing brand doing a pre-launch, right? They sell to you before they actually have the product in their hands. This works for coaching and courses as well. And then step number 3 is you want to over-deliver for those clients. So if you're going to do a sell before you build strategy, this is a great time to give someone your most undivided attention. If you're not getting results for this one person you're working with, how are you going to get results over and over again? If you want repeatable outputs, you need repeatable inputs. So once you have that system and that transformation really on lock, then you can go ahead and you can start signing more clients. And now you're like, Julia, how do I do that? Well, the same thing that I taught you to do before. You just market it. Go put up some Instagram stories, make an Instagram reel. It does not have to be fancy. You literally just have to tell people, I'm a coach and here's what I offer. And step number 4 is after you've seen some success, you're gonna probably want to step away from that one-on-one coaching model. The truth is it's not scalable, it's not sustainable, but what it is a great way to test the initial product. If you can get this same result for 2, 3, maybe even 4 people, now is when we actually recommend our clients to switch from a one-on-one model to a done with you model. So what that means is there's some elements of one-on-one, there's some elements of group, and then there's some elements of do-it-yourself. So for example, our program, the Conscious Creator Academy, you get your own one-on-one support coach, you get daily group coaching calls with me and my team, and then you get videos for you to watch on your own time and worksheets for you to fill out. So now that you have that one streamlined transformation, that you're changing the model from one-on-one to done with you or online course, if you want to call it like that, now you need to kick it up a notch and you need to get people into this offer. And how do you do that? With a free course funnel. Now, this is something that you're seeing a lot of people doing more of, but when I first started it, I barely saw anyone doing this. That's why I created it. So what you're going to do in a free course funnel is you're going to actually extract step 1 of your transformation. So for example, what we do is we help content creators monetize and learn how to build their first 10K month in 90 days. Our free course funnel goes over the high level 30,000 foot overview of our entire system. And then if people want to work with us after they understand the system, I always say what for free, how for a fee. So we give them the what, like what it is, what is our system, how we convert content to cash, and then we go into the how. How does this actually work for you and your business? And this is where we find people book a call with us because they want a custom approach how our Conscious Creator Academy method is going to work for them. And step number 6 is you're going to want to promote the funnel with Instagram organic content. So if you haven't watched any of my other videos, after this video would be a great time to do so because what I do is I teach you how to leverage organic Instagram Reels marketing to sell your own products and services. So for example, you may enjoy my 7 days in 120 minutes video, and not just any type of content, but the kind of content that's going to convert your viewers into paying clients. And step number 7, which is the most important, and if you don't do anything else, make sure you do step number 7, is have sales conversations. Just yesterday, one of my friends voiced out to me on WhatsApp and she was like, Julia, I can't believe I did it. I just went and approached someone who had been in my pipeline in a while. I told them about my new $3,000 coaching offer and they signed up on the spot. So the truth is, you literally just have to go out there and tell people what you're selling. Most creators get held back because they're afraid to sell or they're afraid to tell people that they have something to offer. But the truth is, this is a business. And a business is only a business if it makes sales. If you want to go stand in the street, go tell the guy at Panera what you're offering, go do it. You need to break out of your shell and start having sales conversations with people. This is the secret. If you just present your offer to more people, you'll have more success and more clients and more sales. Over 50% of people in the US alone want to turn their passion into profits with an online course. Over the past 13 months, I've earned over 7 figures creating and selling my own online course. Before that, I was just like you, working a 9-to-5 job, trying to sell courses on Instagram, and nothing was really working. Now, I generate over 100K a month, which is double my old yearly salary on Wall Street, and now I'm going to teach you how you can get started too. So in this video, I'm going to be explaining the 3 phases to starting, growing, and scaling your own online course. So the first thing you need to know is, what is a course creator? And before we dive into that, we need to address the elephant in the room. Courses are not a scam. You probably see a lot of people talking about this. You see a lot of people talking about 10K a month, but I really believe in online courses because investing in my first online course, which was actually around drop shipping, is what gave me the freedom to quit my job and find the confidence within myself to start selling my own online courses. Being a course creator like myself is teaching someone who's just one step behind you a skill that can actually change their life. I mean, just look at some of the testimonials from our course students and how impactful this course has been. So anytime I fall victim to those limiting beliefs that I know you may have too, I just bring myself back to think about the thousands of lives I've been able to change through digital products, content, and courses in general. Think of it like this: if it took you 7 years to lose weight and now you can teach someone that same transformation in 7 weeks, wouldn't that be worth paying for? Which leads me into step 1, which is figuring out what is the course that you're going to sell. And what we call this is an offer. And specifically, what I teach my students is how to create a minimum viable offer, an MVO. So I want you to think about, what is your personal transformation story? What is the thing that you have walked through that now you feel life experience qualified to help the person 6 months or a year behind you? So for me, at first, I was a mindset coach. I understood manifestation, the law of attraction, spirituality, and I blended together personal development and modern spirituality, and I sold a course on how to manifest for beginners. Which then leads you into the next part, which is picking a profitable niche. You have to understand, not all niches are profitable. So even though I made my first 6 figures selling this mindset and manifestation course, I realized that to really go deeper and scale that to 7 figures, I would kind of have to go down an entirely different route that I didn't want to. I had to go deeper into that niche, which I wasn't super passionate about. So what I did from there is I took feedback on my MBO and I asked people, what did you like about this? And what is this missing? And the feedback I got is that a lot of people were interested in how I built this course, how I built a business as a mindset and manifestation creator, which then brings me into step 2, which is growing an audience. You see, I didn't understand this in the beginning, but I always had a big audience because I understood social media. And if you haven't yet taken out a pen and a piece of paper, now would be the best time to, because you have to remember that followers do not equal dollars. Instagram content is top of funnel social media content. That's free content. What people are really paying you for is accountability and structure and community. So for example, if I give you 3 viral hooked ideas on an Instagram reel, you're not going to then pay me for those same 3 ideas. What you're going to do is realize that I have something valuable to share with you, and why you're going to actually pay is to use those same 3 viral hook ideas, but then infuse that into an offering, growing an audience, a monetization funnel, and a lot more. So what you have to do is you have to create high-level content that will speak to your ideal client and then generate enough interest that they then get onto your email list with an opt-in or a freebie or a free course. And this is what creates a high quality audience. And you can do this in about 30 days. I mean, my client Gabby literally grew over 100,000 Instagram followers in just 4 days using our growth strategy. So what we're really good at is helping creators create viral content, but not just viral content, content that actually turns followers into paying clients, like Gabby did. So even though she generated over 100K followers, she also began selling coaching packages for $2,000 and $3,000. She generated over $10,000 just through this strategy. If you want to learn more about Gabby's success, you can check the first link in the description, and I'm going to teach you everything you need to know the same way that I taught Gabby. So now the biggest question and the most important part is, how do I make money from these eyeballs? How do I turn the followers into paying clients? And that comes down to your funnel. It is getting more and more expensive to run ads every single day, and it's becoming increasingly more competitive to sell an online course with everybody selling courses nowadays. So the real way that you're going to monetize is with a high converting funnel. Now, all that means is a way to take someone from a passive viewer into a paying client. And the way we do this is that we actually focus on building relationships. I'm not just talking like surface level crap. I'm talking a high quality application funnel to vet people into coming into your offers. So we don't just accept everyone into our offer. That's why we don't have tens of thousands of clients and we don't have people calling us scammers out there on the internet. What we do is we make sure we vet every single person that wants to come into our program because we care more about quality than we care about quantity. And someone's not going to get a result from our program, and we know that from the start, we're not going to sell it to them, because the more you sell to the wrong people, you're actually repelling the right people. There's lots of different launch methods, like having a live masterclass, like having a free course funnel, or doing sales calls, or just selling in the DMs. Now, since you made it so far in this video, I also want to give you a bonus tip. The best thing that I've ever done for my business was turn it from a launch model into an evergreen model. All of this means is that I'm not dependent on just live launching. I'm actually able to make sales from my online course every single day. At first, this advice made me 6 figures, and then from 2023 to 2024, I took it to a whole new level and I made 7 figures in 13 months. The secret is having a high converting evergreen funnel to ethically sell a high quality program.
You've probably seen lots of videos saying make 10K a month in 30 days with your own online course. Speaking from experience and making over 6 figures a month selling online courses, I've come to realize that it is possible to make 10K a month in a short amount of time, but it's not in the traditional way that you're thinking. And I'm able to generate over 6 figures a month without any ad spend. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can build a legit online course in 2024 and beyond without having to pay a dime in paid ads. I mean, seriously, I made over $1 million without a sales page and just selling with a Google Doc. So what we're going to be breaking down is the 3 important parts to building a course. One is how to build a legit online course in 90 days or less. And if you choose to stay until the end, I'm giving you top secret information that I only give to my paying clients. Let's dive in. You see, most people won't call Harvard a scam, but normal people are also going into over $250,000 in debt to get a Harvard education that could potentially leave them without a job. You see, there's no guarantees, but then people hesitate about spending $5,000 in an online course that could generate them $10,000 in 90 days. So step 1 is you have to be the Harvard of online courses. You see, Harvard doesn't accept everyone. I mean, look at their acceptance rate. They actually reject more people than they accept. Having this mentality when you're selling online courses is what's going to make you a massive success. They also have an application process. So I don't want to buy a course that I can just buy anywhere, because I know they're not filtering for a high level community of entrepreneurs. You see, you should only let people in that you know will succeed, because not only is this going to grow your testimonial base and your student results, this is also going to help you get a lot of referrals for your course. You want to get more of your ideal customers, even if that costs you less of non-ideal customers. You see, the downside of accepting everyone is that you get bad reviews, people start calling you a scammer, and this is something you want to avoid at all costs when creating an online course. You see, customer success is number 1 in any online course or digital product that you create. You see, qualified clients is important, but it's not the only important thing. What's also important is your product. So the actual contents of the course. So when you pair a good course with amazing clients, this is how you skyrocket your success. A lot of people get caught up in the money for instant gratification. They rush to make their course, they try to let everyone in, and this just leads to a lot of churn. And so to avoid that, what you want to do is you want to constantly have a feedback loop. So anytime you post something, you ask for feedback. Anytime you share a course or a learning lesson, you want to ask people, how can I improve? Or did you enjoy this? This is what a lot of tech companies do. Think about like companies that build apps or they build softwares. They're always asking for feedback. So you can take these learnings and this knowledge and implement it for your own online course. Now, this one's a little bit controversial because you see a lot of people like Gary Vee and Alex Hormozi telling you to give everything away for free. But these people aren't selling courses. So the truth is, you just want to understand these 3 important points, and you may want to write this down. First is that free content is information. So think about anything that can be Googled or anything that is search engine friendly. Opt-in content like a freebie or a free course or a masterclass is information plus structure. So a streamlined way that people can put together all the information in a step-by-step process. Now,
Now, the best part and what people pay for is information plus structure plus implementation. And that's the secret. You're selling accountability and implementation. So for example, if you wanted to invest, work with Alex Hormozi and he had a course, you would actually pay for him to help you implement the information. That is what people really pay for in a course. And now in 2024 and beyond, people are actually paying for a community as well, a place to network with other like-minded entrepreneurs and other people in their niche, which is why I've created a free course to show you exactly how you can start, grow, and monetize your own personal brand in the next 90 days. All you have to do is check the first link in the description and you can get instant access to it right now. You see, the markets and the trends, they're always changing. I mean, think of Apple. What was the iPhone like 10 years ago to where it is now?
And we are calling it iPhone.
It's all thanks to user feedback. You constantly have to be improving your product, and this allows you a great way to build an authentic relationship with your community, your followers, and your clients. So by constantly improving the product and making the course better, you can be sharing behind the scenes looks of this with your free community, and they can be a part of your growth journey, asking for feedback on your Instagram stories, telling people about your mission, your vision, and your why for growing this online course bigger than anyone could ever imagine. And the way you authentically sell is, yes, you do want to give information away for free, but you don't want to give away the implementation. So you shouldn't be coaching people for free in your DMs, and maybe you can create some boundary scripts and some ways that you can set healthy boundaries between a free coaching container and giving enough information to lead your buyer to making an informed decision to work with you. You see, what this all boils down to is a way for you to be perceived as an expert without looking like some sort of glorified hobbyist. So to really land this plane and bring it all together, it's very clear that when you have a hardcore application process, you have a really great product, then this is how you build expertise in your niche. You build trust. That is what expertise is. You actually have logical data and results to back up your product. You see, I think persuasion is the least valuable sales skill because you should be focusing everything on product, results, and quality clients. And this is how you position yourself as an expert in any niche. Because like I said, Harvard charges multiple six figures to attend their university with zero guarantee that people will get a job afterwards and actually make their money back. And if you follow similar principles for your online course and treat it like a true online university, you can charge high ticket for your offer, get amazing results, and build reputation in this marketplace. It all comes down to following those three core factors and pairing that with really great, authoritative, organic social media content. So once you have the product, you have the application, you have the funnel, now you need to fuel the fire. And the way I teach my clients to fuel that fire is through organic social media content.
In this video, I'm going to share 5 side hustles that content creators can start this year. But before we start, I want to remind you there's no such thing as passive income. This is not for people who are just aspiring for money to come knocking on their front door the same way your soulmate isn't going to, and you have to go out and date a little bit. With any great side hustle, you have to put in work. And I know this because I've tried dozens and dozens of them. I started my very first side hustle in 2020. I was reselling old clothes on an app called Poshmark. But here's why it was a side hustle for me, a content creator at the time. I built an entire Instagram account around this Poshmark page, so I was able to leverage media as a creator to then drive traffic to the Poshmark store and make more sales. Before we dive in, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and stay all the way until the end because number 5 is the one that made me my first 6 figures in 6 months. Let's get to it. Okay, so first up is brand deals. I absolutely love brand deals for creators that are starting out because it really allows your creativity to shine. So when I was first living in New York City, I was doing brand deals with HelloFresh and Bumble and Tula Skincare, so many of these amazing brands, and getting paid multiple 4 figures per brand deal. So this was a really great way to supplement my 9-to-5 income as a creator. And I want to keep it super clear, I only had about 10 to 20,000 followers at this time when I was signing these brand deals, which leads me into number 2, which is something called UGC, user generated content. And I think this is a really great avenue for new content creators this because you don't actually have to post the content on your feed. So when I was doing brand deals, this wasn't really a thing. Brands were starting to dip their toes into it, but ultimately they were judging the amount of followers and the kind of community that you had. So even though brand deals were the way that I mostly monetized, I started tapping into UGC and I realized that it's a lot easier because you don't have to spend the time actually building up a community and building up a brand. I know plenty of people that generate multi-six figures per year as UGC creators. So basically what you would do is you would model for the ads of these companies, but you actually film and edit the videos yourself. So the brands like to outsource this because they can have people in their videos, they can just send them the product and you get a bunch of free cool stuff. And then number 3 is low ticket offers. I absolutely love low ticket offers. I only started tapping into them in 2023, but they've brought in over $10,000 for my company. And not just that, it's been tons of passive income for me. So like I said, no income is really truly passive, but I create a product and I'm creating content anyways. So that content actually drives sales to my digital products. And I love using a company like StanStore. You can check out the link in my description to learn more about how to get started with StanStore, but this is where I sell my digital products. And why it's really great is because it's an online checkout cart at the link in your bio. And I don't just love it for that, I also love it because they have an affiliate program. So everybody that signs up with my affiliate link, then I actually get a kickback. And I love doing software affiliates, which gets me into number 4, which is affiliate links. I have always loved affiliates for the things that I actually use. So for example, if I refer my microphone or my camera to you, I get a kickback from Amazon, let's say. But my new favorite way to do affiliates is actually with software and technologies like StanStore or School. My favorite online checkout cart that we use for our high ticket programs is ThriveCart. And I love doing this because since they're more expensive things like camera equipment or podcasting equipment or a subscription where you have to pay monthly to keep it running, like a SaaS, a software as a service, as a creator, you get a kickback every single month. You see, when I was first starting out as an influencer, I just thought I had to sell clothes or beauty items and make $2 or $3 per sale. But when I realized that companies like StanStore and School actually give you a recurring affiliate commission, I was all in. And now my software affiliates are actually giving me over 4 figures a month just in recurring commissions of people who've signed up with my link. And then number 5 is kind of a duo one, and I told you I was going to save the best one for last, is coaching and courses. So when I first started as a creator, I realized that I was trading my time for money a lot. So I did one-on-one coaching to start, which is what made me my first 6 figures. And when you're first starting out, you definitely should trade your time for money. But what I didn't realize at the time was that I didn't want to do this forever, and I didn't want to just get paid hourly for my coaching services. So what I went ahead and did was I actually launched my first online course. I took everything that I did from my one-on-one coaching business to turn it into an online course. And the reason why this was so great was because I already had all of the material and the entire process, but now I could launch an offer that was one-to-many. So I transformed a one-on-one coaching business to a one-to-many online course. And what's really great about online courses is typically you can charge high ticket for them. So my first online course I sold for $3,000 for 3 months, which was $1,000 a month. And this program was so transformational in regards to mindset and manifestation. People were telling me, Julia, you should raise your price. And they even wanted to pay double for it. Let's talk about how to actually make sales on Instagram. First things first, stop cold DMing people. It's weird, it's annoying, and nobody likes it. Next, you absolutely have to stop making infographics like this that say something like, buy my course, or the doors are finally open. In this video, I'm gonna share with you the 3 ways to sell on Instagram in 2024 and beyond, and really just show you the new and updated way on how to actually make sales. And you're probably like, who is this? Why should I trust her? Well, my name is Julia, and I'm a $1 million content creator, and I use Instagram as a funnel to find buyers for my online courses. Let's dive in. Rule number 1 is your Instagram stories. So what you're gonna have to do is start looking at your stories as almost a funnel. I'm gonna give you my 3 story sequence that I usually only give my paying clients. And this is actually where most of our sales come from. And we found the Instagram stories to be the highest converting place for followers into buyers. So first things first, we have to understand what the Instagram stories are actually good for. So your Instagram stories are attracting in people that already follow you. So it's probably the same people watching your stories every single day. So the content that you put on your stories is going to be different than the content you put in feed. And on your stories, what you're going to do is you're going to nurture your audience. So maybe that's your friends, your family, and most important part of your stories is that the people who are watching are the people who are the most loyal. I want you to think of your stories as if you were creating a bingeable TV show. So think too back in the day when people used to have to wait an entire week for the next episode, and this is how the media actually grew, by dripping out the videos every single week. So what is the content you want to drip out every single day as if people are watching a show or a documentary of your life? So sometimes you want to share some personal stuff to make your brand more relatable. Maybe you want to also share some hardships, but this is the exact sequence that you need to use to actually create Instagram stories that sell. So step number one is the first frame. The first frame is the most important because the way the Instagram algorithm works is if you don't get the viewer engaged in the first frame, they won't be able to make it to the rest. So let's say you have a really amazing offer, but you don't really have a good first frame. The biggest issue that I see with creators is that they have like 50 stories up. You'll never really see me making more than like 2 or 3 stories at a time, and that's because it will drastically lower your engagement the more stories that you create. So in that first frame, you want to post something like this, which is a story with a general poll, something that applies to everybody, whether they are already a client or they are maybe a past client, or maybe they're just a friend or a family member. That way you get most of your audience to be opting in to your story, your first story, which tells the Instagram algorithm, yes, let's show this to more people. And then the second frame is going to be some sort of value. So now that you've opened up the storyline, what you want to do is you want to provide some content, some actual value to the thing that you shared. So let's just say that first poll was, what kind of entrepreneur are you? It was a product-based business or a service-based business. Then the next story would be, whether you're a product or a service-based business, here's exactly the one simple funnel you need to use to make sales from your Instagram stories. And then I would actually explain the sequence that it takes and the value and offer value for free. Now the third story is the most important story, and that is the call to action. So what you want to do there is now close the loop on this storyline that you've created. So let's just say story number 1 was the poll, story number 2 was the value, and then story number 3 is the call to action. So in this case, it would be, if you're a service-based business using Instagram for business, I have a coaching program that teaches content creators and service-based businesses how to monetize. We are opening up 2 or 3 spots this week only. Do you want to learn more? Yes, no. And I actually think putting a no option is really good because then you can get more votes on your stories. So this is really valuable for creators on Instagram that are selling things, because then we're going to take it one step further, which is rule number 2 on how to sell on Instagram, and that is your DM strategy. So the reason why I shared about the stories first is because now that you have poll voters, you can actually go ahead and you can start having DM conversations with the people that voted. So the DMs are the most powerful tool on Instagram. And if you want to go really deep on the DM strategy, you're going to want to watch this video here after this one and after you hit that subscribe button. So the reason why I love the DM feature is because you can actually have real human conversations with the people in your audience. So let's just say someone voted on your story, and let's say they voted on the first poll and the last poll of the 3-part sequence. Now you should go ahead and send them a message. So like I said, most of our buyers are actually coming from the people who vote on our polls. And that is because those are your most engaged viewers and the most engaged people in your audience. So what you want to do is you want to have those same people having a sales conversation with them. And this is where you turn content into followers and viewers, and then those followers into paying clients. This is how this happens real time. So there's 2 different strategies I want to go over here. Strategy number 1 is the sell by chat strategy, and strategy number 2 is the sell by call strategy. So for example, I was leading my group coaching call this morning for my program, the Conscious Creator Academy, and one of my clients, Jules, was like, Julia, I don't think I'm going to be able to do sales calls because I'm going to have a baby in about a month and a half. What should I do? And I basically gave her an entire sell by chat strategy and how to build a funnel. Now, if you're interested in the exact training that I gave to her, comment the word funnel so I know you would be interested in a video like this. So basically what I taught her was how to create a DM conversation that will really hook the people in and really give them value. Because ultimately, whatever you're selling, the only way that people are going to buy from you is if you provide them value. You see, the sale is the byproduct of the amount of value you can drive forward in the conversation. So the sell by chat strategy would be to open up the line of communication with them and say, hey, I saw you voted on my poll. I would love to learn a little bit more about you. Then you'd actually go into a pretty typical sales flow, which is learning more about their current state, then their desired state, right? Like where they really want to go in their business and their life. And then you would bridge the gap. Now, this is super important because there's two different strategies that actually go down in the DMs here. And strategy number one is value-driven follow-up, which is where you would send them to a YouTube video like this and you would say, hey, I have some ideas on how you can sell in your stories. Then you would go in with accountability-driven follow-up and you would say, when do you think you'll have a chance to watch the video? And they'll say tonight or tomorrow. And then boom, you've now been able to have value and accountability-driven follow-up, so you have a tight communication with this lead. Now, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to have a really tight grip on your leads and your conversations on Instagram. The DMs get really busy and really messy. I probably receive anywhere from 200 to 300 DMs a day. So being able to keep track of these conversations are the real needle movers in my business. So now you've learned how to sell on stories, you've learned how to sell in the DMs. Now I'm going to teach you how to sell with a free course funnel, which is number 3. Now I love the free course funnel idea because this is where you get to go really deep with your audience. So let's say that someone was watching your stories and watching your reels. If we actually calculated the amount of hours that they viewed your content, it's probably somewhere between 1 to 2 hours. Before someone buys, there has been studies that have shown that people need to consume at least 7 to 8 hours of content. So if people aren't buying straight from your DMs, it's probably because you haven't yet offered them enough value. So by creating a free course funnel, you can actually go ahead and get your buyer or potential new buyer warmed up and really show them what you have to offer. So let's say you're DMing them, you have a great conversation, you're like, hey, why don't you watch my free course, my free video, my free masterclass, whatever you want to call it, and then come back and let me know what you think. Now this really warms people up because, for example, I got an objection this morning in the DMs where someone said, hey, I have some big life expenses coming up, so I don't think I can join your free masterclass because you're going to sell me something at the end. And I said, hey girl, totally understand. I have clients that have newborn babies. I have clients that are buying houses. I totally understand. Why don't you just come hang out at my free class and then let's have a conversation again after the free class and see where you're at. When you give with zero expectation, that's when you create really quality buyers. So this video isn't just teaching you how to get any kind of buyer on Instagram. This video is teaching you how to perform and get really high quality buyers to be interested in your products and services. So most people will think they failed because the person didn't buy in the chat. But what most people don't realize is that most of their sales are actually going to come from the follow-up. So this is why tracking and keeping tight-knit on your communications and setting reminders to follow up with people is so important. Now, after they go through your free course funnel, you may be wondering, okay, how do I convert the sale? Which brings me into bonus step number 4, which is our high ticket sales call strategy. So I don't talk about this a lot, but if you're interested in this, let me know and make sure you subscribe to my channel because I do want to make another video on this. But basically what I've been able to do is run and scale a sales team to be able to sell my high ticket courses. Now, I was doing all the sales calls myself for about 1 to 2 years before I hired sales reps on my team. Now, the reason why I decided to hire sales reps is because I wanted to create a company that was scalable and not 100% reliant on me. So basically where I'm at right now, making multiple 6 figures a month on Instagram, is through having a sales team and having support on the sales side. So basically what we do is we create content, we send people to our DMs, then we book them on calls, we offer value, and then they become a client. Now, this is a pretty streamlined process, but there is some nuance, right? Like having value-driven follow-up, accountability-driven follow-up, and posting free masterclasses to nurture the leads even further. So our strategy around high ticket sales calls is so that we can really focus every single day on building relationships. Now, there's so much more that comes with high ticket sales calls, which are follow-up strategies, lead tracking, looking at your close rate, your show rate. So like I said, if that's something you're interested in, I will definitely be making more videos on that. Over the past 12 months, I've grown my online course from about 30 students to nearly 300 students and have made almost $2 million selling online courses through the lifetime of my business. So in this video, I want to show you exactly how to create a really good online course, and better yet, one that sells and one that actually gets people talking about it and referring their friends. So step number 1 is you have to get results. If you create a course and it doesn't actually help people, how can you ever expect to grow this thing? Let's be real. So I completely understand if you're totally a beginner and you're still doing some discovery calls or maybe some light coaching before you create your course, but you really have to solidify the transfer transformation that you're going to be offering people. So for example, we have a program where we basically help you kickstart your business with our Instagram funnel, and we teach you how to do this over 90 days. Now, because our process is so systematized, we know exactly what gets results, and we can teach people, rinse and repeat, how to get these results in 90 days or less. So if you're in this phase of maybe testing things out, you want to test your online course on some people. Maybe you can offer it for free in exchange for some feedback or for some testimonials. I had met this really big course creator one time, and he told me that he actually gives his course to 50 people to take it and watch it through. Then he collects feedback, and then he goes out and he rebuilds the entire thing based on that feedback. And this is what makes really great products. Or you could take an approach like me, where I created my course, I put it out there for a lower price. Then as I got more feedback and I continued to grow it, I would continue to increase the value and give people lifetime access as the course develops over time. Which leads me into number 2, which is that your course has to be consumable. I can't tell you how many times I'll look inside of my students' courses and it'll just be a big blob of information. Now, no one wants to have an information dump. No one wants to go searching through an encyclopedia for what they need. People need a really clear and solidified plan of take these step-by-step action steps, because that is what people are paying for. They are not paying for information, they are paying for implementation. So to make your course consumable, you can have videos, you can have transcripts, you can have voice memos, you can have so many different assets that will really help people learn, especially in an online setting. Now, another thing that I think is really important about creating a course that's consumable is actually having it on a platform where people can consume information easily. So for example, I host my online courses on Skool. You could check the link in the description for a 14-day free trial. This video is not sponsored by them, but I'm a huge fan, and I have dozens and dozens of my students signed up with them because the interface is so easy. It's also so great to build community, which brings me into number 3, which is the levels of access. So what we want to do for the levels of access of your program is really think about, is this number 1, a do-it-yourself course? Number 2, a done-for-you course where you're actually going to go in and edit their Instagram reels and post on their account for them? Or is it a done-with-you course where maybe you'll have some element of some live group coaching calls, maybe some one-on-one chat support? So you really have to think about what are the different levels of access you want to offer your students. And I can't stress enough how important it is to communicate this value in the sales process. So for example, when we get on a call with somebody and they're like, what is your course? What do you do? Most people think they're just coming into a big information dump. But actually, we hold your hand every step of the way. So basically, we have all 3 parts to our course. So we have the do-it-yourself, which is the typical video, the worksheets, all the things that you're going to actually sit and do and implement on your own. Then we have the done with you, which is where we will actually review anything that you send us in regards to your offer, your course, your funnels. We also host group coaching calls. We have some elements of one-on-one coaching. And then we have the done for you, where we actually give you done for you Instagram Reels templates and ideas and hooks. So I found a way to incorporate all 3 of these elements into my course. And this is a huge value add where people don't just feel like, wow, I'm paying thousands and thousands of dollars for just a bunch of videos that I could watch for free on Julia's YouTube channel. And by the way, if you're not subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button because I post every single week. And this leads me into step 4, which is speed. I can't stress enough how important speed is in online education. You see, when people are going through your course, it's pretty common that they're going to have some roadblocks and they're going to get stumped a little bit. So basically, what we want to do is we want to create an online course where people can have 24/7 access, which is also why I love Skool, because regardless if you're in Australia, in New York, in Japan, you can access the course on your own watch. And I think this is really great because even if my team isn't on to answer a question from someone, they can just ask in the group and maybe someone else can ask them, and it really encourages peer-to-peer conversation and doesn't make it 100% reliant on the creator or the coaches. And finally, number 5 is the support. So I can't stress enough how important it is to support people after they buy. Most of these online gurus are just focused on sales and marketing, but I think it goes a lot deeper than that on delivery and fulfillment and making sure your clients are happy and satisfied. So what you could do is you could hire a community manager, you could hire a VA, a virtual assistant, or maybe even a support coach like we have inside of our program, CCA. Now, this person's sole job is to make sure that the clients succeed. Adding a support coach to my program has been one of the biggest assets for me, and it's actually provided a really great opportunity for people who love coaching, but maybe they don't want to do the sales and the marketing and the other things that come alongside owning and running a business. Having a support coach inside of our program has not just helped the students get better results and us have better testimonials to really show people like, hey, this thing works and we can really help you, but it's actually made our clients really happy, really satisfied. And clients re-sign with us all the time because they're like, this is so good. I want more support. I want to plug in. I want to have some more one-on-one. So when I was one-on-one coaching, I realized that I wouldn't be able to serve about 300 clients at a time. But now the way my online course is set up, like a done with you program, I can hire support coaches to train on my materials and my frameworks. This is not something that I've talked about a lot, but it's something that I realize that every person that creates an offer needs, okay? So I'm gonna say this loud and clear, and maybe you wanna repeat this in your mind over and over and over again, that you are you and that is your power. So I want you to write this down, tattoo it on your heart, because the real secret to succeeding in business is being your fullest self. Like, you are building a personal brand. So even though I'm giving you a template, even though I'm giving you a framework, there's nothing that's ever going to be more powerful than you, the creator, right? There's a specific reason why I work with personal brands and I work with content creators, because I believe in people. And I believe that people have the power to make change, okay? When you're selling an offer, you're making change. You're making a change in your life. You're making a change in the person you're impacting's life, okay? So I was actually talking about this with my private clients just this morning around embodiment. I think sometimes when we hire a coach or we join a coaching program, maybe you just bought this workshop, we put so much power in the hands of others that we sometimes lose a sense of ourselves. And I want this to really bring you back a second to remind yourself that you have all of the answers within you. Maybe you invest in a course or a coach or a workshop like this to learn something new, which I firmly believe in, right? I have an online course business, but I never believe that I know better than your intuition or I know better than your gut. So anytime that you're creating an offer, you're thinking about your messaging, I want you to cultivate this power within you, and I want you to strengthen that power within you every single day. Because I've made some really bad mistakes in business simply by just not following my gut and putting my power in the hands of other people. So what I want you to do is I never want you to stop learning. I never want you to stop growing. But I do want you to learn how to take everything with a grain of salt and never put anyone else's advice on a pedestal. I want you to learn how to run your own business. Because if you become codependent on a coach, on a system, on a YouTube video, on a piece of content, and you're like, I can only do it if Julia gives me the answer, or if Julia said it, or if Alex Hormozi said it, you're fucked. Like, seriously, you need to learn how to run your business on your own terms. Because maybe when you're first starting out, that'll get you so far. That'll probably get you to like $500K a year, honestly. But if you want to start playing in the big leagues, $1 million a year, $100K a month, $200K a month, I think in my head, how do I need to act to be at $1 million a month? That person is an expert decision maker. And how do you get good at making decisions? By fucking up and failing forward and failing fast. Okay? Because there's too many times that I then see brilliant business owners copy other people, lean on other people, and go against their own intuition. And what this actually shows me is that you're operating out of scarcity, fear, and lack of trust in yourself. And I want you to really let this sink in, because the best leaders lead, right? Think of like a herd of animals, right? The leader is the one carrying the audience, the sheep, the people. You are in this room because you're a leader. Leaders lead, okay? And it's okay to have support. I have my own coaches. I have my own support system. But my goal here today, and anything you watch from me, whether you're a paid client, you're just watching a free YouTube video from me, like you never paid me $1, my goal is to show you how to become a better leader. Pricing your offer. This is such a fun topic for me. I don't know, like I've just always been obsessed with high ticket. Like maybe it's just something in my blood. Maybe it's just something in my energy. Like I love selling high ticket stuff. Like I've never really been scared to sell high ticket. I don't know. I just like never had that fear. I have plenty of other fears, but that's not been one of them. And I think it's because like I believe in coaching like so much, and I believe in what I'm selling so much. So I want you to really like reframe your thoughts around your offer and what you're really giving people, because you're not giving people bi-weekly calls, and you're not giving them worksheets, and you're not giving them course. In my eyes, that's just a bonus. What you're giving them is a transformation. People pay for transformations, okay? So I don't want you to price for the customer you have. I want you to price for the customer you want. Because if you're maybe feeling like icky or unsure about raising your prices, it's because you're thinking of the people that are right in front of you. You're not thinking of the people that are ahead of you. And I can promise you, the quote is true, the more someone pays you, the better the client they are, okay? And I give you this story because when I launched a $27 digital product last year, I got more refund requests than I've ever had in my entire business. Like ever. I'd never seen so many refunds. And when I say so many, I mean like 20. And to me, it felt like so many because that's never something that we had dealt with. Okay? I've had clients pay me up to $60,000 in one purchase. And I can tell you, anyone who's ever paid me over 10K never had a complaint. High ticket buyers are better. And I even share this story, and I share this story a lot. I one time had a client pay me $15,000 paid in full. She barely came to any calls, and she literally just sent me an email a couple months later, and she said, "Hey, this didn't work out for me. Can you just remove me from the group?" And I fulfilled on my end of the agreement, right? I followed up with her. I checked in with her, and I said, "Hey, we have these calls." And she was just like, "Yeah, wasn't for me." High ticket buyers are better, okay? And I really believe they're the best clients, and not just for these reasons, but because it's their own perception of who they need to be in order to show up in the container. And maybe you guys feel this, right? CCA is a high ticket coaching program. If you're a client of mine, maybe you feel like, oh damn, I gotta step up because I'm a high ticket client. I'm gonna really take action on this program. I'm gonna do whatever it takes in order to be successful. Your clients have better buy-in when you charge more money, because charging more money is a service to the people that need you the most. Because I can promise you, when I pay $27 for something, I don't really care about the result. Could be nice, would be cool. I mean, I recently just paid $900 for something, and I was just like, wasn't really into it, just took the L on it. I was like, whatever. But the real true thing is like when you actually make a big financial commitment to yourself, you're gonna show up differently. And as a coach, you're going to show up differently, right? There's only two ways to make more money, all right? Charge more and increase the value, or charge less and sell to more people. Listen, we have plenty and plenty of businesses that charge less and sell to more people, like Spirit Airlines and Southwest Airlines and Dollar Tree. Their play is volume. I firmly believe in courses and education, charging more and increasing the value is a lot easier. Okay? Charging more and increasing the value is a lot easier. So in regards to price, this is a general rule of thumb, and I'm not saying this has to be exactly how you price your programs. This is just what I recommend. So I think $19.97 is a really great starting price. I think $3,000 is a good normal price, like just the average price of the product. And then $4,800 is a really good peak price. When you really like upgrade it and you do the work and maybe you have some testimonials, I think this is a really good place to start. And this is actually how we went through CCA in 2023. When we first launched it, I believe the live launch was at $19.97. And then I just surpassed the 3K because I had been doing a 3K offer for over 2 years at that point. Like that was actually the very first price ever. And then I just went $19.97 to 5K. Okay. So this is how I would recommend it. And I think these are all really great price points that sell really well. Don't ask me why, but these numbers just work. Like these are the numbers that people buy at. So there's like a lot of people that I've talked to in the industry, and these are pretty standard prices for where we see people convert at these 3 levels. $180,000. That's exactly how much I made in July with a 92% profit margin using Instagram. Yes, you heard that right. On top of breaking down the numbers, in this video, I dive into the 4-step formula of all the things I did differently to make this possible and have one of our highest cash months to date. From content to sales to fulfillment and scaling a high-ticket coaching program, I have a competitive edge in each aspect, and after watching this video, you'll be able to steal what has worked for me. I went from 10K a month to 50K a month, 100K a month, and now $180,000 cash in 1 month with a 92% profit margin. And this is priceless advice I wish I had years ago. So if you want to convert your content to cash and make high ticket sales using Instagram, this isn't a video to miss. Let's get into it. I made $180,000 in July, and 92% of that was pure profit. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how I did it. And for those of you that are curious, like I always am too, about these kind of numbers on Instagram, I've actually attached a screenshot of my bank statement to show you that the full amount was $180,174.11. And I want to explain really how I did this with a full income report and also explaining the different things that I did this month, because it definitely was not the same as my past months. We usually do about like 150K, but my team is usually a little bit bulkier. So this month I had a very lean team, and that's why the profit margin was 92%. So I want to give you like a full income report. So let's dive into it. This month was different. Like I said, I'm going to explain that in full detail later. And I also want to explain that there's a difference between net profit margin and gross profit margin. So the net profit margin is what is the cost that it actually takes you to fulfill the product. So for example, if you're selling a high ticket course and you have a sales team or you have a coach, you need those things in order to fulfill the coach, right? Because it's a part of the agreement when people sign up. So that would be the net profit margin. I'm going to break it all down. Then the gross profit margin is everything, right? Your other expenses, maybe other things you write off, your software, things like that. And I'm going to share those both with you. So I also want to point out that I mostly sell one high ticket course. And this boggles a lot of people's minds because even though that's not like the full income, it's like most of the income, and I'm going to show you a breakdown of the other forms of income. But what I actually do and how I keep it fresh every single month is that I have different tiers to the offer. So it's one offer, but there's ways for people to continue with us. There's ways for people to ascend, and then there's ways for people to just, stay in that same offer. And my other streams of income are something I probably want to build up over time, but it's just not my priority right now. And also, I don't do this alone. I have a team that helps me. So like I said, even though my team was leaner, I still have contractors that help me to get these results. So I want to point that out. And then lastly, my program is called the Conscious Creator Academy. That is like my one signature bread and butter program. We have over 320 people in it. And that is like the thing that I teach on how I get these results. All right. So let's dive into the numbers. So the total cash was $180,174.11, which this is also so crazy because that is like 3x what I used to make in a yearly salary, and I'm making that in 1 month. So that's bizarre to me, and I still like am working on that of, wow, like this is the new normal. I actually had something up here that said, this is not normal, and I deleted it because for those of you that don't know, I used to be a mindset and manifestation coach, and that's so important that you really start to regulate your nervous system around this kind of money and understand that this is normal. This is my new normal. So I want to say that to you guys here to remind you like how important this mindset is, because when you're getting to your next level, the only thing that's going to hold you back is like your mindset and your identity, because you have to become a different person. Okay. I have tons of mindset videos on my YouTube channel, so feel free to check those out later on. So like I said, that is like the amount of money that was deposited into the account from all the streams of income. So I basically have like just one main business bank account, but we accept payment in so many different ways. We do PayPal, Wise, Stripe. We just set up another processor that's giving her lesser fees and things like that. So there's a lot of streams of income and a lot of ways that we make that income. Okay. So low ticket sales, that was $3,000. So $3,160. That is like my one low ticket course. It's $97 right now. It is my content to cash method, and it's just like my full Instagram strategy. So the strategy there is not to, ball out and make 50 to 100K a month on low ticket. Maybe one day, it's just not the priority right now. It's to get more qualified clients for our high ticket, because the high ticket is the main offer, the Conscious Creator Academy. Okay. So when I say high ticket sales, that's the Conscious Creator Academy, those ascension offers we're talking about. That's like the different tiers to the Conscious Creator Academy that people can join. So it's all one offer, but there's different ways to be a part of it. And then we have affiliate commissions. So that's like when people sign up with my affiliate links and things like that. So that's like really growing well, and it's something I want to keep growing. So that's where I'm at with that. Okay. So the total cost to fulfill like the contractors, right, that would give us the gross profit margin was $13,869. And that brings us to a gross profit margin of 92.3%. Okay. Everything after that was just normal operating expenses. And that brings us to even the net profit margin of 88%. And when I actually did the math I do my numbers every month on the first of the month. I have an accounting and a bookkeeping team, but I still do it myself. And I think every business owner should always have like at least a monthly pulse check on their business. It takes me 1 hour to do all of this. It's like rapid fire routine at this point. But it was actually 88.88%. And the number 8 is like financial abundance in spirituality, numerology, and things like that. So I love that it just came out to that number. But I just put 88% here to make it easier. So what were the expenses? So software was about 15%, insurance 3.4%, legal and accounting 6.9%, meals 7.5%, travel 14%, and miscellaneous, just like random little things, like little, contractors, like I invest in a strategic plan and, things like that. So this is a really light expenses month, honestly, really light expenses month. And in terms of like the cost to fulfill, it's variable, because we have like base plus some commissions and things like that. And I want to like really point out what was so different about this month and why the expenses were lower, the profit was higher, and the sales were higher. So I broke my business down to build it back up. So basically what happened was my business grew 500% in 12 months. So from May of 2022 to May of 2023, I made $1.47 million. And that grew from a point of growing so fast because I used to make like 6 figures a year, like 100K in my own business. So my first 6 months, I made 6 figures. My next 12 months, I made 200K. And the next year I made $1 million. So it was just so bizarre to see the business grow so quickly that when I was growing that fast, I had like a full sales team, a full operation, like a full streamlined system going. And over the past few months, my business kind of outgrew that. And I had to take a step back to move a step forward. So some things happened in a point where I really couldn't control it. And I had no choice but to take a step back, take a deep breath, and be like, what do I actually want? What do I actually want to build? And I think I got that mantra in my head of like hire slow, fire fast. And I kind of went through some road bumps with that. And I was forced, like this month of July, to actually have no sales team because we're recruiting for new salespeople. We're going through like a way more in-depth hiring process, have like way higher standards than we used to have. And this month, like I had no sales team. So I basically had to figure out a way to make this same amount of money, if not more, without a sales team. And I'll be honest with you, I really went deep into my mindset work because my mindset was so conditioned around I need a sales team to make money. And it's so funny because I get this objection on sales calls and from clients and stuff like that. And I'm always like, you don't need a sales team. Like there's so many different ways you can be successful. And I just started coaching myself through that. So I just sat down and listened to my OGs like Bob Proctor, Wayne Dyer, Abraham Hicks. And I really like got back into my money mindset. And I was like, I can do this. And I had actually no goal to make 180K this month or last month. It was more just like, I want to have fun and I want to see what's possible. And that's what I did. So without a sales team, I just had to have more direct marketing. So what did I do? On my stories every single day, I made a direct sell and I said, hey, if you want to work with me, here's how. And literally had so many hot leads, people just coming through, booking calls through the funnel, things like that. And you guys are probably like, booking calls, like what? They were booking calls with me. I just took the sales calls because I love it. Honestly, I like selling on a call rather than like selling in the DMs. And my main reasoning for that is because when you're in the DMs, you're having like a 4 or 5 day conversation with someone. If you're getting on a call, and I'm going to give you an example, if you're getting on a call, it's like 30 minutes for me because I know the product, I know what I believe in, I have full conviction. We have hundreds of testimonials. Like it's so easy for me. That's actually a lot easier for me to just jump on the phone for like 15, sometimes 30 minutes and just connect with somebody and make a sale. So this past week, I got a hot inbound lead, filled out an application. And remember, speed to lead is so important. So I got it right to my email. I read it through. I'm like, this is amazing. I messaged the girl on Instagram and I'm like, hey, I love what you're about. Like, I know we have a call next week, right? 7 days from now, but are you free right now to just hop on a Zoom call? She answered in like 30 seconds. She's like, yeah. I sent her my personal meeting ID. We jump on Zoom and I made the sale in 15 minutes. Like, that's magic. That's abundance mindset. That's like, just do whatever it takes to get it done. And that's what I did all month for new sales, that exact strategy. Now, the second thing I did was I resold to past clients. So I had a mentor tell me like, Julia, you're sitting on a lot of money by not just having more recurring offers. So I just created like a little mini mind group and I have 10 clients in it now. And it was just people who already bought from me. I didn't get on calls with anyone. I just sent them a DM, Instagram, on school. I sent them an email. Like it was just so simple and so easy. And then even better, I sold longer commitment offers. So if you look right here, I made a $40,000 sale. $25 was for the wire fee. It was a wire transfer. $40,000 sale, 1 year container with a client that's been with me for over a year. It was easy peasy, piece of cake, so fun. And I'm so excited about this because I love working with this person. So think outside the box is what I did differently. And I kind of just got rid of all of that jargon and noise around like, you need this funnel, you need to do an evergreen webinar, you need a autopilot, passive income. Like just shut out all the noise and like listen to your gut. And that's what I did this month. Okay. So now into like the tactical stuff. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee quick. I'm like, should I pause the video? Should I drink the coffee on the video? I don't know. So content, okay? Focus on direct messaging rather than vague messaging that reaches everyone. And I made daily content at least once per day and grew 2,295 followers. And you can actually see that here. Turn off my email. You can actually see that here. Yeah, I had unfollows, but I had 4.6K new follows and the net was 2.29K, which is actually really great. I'm very happy with that number. I'm growing about 50 to 100 followers a day. Depending on when you watch that may slow down, but it may be like every 2 days or something like that. So this is a really healthy net positive for new leads coming in through your funnel, okay? And remember, not everyone that follows you is even gonna buy from you. So maybe even someone unfollowed me and they're still gonna buy from me. We just don't know. There's no way to really measure it. I also hired a VA. And my VA now helps me put out the content. So it's my strategy, what's working, what I teach my clients, what I sell in my courses, but I just trained someone to do it for me. And that freed up a lot of my time, honestly. So relationships, my relationship building strategy has always been the same. Generate comments from my Instagram posts, message with the leads in the inbox, convert the leads with value-driven assets, and book calls. So I just told you that story of that like 15-minute sales cycle. Some sales were sold via a chat and a Google Doc. It doesn't matter really how you sell it. It just matters that you sell it every day. And some were sold just like in the DMs, like that $40,000 sale was on Slack DMs. So it doesn't really matter. Like, don't be so obsessed with how do I sell? Just think, how can I sell every single day? And have like, one streamlined system, but also be a little bit flexible with your model like I was. So let's talk about the sales and how I made the sales. So low ticket sales, I don't get on any calls. I don't DM people. They just buy. So people buy the link to my bio. They buy for my newsletter. They buy, I have direct calls to action on my ManyChat, things like that. My high ticket sales, well, that's the strategy that I just told you. It's my content goes to my DMs, goes to book a call, goes to conversion. So sometimes this funnel looks different. So sometimes it's like they just watch a video and they go right to my link in a bio and they book a call and they convert. And sometimes it's someone I'm just talking to in the DMs randomly, book a call, convert. Last week, someone texted me, a personal friend in my life, and was like, hey, what do you do? And I just was like telling her in the chat, she'll probably buy from me next month. So you have to just be flexible and really just focus on, am I making sales? Am I having sales conversations every single day? That's the most important. Affiliate sales, I hate this word, but it's true. It's passive income. So in my high ticket courses, I recommend a lot of different products if you want to enhance your business, my softwares that I use. And that's pretty just autopilot. I don't really put much effort into it. And because most of the things that I affiliate for are recurring subscriptions, I get paid every single month passively. Okay. What was different this month? In my sales process, I dug deeper into our ideal client profile, which you'll see in a bit. I stopped saying I'll help you make 10K a month because I realized I was selling myself short. Little background story on this. I actually had a $100 million CEO come to me and they signed a really, really big contract with me. And if I was marketing 10K a month, I would not have gotten them. Okay. So I basically shifted my marketing to get out of like make money fast, make money online to my Instagram growth strategy and my one simple funnel, which is this. And that is what really helped this month as well too, because now I'm playing in a bigger market. Okay. I stopped marketing to target I started marketing target more B2B leads. So what I realized is that our course works best for course creators and online coaches and service providers, not really people who are just like, I don't know my niche. How do I make my first course, right? Things like that. It's more people who already have an idea. They already have a niche. Maybe they're like one-on-one coaching. They want to create a course. Those are the best clients. And they're the people that get the best results. And honestly, last month we had more people paid in full with these higher quality leads. Like, I don't know. I probably had we normally have about a 60% cash to revenue rate, meaning like who pays in full and who's on a payment plan. And last month we had about 80%. So this just goes to show you that you have to also think about the market that you're in and how to leverage the market. So making these little shifts really made all the difference. And then lastly, the fulfillment. So like I share with you, I don't do this alone. I actually have coaches that I contract out to help me fulfill on the course so I could stay focused on the marketing and sales because that's my genius. So to give you some context, my high ticket program that made over 170K last month, that was only taking me 3 hours a week to fulfill. Most of my time goes towards the sales and the marketing because like I said, that's my genius. So what do you mean? Tuesday to Thursday, I host the group coaching calls for my academy 3 days a week, 3 hours a week. And Monday and Friday, my team hosts the other two. So we have daily group coaching calls. And then I have coaches that actually coach the clients and basically triage in our customer service, customer support, transformational coaching so that I can really keep my eyes on marketing and sales. My other terms of fulfillment is for my higher level clients. So any one-on-one clients I have, my new mastermind group that I told you I launched for my graduates and things like that. So That's where I'm spending most of my time. Now, as you can see, time is money. So if I was spending all day coaching right now we have about 100 clients active under management. If I'm coaching those 100 people, I can't focus on the thing that's going to grow the business, which is the marketing and the sales. So I just want to show you some results for July. I'm looking at my thing. It's August. So for July, just to give you some context, Myra made 5K. She's never made more than 3,500, and she was having between 0 to 1K months. And this was, I believe, her first or second month with us. She made 5K. Then Allie, right? She came from an average of 25K a month to 52K a month. This is another example. If I was marketing 10K a month, I wouldn't have attracted someone like Allie, right? But she doubled her monthly income, and that's cash, guys. That's amazing. Eloise, 6K sales in 8 days, okay? And I also just want to share too that this is an amazing win, like 6K in 8 days. That's fantastic, right? Her business boomed in the last 2 weeks. She came to us, I believe, with no offer, and we helped her build an offer from the ground up. And then Maya, remember those 3 calls a week I told you about? She made a 3K sale just after one of the calls that we had, okay? And then she just took fast action. Or Eve. And Eve actually sent me a private message on Instagram after she posted this, that this July was her highest cash month with us. And she had been doing like 30 to 40K months. So she probably had like a 40 to 50K month, if I'm guessing. I have to ask her and get the numbers from her. But she's crushing it, okay? And she's telling us like what's working. Chloe's one of our sales coaches. So she's joining our sales coaching calls. She's using our DM strategy. She's using the new marketing strategy that, like I said, I coach my clients every single week. So I'm teaching them the new things that I'm doing as they're happening real time. And that's like a huge value. 3 times a week, you get to hang out with me if you want to, right? It's like replacing your Netflix. And then Bianca, right? Her viral content, over 1.3 million views. That's leads, okay? Leads on leads on leads. On our last call, she said she's doing about 20K cash a month with this because she has so many leads, okay? So learning lessons, don't be afraid to get your hands dirty when your business requires it. This was me this month. Like I said, we didn't want to rush the hiring process for the new sales reps and the way in which we want to build it for the long term. So I just got it and I started doing the sales myself. And think about it, founder-led sales are the best. I think I have like an 88% close rate or something. I got to look at my numbers. Honestly, I haven't been tracking as much because I've just been doing it and I'm just like in my flow. But I have to, because when we hire someone, we have to show them, right, the past results. But don't be afraid to get your hands dirty, right? I learned this from a lot of my mentors, like $100 million CEOs that I know and that I talk to are like, sometimes you have to just get back in the business. And that's what my business needed, okay? Perfect does not exist. The key is messy, consistent action, right? Last month was far from perfect, but I took messy, consistent action. My next thing is I need to build a team again, right? Because this was really fantastic and I'm so grateful for the cash flow, for the abundance, for the amazingness. I mean, just like how much I profited from this month, most people would be like, wow, I can just like move to Bali and live for like three years. Great. I don't have that mindset. I'm like, let's fucking go, right? Because when it's going well is when you should go the hardest, right? We normally go the hardest when it's not going well because we're like, shit. But what about if you can come from a place of abundance and be like, wow, I made all this cash. I helped all these people, got these amazing results. Where can I take this thing? And that's where my head's at. And that's why I need to build a team again. Because I realized like I can get these results on my own, but now imagine I had people helping me. Oh damn, with this strategy, I'd be at like 350K last month. So think bigger always, okay? You're more powerful than you can imagine. And like I said, last month, I really, really delved into like my mindset again, my mindset work, my manifestation work. And I'm like cultivating this new level of keeping and maintaining an abundance mindset. And I also want to show you guys that like I wasn't just home sitting at my desk all day. I actually didn't even work all 30 days, being our 31 days in July. If I'm being totally honest with you, I traveled to Austin for my cousin's bachelorette. I was like totally out of commission for 3 days. I traveled to New Hampshire to close on our first home, which is so exciting if you guys didn't see. My boyfriend and I, we bought a house in New Hampshire. And I'm going to make a whole video on that, on why we're moving away from big cities. But that was like those days that I was there, I was maybe working like 2 hours a day. I got COVID before all of this, actually after the Bachelorette. And I was out for the count for like at least 5 days, but like recovering and stuff for 7 days. And I did not work those days. And I hit my lowest weight I've seen in over 5 years, 12 pounds down. Okay. So I didn't even work every day last month unintentionally, and I was still able to achieve these results. And then I also want to remind you that cash flow is king. Okay. So I cannot stress enough how important cash flow is. Now, I know that feeling where it's like, I've invested in programs where it was like literally half of my net worth to go into a program. And then that was the program that made me my first million. So sometimes that is the case, but you always need cash on hand. And if you're in a season where you're like, I need to just grow my cash flow, that should be every single season, because the cash flow is the oxygen of the business. And this is why like my podcast is called Creator to Cash Flow. Like this is the mission that we're growing and scaling. And I can't stress enough how important that is. Okay. So next steps from here. If you're a coach, course creator, service provider, I have a special offer for you. Clearly something I'm doing is working. If I've coached this to over 300 people, I've sold thousands of digital products. I've grown a community of over 200,000 plus across all platforms. We are the people to help you with organic Instagram growth to sell your products and services, coaching, courses, and really help you scale those things. Okay. If I was still a one-on-one coach like I was in 2021, 2022, and that's all I did, I would not be able to be making this kind of money unless I charge astronomical prices, and I don't believe in that. I believe in ethics, okay? So over the next week, I am going to personally mentor 3 people who, let me zoom out so you can see my QR code, who want to learn my 100K a month social media sales system to get these same results over the next 6 to 12 months. Now, I've helped people get to 100K a month. I have a podcast coming out on that very soon. But these are people who are already at like 30, 40, 50K a month. So if that's you, that's definitely on your radar in the next 3 months. But if you're at like 10, 20K, give me a runway of like 6 to 12 months and we can make it happen. Okay. So I want to be realistic with you, but this social media sales system in the next 90 days can bring you at least an additional 10 to 20K a month. Okay. Depending on where your business is at. And this is why we do these applications. So who is this for? This is for someone with an Instagram following of over 1K at least. You have a high ticket offer or you want to create one. So like, let's say you have 10,000 followers and you're in a relationship coaching niche and you're like, Julia, I have so many leads. I just want to create a high ticket course and sell at scale. That's who I'm talking to. If you already have 50K followers, a low ticket offer is allowed. One of my amazing clients, Bella, she came to us with actually 100K followers and we helped her scale a $100 low ticket product to 20K a month. So that's why if you have already like a big following, we can do low ticket. You also already have to have a business, right? Ideally 3 to 5K a month on average over the last 3 months. So maybe you're doing some one-on-one coaching, you're selling some low ticket products, you're selling some copywriting services like you saw at Myra, right? But we want to work with people who already have a business. And you're already making video and personal brand content. This is an organic strategy, no paid ads. So you have to enjoy being on camera or want to grow a personal brand organic content machine. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to creatortocashflow.com/apply or scan this QR code below. Like I told you, I'm the one doing the sales right now. So I'm talking with you guys. I'm reviewing your applications. If you want to be personally mentored by me, get on a call and we will chat this through. We will chat through if this is the right fit. So I want to make it clear, and I'm just going to break the fourth wall with you. This application is a 2-step process. Based on the way you answer the first round of questions, you will know if you are approved to apply. The reason why I do this is because we want to maintain the quality of our group. We do not accept everybody for a really good reason. We want to make sure that this is a quality, high-level group of people. And we have over 300 people in this group. The group is extremely active. There's really amazing people in there. And this is only for people who want to cash flow, like serious money, serious cash flow, change your life, change your business, and know how to do this on autopilot. I've made 100K a month every single month since I've hit it which was in July of 2023, a year ago, and is just growing, right? And this month, you saw up here, 180K cash, 92% profit, okay? So if this is you, scan the QR code and let's have a chat. I want to personally mentor 3 people with this exact social media sales system that is working like clockwork. And keep in mind, the only thing that matters are these qualifications here, because it doesn't matter how you sell, it matters that you sell every day. And this one simple funnel shows you how to do that. And we're going to create the funnel completely custom to your business. You don't have to do it exactly like me. You could do the evergreen webinar funnel. You could do the low ticket product funnel. You could just sell in the DMs. You could sell on calls. We're going to create this strategy custom for you using our one simple funnel as a foundation. I'll see you in the application.